Chapter 1502. The Great Formation sealed the sky. The majestic Mount Meru and the majestic Great Thunderclap Temple all disappeared from everyone's eyes, only leaving behind primal chaos mist. This kind of method made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. Could it really resist the Buddhist sect? Was the human race's holy body heaven-defying? It was clear that the people on the mountain couldn't hold back anymore. They activated the power of faith, wanting to take the initiative to attack and break the formation. However, there was no suspense in the end. The Emperor weapon's killing intent was boundless, directly refining the willpower that surged out. I haven't moved yet you guys have already taken action. Yi Fan sneered, activating the runes one after another. The Emperor weapon displayed its might, starting to refine Mount Meru. Wenglonglong. The majestic giant mountain swayed, no longer as calm as before. It seemed like it was going to collapse, releasing endless Buddhist light. This place was filled with the aura of an ancient great emperor, causing even the great sage to frown. Everyone was shocked, immediately fleeing as far as they could out of fear of being affected. Since the ancient times, when had there ever been someone who surrounded Mount Meru? When it came to a true battle, the Buddhist sect had never been weaker than others, yet now they were at a disadvantage. The mountain swayed, the earth shook, the ancient temple trembled, the purple gold tiles rattling as if they were flying, causing Mount Meru to be unable to calm down. Don't tell me it can really break the mountain gate? The protector heavenly kings, golden arhats and the others on the mountain all frowned, unable to remain calm and aloof, all of them revealing a type of hidden worry. The Emperor weapons fluctuations came one after another, merging together, forming an expanse of natural laws that descended towards Mount Meru, as if the heavenly realm's divine punishment was descending. The sky was being torn apart, the stars were trembling, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The heaven origin forbidden formation drew upon the source of all living things. Now, with the Emperor weapon as the source, this kind of power was simply unimaginable. Boundless fluctuations swept up the 9 heavens, shaking the 9 hells. Divine force surged, rising and falling, world shaking and heaven overflowing. The peaceful Mount Meru became a battlefield, turning into vile earth, continuously shaking. There were even mountain rocks rolling down as if it could collapse at any time. However, this situation persisted for 4 hours and it was still the same. Mount Meru could not be broken, and the tumbling of the mountain rocks was more or less done, no longer as intense. Everyone was shocked. Was this a mountain gate or a celestial gate? It was already like this, but they still couldn't break in. The waters of Mount Meru were too deep. What kind of formation patterns did Amitabha the Great Emperor carve? It was most likely more than one. Yi Fan sighed softly. It was already like this, yet they still couldn't take down Mount Meru. This really made him feel helpless. Based on the current situation, unless there was a great emperor-killing formation to attack, or a quasi-emperor appeared, he would not be able to control everything here. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. The voice of the great sage Imoku sounded again. Although his tone was compassionate, it was full of provocation in this situation. Even if he used a few emperor artifacts as his source to attack, it would not work. However, this kind of forbidden formation pattern still cut off Mount Meru's connection with the outside world, sealing this place like a cage. The Buddhists were powerless to break out. The Buddhist mountain gate was sealed, and the entire Mount Meru disappeared from the world, hidden in the chaotic mist. This result was extremely shocking, leaving everyone stupefied. After this battle, no matter what the result was, Yi Fan's name would shake Emperor Burial Planet and intimidate the experts of all races. He even dared to seal Mount Meru, so what else did he not dare to do? The situation forced us. Now that we've sealed Mount Meru, let's use gentleness to grind them down and break their foundation. Yi Fan said coldly. Since they had already fought to this point, if they stopped now, it would seem like they had started strong but ended weak. His next move was to purify the entire western desert. Let the roots of the celestial court take root in the western desert and sprout. This was something he had long since discussed with Chi Luo and the others. What did the Buddhists care about the most? Naturally, it was the power of faith. They would attack and break them down from this aspect. The star domain was vast. Great Emperor Amitabha had once preached the Tao to 10,000 regions. He had more than one Tao field, but it was clear that the Amitabha ancient star domain and the Big Dipper were the most important. This was especially true for the western desert. It was the final place he chose to establish his foundation. Even the Great Thunderclap Temple was established here, and the Emperor weapon was left behind. Yi Fan's actions were undoubtedly stabbing at the Buddhist's heart. It would make them feel a powerful sense of crisis. If we want to succeed, it will definitely be a long process. Truly returning to one in such a short period of time will be extremely difficult. We can't wait that long. Everyone has to display their divine abilities, descend to a place and display miracles to purify all living things. Purifying a pure land was different from purifying a single person. There was giving and taking, creating a paradise. This was the former. An old monk Imoka's actions belonged to the latter, pure suppression and enslavement. Some of the ancient scriptures indicate that the Western Desert is too important to Amitabha. He once measured the Western Desert and viewed it as his country of eternal life. If the immortal domain opened up one day, the entire Western Desert would ascend. Mount Meru will definitely not sit by and watch us destroy everything here. Unfortunately, Mount Meru has been sealed. They can't interfere and can only watch helplessly. Break the foundation of the Buddhists. After Yi Fan and the others discussed, everyone split up. They were all experts here and there were so many sages. Each one of them was enough to purify a region. Longma, Gu Jinpeng and the others alone had 11 sage kings. This was a powerful force. Adding Yi Tong, Qi Luo, Dongfang Yi and the others, there were too many. If it was just for spreading the Tao, it would be a waste to use experts of this level. But now they had to do this. On this day, a great sect called the Celestial Court appeared in the Western Desert. This was not an ordinary spreading of the Tao. The true bodies of the sages manifested to spread the teachings. As long as there was a request, they would answer. Some places were dry and lacked rain. When people prayed to the Celestial Court, there would definitely be an answer. Sweet dew would fall from the heavens and water would moisten the dry earth. In some places there were huge mountains. Many mortals prayed to the heavens. Soon there would be sages descending like deities. They would move the mountains and open up a path, building a smooth path. In some places there would be chaos caused by war. The people would pray and immediately, there would be heavenly soldiers descending to quell the chaos. They would return peace to that place and it would become a pure land. Without a doubt, this was like a huge rock being thrown into a lake. It caused a huge uproar. There was no one in the Western Desert who didn't know that a real celestial court was giving a sermon, because it was too effective. In places where there was a disaster, as long as people prayed to the celestial court, there would definitely be deities descending from the heavens to solve the problem. Immediately, the Western Desert was in an uproar. Is this true? The celestial court of legends has really appeared. It will purify all living beings and send down blessings. It's actually so effective. Whenever there is a disaster in the world, all we need to do is pray to the heavens. There will definitely be deities from the celestial court descending to solve our problems. Buddhism was deeply rooted. It was impossible to change it in an instant. However, the sages of the celestial court had appeared. The effects were absolutely astonishing. The mortals saw it with their own eyes and they all rushed to discuss it. In front of Mount Meru, Yi Fan and the others used the Void Emperor mirror to project these scenes into Mount Meru. The Buddhist monks understood everything and their expressions all changed. This is just the beginning, and there are already people who believe in the celestial court. If this continues and miracles continue to appear, there is no need to think too much about what the result will be. You all understand what kind of trend this will be, shouted Yi Fan. The great sage Imoka's expression changed. If Yi Fan and the others really planned on wasting time, the consequences would be unthinkable. They were sealed here and couldn't leave Mount Meru. They could only watch as the Western Desert became the Tao field of the Celestial Court. This was the long-life country of Amitabha the Great Emperor, and they couldn't afford to lose it. This was the legacy of their predecessors and they couldn't tolerate it. Because if this continued, the Celestial Court would really take root and sprout. At that time, this place would change its course, and the banner of the Celestial Court would be planted everywhere. The Buddhist sect would then be destroyed. The Western Desert was the root of long life, the cornerstone of Amitabha. If it was occupied by the Celestial Court, all the Arhats and Bodhisattvas on Mount Meru would be sinners. You won't succeed, the old monk Imoku said coldly. This was the first time he had this kind of expression, and it was no longer the constant bitterness. In just a few days, the news of the Celestial Court spread throughout the Western Desert. Regardless of whether they believed in it or not, everyone knew about it. This was because it was too effective. No matter what kind of natural or man-made disaster, as long as the number of people reached a certain level and they all prayed together, it was guaranteed that a deity would descend. Amitabha, who are you all to cause chaos in my Western Earth and disturb my Shimin Qingning? Some people from the temples couldn't sit still anymore. Today, when they heard that Mount Meru was trapped, all of them were terrified. They didn't go to help because it was completely useless. If even the demon fall pestle and great emperor's formation patterns couldn't protect them, then they would only be throwing their lives away. However, when this group of cultivators appeared, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was ruining their foundation. When faced with doubt, the people of the celestial court did things their own way. They continued to preach as usual, answering all requests and appearing from time to time. Later on, there were finally some Buddhist sect experts who couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to cause trouble, but there was naturally no suspense. This was a group of saints, so how could they compare to them? Towards this, Longma, the black bear saint, and the others weren't polite at all. They directly used the spiritual treasure celestial beings' expiation scripture to suppress them, imitating the Buddhist sect and taking them for their own use. In the end, when the common people saw the great monks of the past join the celestial court and prostrate themselves in worship, this undoubtedly caused great waves. Many people began to revere the celestial court. In just half a month, there were many disciples of the celestial court in the western desert. This speed was so fast that many onlookers were dumbfounded. They really were stepping on the corpses of the Buddhist sect to preach the Tao, advancing rapidly. However, this left people speechless. The celestial court was truly doing their best to dissolve the world's suffering and deliver salvation. The Buddhist sect couldn't stand it and wanted to denounce them, which was why they were suppressed and converted. Enough, stop. When the old monk Emoku saw the scenes reflected by the Void Emperor mirror, he couldn't sit still anymore. The Western Desert was the most important Pure Land of the future. It couldn't be tainted by others, or else he would become a sinner of the Buddhist sect. You think I'll stop just because you say so? Yifan laughed coldly. He was doing this to put pressure on the Buddhist sect. Using softness to overcome hardness was enough. Just seeing this change was enough to make them feel like they couldn't bear it. However, Yifan sighed inwardly. If they wanted to purify the Western Desert, this speed was still too slow. Could it be that they really had to wait decades or even a century before they could purify the Western Desert? He could wait, but did he really have to waste his emperor weapons here? This was a headache. Benefactor Yi, you should understand that if this goes on, you won't have a chance. No matter what you do, you won't be able to break through Mount Meru, said the great sage Emoku. Then let's wait and see how the celestial court will take root in the Western Desert and blossom with the most dazzling splendor in the world, said Yifan calmly. You. Emoku's expression was ice cold. He didn't want the Western Desert to be lost, but he was still unyielding. He hinted that they could continue like this and see who could last longer. Since that's the case, I can only do my best. Everything will be resolved today, replied Yifan, his expression solemn. Chapter 1503. A stone coffin that was less than the size of a palm and only 4 fingers wide appeared in Yifan's hands. Its style was simple and natural, and there were indistinct carvings on it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that they were the sun, moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and other things. They were all ancient objects that had existed since time immemorial. The 9-layered coffin of the legendary era. Yifan finally took out this inauspicious object. He was going to use it to attack Mount Meru and break through the Great Thunderclap Temple. Most people were puzzled after seeing it. They revealed looks of doubt and didn't recognize it at all. What use could a palm-sized coffin have? Could it be more powerful than an emperor weapon? Only a few people were moved after seeing it. They vaguely understood its origins amidst their bewilderment, and they immediately thought of many legends regarding this coffin. Is it really a divine coffin from the legendary era? Many people from the ancient races came. A few of the ancient imperial clan elders' voices were trembling. They were closer to the legendary era than the people of today, so they naturally understood more about this type of coffin. Is there something terrifying about it? Many people were puzzled and asked the people beside them. This immediately triggered a wave of discussion. Meanwhile, a few of the older generation experts from the outer realm also looked forward. After getting a bit closer to take a look, they all revealed expressions of shock and their hearts began to beat violently. It really is like that kind of thing. When a few senior experts spoke in a low voice about the coffin's origins and how terrifying it was, everyone felt as if they were doused in ice and snow. A layer of cold goosebumps appeared on their bodies. It was rumored that it was buried above the 9 heavens and would never sink into the yellow earth. Everyone's breathing became hurried and their hearts continuously beat. Where did Yifan get this from? He actually had this kind of trump card. It was truly frightening. This kind of thing couldn't be provoked. A single mistake would result in the destruction of their entire clan. The legend of the divine 9-layered coffin is too terrifying. We can't touch it. After seeing it, we should respectfully bury it beyond the heavens and release it into the depths of the cosmos. The Outer Realm saints and archaic imperial clan elders all had serious expressions on their faces. Even those on Yi Fan's side were incomparably solemn. They treated this matter with extreme caution. Among them there was one whose reaction was the most special, and that was the divine silkworm Taoist. His reaction was far more intense than the others, and with a soaring sound, he stood perfectly straight like a divine sword being unsheathed. He gave off an oppressive aura, completely sweeping away his previous dejection. At this moment his eyes shone with resplendent divine light, the radiance reaching several li. His lips trembled again and again, his fists tightly clenched. The bystanders naturally noticed his abnormality and carefully inquired about it. However, he didn't pay them any attention. His eyes didn't blink for even a moment, as if he was an immortal statue staring straight ahead. Everyone knew that he had a strange temper, and even the divine silkworm princess was usually helpless against him. Qi Luo Yi Tong, and the others naturally did not mind and did not disturb him. "You want to fight against my Mount Meru?" The old monk Imoku's voice finally changed. His expression wasn't very good. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Using it might injure yourself first." "You don't have to worry about it," Yi Fan said flatly. In the depths of the starry sky, in the battle on the other side of the gods, the indestructible god realm was destroyed. The ancient coffin of the Void Emperor played a great role, destroying all the power of faith. At this moment Yi Fan took out the 9-layered coffin. Of course, he didn't want to completely replicate the result of the battle in the god realm. The god realm had been tampered with by the celestial being, so the Emperor's baleful aura could destroy the power of faith there. However, Mount Meru was different. It hadn't been cursed, so it was impossible for it to be ignited and turned into firecrackers. In the battle in the god realm, the heroes had only used the baleful aura emitted by the Emperor's corpse to destroy an immortal divine sect. Now what Yi Fan wanted to use was the true corpse of the god inside, not as simple as the baleful aura. He wanted to place the entire Emperor's corpse inside into Mount Meru. If he succeeded, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. The expressions of the ancient races were all solemn because they clearly remembered an old matter. In the ancient times, a supreme race had once obtained a 9-layered coffin, but it ultimately led to the extinction of their race. All of this was because they had touched the taboo item in the deepest part of the coffin. Back then, when Yi Fan and the others obtained this coffin in the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty, the sacred prince had also solemnly mentioned the tragedy of the ancient times and warned them. But now, even after using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't do anything to Mount Meru. Yi Fan decided to use this trump card. How many people had seen the entire Emperor's corpse? It had almost never appeared in the world before. It immediately caused a huge uproar. Amit excellent, excellent. The old monk Moke chanting Buddha was angry. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. The light in his eyes was astonishing as he stared at Lin Jiufeng's palm. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. With a flip of his hand, he sent the small coffin into the forbidden array formation. There was an empty array flag position at the front of Mount Meru. Clearly it was left for this coffin. The baleful emperor couldn't win the battle in one go, but if he used the true emperor's corpse to suppress Mount Meru that hadn't been cursed, it would definitely be effective. He should be able to tear the mountain gate apart. In this world there was nothing that could harm the great emperor. Even if they died, the bodies they left behind couldn't be damaged. Runes flickered in the heaven source array. Hazy chaotic mist flowed, drawing upon all the source aura of heaven and earth. The patterns spread to the array flag at the front. Yi Fan slit his wrist. Streak after streak of golden blood sprinkled down. He circulated the army formula and sent it into the formation, dripping onto the small coffin. With a kacha sound, a crack appeared. The first layer was opened. Nothing could be seen on this layer. The small coffin inside was a size smaller, but it was still simple and simple. All kinds of blurry patterns were engraved on it. The God Spirit coffin didn't enter the mortal world or the yellow soil. It was forever buried above the 9 heavens. Its origin and care were astonishing. Everyone held their breaths. They were all very nervous. Today they might witness a grand event that not many people had seen since ancient times. It was destined to be terrifying and would be recorded in the annals of history. The gods are flawless. The mortal world isn't enough to bury them. Even if they die, they won't be tainted. Only the 9 heavens is their final resting place. In the end, they can rest in peace in a place that the mortal world can't reach. Now the God Spirit coffin was placed in the formation. Once it was opened, a world-shaking event would definitely erupt. 1 layer, 2 layers. The small coffin continuously opened. A lot of blood flowed out from Yi Fan's wrist. Golden multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Powerful fluctuations surged violently. It was as if a golden flame was burning as it flew into the formation. The god spirit coffin was wrapped in this golden blood. It seemed as if it was burning fiercely. Not long after, 6 layers had already been opened. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone's hearts were exceptionally stifled. The saints all retreated, hiding as far away as they could. They didn't want to be affected. This place was most likely going to become a land of disaster soon. Stop. The old monk Emoka couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes at any time. The golden crown on his head flickered, and a Buddha Tao diagram appeared. A misty expanse appeared, making her entire being seem divine and intimidating. What do you think? Are you going to let Hua Hua leave the mountain? Yi Fan asked coldly. He is a fruit on my Mount Meru, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan directly interrupted him. The golden blood on his wrist flowed even more rapidly as he directly opened the 7th layer of the stone coffin. When it came to the 8th layer, the blood on his wrist was no longer effective. He pointed at his heart and cut open a wound, refining the heart blood essence. Kacha. The 8th layer of the coffin opened, revealing the last small coffin. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was holding their breaths. Even the arhats, protectors, bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas on Mount Meru felt their heartbeats quicken. However, their expressions were still cold and indifferent. They didn't say a single word as they stared silently. The last layer of the ultimate coffin appeared. It was only the size of a thumb and looked simple and ordinary. However, it made everyone feel exceptionally terrified. It was as if they were facing a primordial deity. An invisible pressure surged over. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They were extremely nervous as they waited for the final ancient coffin to open. They wanted to see just what kind of great secret was inside. The last layer was sturdy and immortal. It was extremely difficult to open. Yi Fan had used up a lot of the heart blood essence. His face was pale, but it still didn't move. Kacha. In the end, he once again refined his heart blood. His body swayed because the consumption was too great. He sprinkled the saint blood essence on the stone coffin. It let out a trembling sound and then left a tiny crack. The smallest crack appeared on the last coffin layer, but boundless emperor fiendish energy rushed out. It covered the heaven and earth like a vast sea. It was boundless and boundless as it rushed straight towards Mount Meru. Everyone's expressions changed. The great emperor's origin hadn't even been released yet, but the endless fiendish energy had already surged out and drowned out everything in front of them. This kind of emperor fiendish energy was the most terrifying. It was a disaster for saints, but for the pure and holy power of faith, it was like fire and water in a different furnace. One was the fiendish energy of the dead, while the other was the will of the living. They were extremely opposing. Under the guidance of the heaven origin great formation, the formation flags fluttered. The 9 layers of coffin from the legendary era trembled. The emperor fiendish energy flowed endlessly from the crack, filling up the heaven and earth as it rushed towards Mount Meru. Without a doubt, this was a great disaster. This wasn't the divine realm. It wasn't cursed, so the power of faith couldn't be ignited. However, the attributes of the two powers were different. There was a feeling of light and darkness merging together. An intense collision. The last layer of the coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the emperor fiendish energy it emitted was so terrifying. It was as if a starry river was falling down, boundless and boundless. Clearly this was like a mustard seed containing Mount Meru. There was another universe inside as vast as a world. Yi Fan activated it and lifted the last layer of the coffin lid. The emperor corpse would appear and suppress Mount Meru, breaking through this place. However, at this moment he felt an inauspicious aura. The heaven origin great formations patterns shone, covering the heaven and earth. It made him, who was outside the formation, even more resplendent. Even though it looked divine, Yi Fan still frowned. His body was in intense pain as if blades were cutting into it. His pores became thicker, steel needle-like red hair piercing out one after another, growing out. At this crucial moment when the emperor corpse was about to appear, this kind of thing actually happened. The Yuan Taoist master's inauspiciousness was greater than the eruption in his later years. And now it happened to him here. Without the emperor weapon, Yi Fan coldly snorted. Golden blood energy ignited all over his body, burning away all the red hair on his body in an instant. He cut off that strange power. Clearly things weren't over yet. Woo-woo, evil winds howled angrily. Demonic shadows flickered about. The distant great earth was dusky. A whirlwind of red hair swept up, actually covering the sky and earth. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It looked exceptionally terrifying as it rushed over. Chapter 1504. Wu. It was as if a ferocious ghost was crying or the wailing of the dead. The world was dark and shrouded by dark clouds. This was a terrifying scene. When had something like this ever happened in front of West Earth's Mount Meru? It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and hundreds of millions of heroic spirits were slaughtering their way out. A red whirlwind engulfed the area. Demons and monsters were everywhere and ghosts wept and gods howled. This place was simply uninhabitable. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and Yin Qi rushed into the heavens. The ghostly wind split the sky and was especially terrifying. The whistling sound rang out non-stop and some of the short mountains in the distance were uprooted. It looked extremely terrifying. Kacha. In the dusky mist, blood-colored lightning suddenly struck out. It was especially eye-catching and beautiful as if blood was blooming. It was horrifying. This unforeseen event was too shocking and left everyone at a loss for a moment. It's raining. Why is it so fishy? Raindrops scattered down from the sky. There was a pungent smell of blood that made everyone's hair stand on end. Looking up, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Between heaven and earth, there was actually a torrential rain of blood that quickly came crashing down. This scene was bloody and spectacular. It was as if small rivers were pouring down. The scarlet color was glaring and smashed onto the ground in the blink of an eye. This was a Buddhist Pure Land. Today there were so many cultivators here, yet such an unforeseen event happened. It made everyone dumbstruck. It's coming for Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi said. He stared at the gloomy mist and his eyes were filled with wildness. He swung his club and was about to smash it over. The Yuan Taoist master's later years. Ji Ziyue was shocked and worry appeared on her face. Don't act rashly. Don't provoke this kind of thing. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said solemnly. The ominous premonition from before was right. On the surface of his body, a layer of red hair grew tenaciously and drilled out again. It looked extremely terrifying. The people in the distance also understood what had happened. All of them felt a chill down their spines. Someone as powerful as Yi Fan was actually shrouded by an ominous aura and such a strange unforeseen event happened. Every single Yuan Taoist master will die a miserable death in the end. None of them had a good ending. It seems like his curse has flared up prematurely. As saints who would believe in ghosts and gods. This is the fatal weakness of a powerful inheritance. It seems strange, but it is actually inevitable. The saints naturally saw the demonic shadows. Some of them even wanted to make a move and catch one to see what was going on. However, they held back in the end. This was because the later years of the Yuan Taoist master were very strange and frightening. In the past, there was a divine body of a saint ruler who lived in seclusion with the Yuan Taoist master in his later years. As a result, blood dyed the great wilderness red. This is fate, ha. Someone said inwardly while taking joy in others' misfortune. Now that Yi Fan was so domineering, no one dared to show it in front of him. Many people stared unblinkingly. Only some old patriarchs of the far ancient imperial family furrowed their brows. The great sage from the outer realms was also deep in thought. I haven't even reached my old age and you dare to detain me? Yi Fan let out a cold snort, but he was still fearless. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and a layer of his red hair was shaved off. In the end it was completely uprooted and could no longer grow back. In the past he needed the green copper cauldron, but now he only needed to use his own strength. Woo-woo. Demonic shadows flickered and chilly winds howled angrily. Accompanied by a torrential rain of blood and a whirlwind of red hair, a group of ghost-like humanoid creatures approached. As they approached, one could clearly see that their bodies were covered in corpse hair that was more than half a foot long. Some of them were jet black and some were scarlet like blood. They were sinister and terrifying. Blah. The sound of iron chains was particularly frightening in the bloody rain and hazy mist. It was as if the spirits of the underworld had come to detain a soul. Humph, I want to see how you can make me feel ominous. Yi Fan was fearless and actually took large strides forward to meet them. Ayo! A mournful howl rang out. It was deafening and intimidating. It was as if a group of malicious spirits had come out of the cage, making many people shiver from head to toe. This kind of momentum was definitely not simple. This was the Holy Ghost King. Do you think I'm as easy to bully as the ancestors? A cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed forward, taking the initiative to attack. Bang! He struck out with his palm and sent a red-haired monster flying on the spot. This was not the ancestors of the past, but a group of powerful Yin spirits. He had no qualms about attacking. Pfft. The one in the middle was directly smashed into pieces. His corpse turned into meat paste and drops of blood splashed out. They were like humans but not humans, like ghosts but not ghosts. This was a strange life form. Each and every one of them was very frightening, making people feel apprehensive. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He waved the celestial arch fist and swept in all directions. The golden fists blossomed with resplendent light like two great furnaces burning fiercely, shaking the sky. Almost in an instant he dealt with the group of Yin spirits, leaving only one. He grabbed it in his hand and forcefully probed its sea of consciousness to see what was going on. Unfortunately, this kind of inauspicious creature was only a kind of instinct. It did not have many thoughts, and the clues in its mind were simple and sparse. This was a kind of creature that had just gained intelligence, but it was still in chaos. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. This human sacred physique was too fierce. He did not have the slightest worry when facing the inauspicious creatures. He simply and directly killed a group of demonic shadows, and finally grabbed one in his hand. What a peerless great omen! A heaven-defying fierce person. This was what many people thought, and they could not help but sigh. It was clearly an inauspicious scene, but in the end, it was beaten up by Yi Fan and killed all the red-haired monsters. It was completely different from what the Yuan Taoist master had experienced in the past. In the end, Yi Fan was strong enough. Now that he had the combat power of the great sage, this kind of inauspicious creature could not shake him, and those who came would only be killed instead. After Yi Fan finished searching the muddled sea of consciousness, he smashed the red-haired monster's head with one slap, causing it to fall to the ground and turn into a pool of blood. Then it was burned to ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human sacred physique was so powerful. Who was the one causing trouble for whom? No matter how they looked at it, it looked like he was dealing with a group of country bumpkins and he killed them all. Underworld. Yi Fan only spat out these two words. After searching through the muddled thoughts, he finally understood. These were the troops of the underworld and they were here to detain him. Of course, it was not because they were under orders, but because the Genesis technique formation he had set up was too astonishing, and it triggered the instincts of these creatures. Moreover, because of the grandeur of the Emperor Fiend, it also awakened them. The Heaven Source formation and the evil corpse chi were both things that could alarm them, and these muddled creatures were attracted here. The person in charge was not here, and there was no one to restrain them, which led to this result. Sending troops to the western desert, the underworld is plotting something big. Yi Fan sneered. Unfortunately, he had caught up with them today and they had come to detain him. This made him feel quite regretful, and he could not help but shake his head. After killing this group of creatures, all kinds of abnormal scenes disappeared. The old leader of the far ancient imperial family and the great sage from the outer realms frowned, and they also thought of this inheritance, the underworld. Many people muttered to themselves, could it be that they have come? If so, the Big Dipper will not be peaceful in the future. Chasing corpses and chasing spirits, this was the underworld. After so many years, could it be that they were really going to move the Emperor Burial Star? If they succeeded, it would be a sumptuous feast for them. Although it was unexpectedly interrupted, the battle still had to continue. Moreover, the divine spirit coffin was constantly releasing evil corpse chi, and it was eroding the mind power of Mount Meru. Even if he could not ignite it, he could still swallow it. Because the two opposed each other, they would inevitably clash and consume a vast amount of mind power. Yi Fan was very decisive. He drank a jug of the life spring liquid of celestial being to replenish his essence energy, and then he cut open a wound on his chest to refine the essence of his heart blood. He made up his mind to open the lid of the 9th layer of the coffin, and let the Emperor corpse come out to suppress Mount Meru and open a path. The heart blood was like golden liquid and it was dazzling. Drop by drop, it sprinkled on the divine spirit coffin, causing it to shake violently. The crack became even larger, and the Emperor Fiend surged out, as if it would not stop until it submerged Mount Meru. Yi Fan activated the Genesis technique formation, and the ancient coffin was almost pressed right in front of Mount Meru. Rumble. Mount Meru trembled, feeling a type of threat. The Emperor-level corpse was about to come out, and the pressure was so great that even ancient Buddha Mountain could not remain calm. It fought back tit for tat. Benefactor Yi, are you really going to go all the way? The old monk Imoku was anxious. Yi Fan ignored him. At this point, large amounts of essence blood flowed out of his body, and it was extremely precious. How could he give up like this? Kacha. A terrifying sound rang out. The final layer of the divine spirit coffin buried in the 9 heavens was opened. The coffin lid flipped to the side and immediately, a gale swept about. The sun and moon trembled and the rivers of stars trembled. In that instant, the entire western desert felt like it was being crushed by 100,000 mountains. Everyone felt suffocated, and even the great sage felt fear in his heart. The small coffin was only the size of a thumb, but the primal chaos surged within. It was like a brand new world was currently evolving, and the heavens and earth were being created. The stone coffin looked small and could be held in one's palm, but there was another world inside. With a single glance, one's soul would be swallowed, and it felt as if it was as vast as a sea. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't trembling. Including the great sage, many saints couldn't help but kneel down. Their souls were trembling, and their divine senses were about to collapse. From the thumb-sized coffin, the Emperor Fiend and Primal Chaos rushed out, pressing down on Mount Meru together to intimidate. Yi Fan withstood the tremendous pressure, and in the end he pushed the coffin towards Mount Meru. But with this movement, many of the heavenly origin patterns directly shattered, turning into dust. One has to understand that there were many saint bones, divine materials and Saint King magical artifacts. But even so, they still couldn't resist the mysterious fluctuations from the Emperor coffin. Great Emperor. Corpse. Everyone's legs trembled, and they spat out these words with great difficulty. It really came into being. Only an emperor's corpse could be like this. Finally, the primal chaos erupted, and the Emperor Fiend filled the sky. It completely erupted, and the aura and fluctuations of a true emperor surged out from the coffin, engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The saints were intimidated, trembling with fear. They couldn't even speak. All of this was too shocking. Only one person cried out, and that was the divine silkworm Taoist. His eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, and then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Father, it really is you." The people nearby heard this. Qi Luo Yi Tong, the old undying, and the others all felt their scalps go numb. This was the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was too inconceivable. The divine Silkworm princess was also shocked and said to herself, "Ancient emperor, how is this possible? Didn't they say that his coffin had 9 colors that rushed into the heavens, condensing heaven and earth, black and yellow? It was incomparably huge and it traversed the river of stars. Why is it like this now?" Chapter 1505. The people on Yi Fan's side were all stupefied. This was divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? It was earth-shattering. Who would have thought that a single stone would stir up 1,000 ripples? Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor was definitely a special existence. The 9 transformations were unmatched in the heavens and earth. The 10 transformations could look down on the past, present, and future. His time as an emperor could only be described as glorious and resplendent. He had been an emperor for a very long time, making all supreme beings feel despair, unable to catch up to him. He was known as a divine emperor. And this title, who dared to use it? Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor used this title, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. The light in Taoist divine Silkworm's eyes was astonishing. He clenched his fists, about to rush forward. Meanwhile, Princess Divine Silkworm was also full of shock. Her words had already been heard by the distant great sage. Even though they were far away, the saints all felt their bodies go cold, their hair standing on end. This was the divine emperor's coffin, yet it was opened in front of Mount Meru. It was truly shocking. The 10 transformations overlooking past and present divine emperor? I never expected it to be him. After a brief moment of silence, there were low murmurs. Everyone was intimidated by that emperor wave, their bodies trembling. Now that they knew of its origins, they felt even more terrified. On Mount Meru, the group of arhats, bodhisattvas, protectors, ancient Buddhas, and others were all stupefied, deeply shocked. The old monk Imoku felt a headache. What should he do? It was too late to say anything now. The coffin had already been opened, irreversible. Who could go up and stop it? Great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle, her expression uncertain. Even someone as powerful as her felt restraining fear, feeling that Mount Meru would most likely face a calamity. "Father." Taoist divine Silkworm shouted, taking large steps forward. He really wanted to enter the depths of the Genesis technique formation, approach the open coffin, and see the true appearance of the archaic supreme being. Yi Fan was also a bit stunned. He never expected it to be divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. This was clearly a bit troublesome. Princess Divine Silkworm came to help, and the ancient emperor's son was also here, so it wasn't good to touch his corpse. However, the coffin had already been opened, unable to be reversed. He couldn't stop it even if he wanted to, he was a step too late. Gotcha. The very front of the heaven's origin formation had been shattered, unable to withstand that kind of pressure at all. After the stone coffin was opened, the chaotic chi and emperor aura surged out, shattering everything here. There were no fluctuations more terrifying than this in this world. Everyone retreated, feeling a chill run down their spine. Yi Fan could only back up. At this point there was no way he could turn around. He couldn't close the coffin lid. Great Emperor-level characters were unimaginably powerful. No one in this world was a match for them. Even if they died, the corporeal bodies they left behind were undefeatable. A single corpse was enough to suppress an immortal inheritance. Normally, it could only be sealed in a coffin, because the Emperor's corpse represented death and destruction. Once it fell into the mortal world, it would definitely be a terrifying disaster. From a certain perspective, the Emperor's coffin was more terrifying than anything else. It was uncontrollable, equivalent to a magic box. Opening it was equivalent to opening the source of blood and chaos. Yi Fan tried to activate the numinous treasure celestial being's killing sword and control the green copper cauldron, hoping to pull the corpse back. After all, this was the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancestral emperor, so using it as a weapon was a bit inappropriate, needing the approval of this bloodline's people. However, right now it was completely useless, actually unable to move it at all. The body inside the emperor's coffin was too terrifying. Endless fluctuations spread out like ripples. They looked gentle, but even the slightest ripple was enough to make one's entire body's bones break. Normally, it was even more terrifying than emperor weapons. It was because the emperor weapon could be controlled. Without reaching a certain cultivation realm, it was difficult to activate. It would always remain asleep, harmless to others. Moreover, even if one could activate the emperor weapon, if one's own cultivation didn't reach the peak, it was impossible to completely revive it. It was because this was a weapon exclusive to great emperors, possessing extraordinary power. No one could truly grasp it. Meanwhile, the great emperor's corpse continuously fluctuated, representing the aura of death and destruction. Only by using a coffin to isolate it from the world could it be used, or else it would be a great disaster. Ong long long. The open little coffin slowly moved, approaching Mount Meru, crushing down until even the endless blue skies were collapsing. Unmatched ripples were released, destroying everything in its path. Taoist divine silkworms stopped. This meant that not even his father could move forward. He was his father when he was alive, but after death, his consciousness was extinguished. If he went up, his flesh and bones would similarly shatter. The little coffin pressed towards Mount Meru, almost about to crush it. Correct, it could be described as crushing. Even though it was small, no one would look down on it. In everyone's hearts, it was even heavier than the 9 great heavens, able to destroy everything. This was an archaic emperor. Emperor ripples were spreading, so who could resist them? It was clear that the Buddhist power of Mount Meru represented holiness, while the ancient coffin represented death. The Buddhist light and the aura of the dead collided, the two opposing each other. Within the world-shocking waves, Mount Meru swayed as if it was about to collapse. The ancient coffin also trembled, the mist within boiling. After receiving this stimulation, both of them shone, no longer calm. The Buddhist light of Mount Meru illuminated all directions, illuminating the entire western desert. The little coffin also flickered with brilliant symbols, and a humanoid figure appeared within. The emperor coffin was immeasurably deep, like an abyss. There was a world within, and that figure was boundless, as if it was about to break through the void and come out. Long long. Buddhist light shone on Mount Meru. Buddhist figures rose one after another, each one tall and imposing, towering into the heavens. This was the great emperor's formation. It was fully activated, preventing the emperor coffin from approaching. The formation patterns were completely activated, releasing an astonishing might. If the great sage were to enter, he would instantly be smashed into pieces. At this time the emperor coffin was still moving about, not damaged. Its speed did not change, and it advanced in a manner that was neither too fast nor too slow, about to crush down. The ripples from Mount Meru became even more intense. The entire mountain was covered in patterns, as if horned dragons were crawling about. The patterns were complex and profound. This was the great emperor's formation, truly activated. It could kill deities and intimidate immortals. It was powerful to the extreme. The little coffin was obstructed in the end, shaking violently. Everyone held their breaths, feeling indescribably shaken. They nervously watched all of this. An emperor-level conflict was about to unfold. Everyone felt uneasy but also a bit hopeful. The little coffin trembled as if it was about to flip over. The chaotic energy within the coffin surged like a sea, engulfing Mount Meru in all directions. In the end, a great honk sounded. A humanoid creature was shaken out from the coffin. As soon as it appeared, the 4 seas trembled, the 5 regions trembling. Heaven and earth wailed, the great Tao bowing beneath its feet. This was a shocking scene that everyone would never forget for the rest of their lives, forever engraved in their hearts. The emperor corpse appeared, wrapped within primal chaos, hazy and indistinct. Everyone knelt down on the ground, horrified to the extreme. Every inch of flesh was shaking, feeling reverence that came from their souls. A complete emperor corpse, who in this world had truly seen it before? This was without a doubt a majestic male. He towered there, incomparably imposing, crushing all sides until they split apart. Only he would exist eternally, surrounded by mist. I can't see clearly, what exactly does he look like? There was a great sage who said with a trembling voice, "Is this the legendary matchless divine emperor?" Everyone wanted to see him but they couldn't. This primal chaos mist was extremely special, impossible to pass through. There was no way of seeing his true appearance at all. Out of everyone, the divine silkworm Taoist priest's expression was the most complicated. Excitement, sadness, joy, sorrow, all of these emotions interweaved together. He was already sure that this was his father. Meanwhile, right at this moment, Eastern Wasteland's 7 great life-restricted regions moved. Someone was roused awake, waking up from a deep slumber. A divine emperor with a complete and flawless body appeared in this world. It was different from emperor artifacts, not needing to exhaust cultivation to activate it. His body always released the most powerful fluctuations, shaking up the world. Is it him? He has returned. Divine Emperor, an expert that makes one revere him. A voice sounded in the peaceful and quiet origin ancient mind today, as if it was filled with endless emotions as well as deep restraining fear. After being roused awake by the aura of a divine emperor, the speaker's mood became complicated. In this world it was destined to be glorious. In this world it was destined to be miserable. In this world there would definitely be great changes. After endless years of waiting, all of it gathered towards this world. There had to be a result. The divine emperor appeared, his might suppressing the 9 heavens. He stood there as if he still had life, wrapped within primal chaos mist. He approached Shumi Mountain, directly crushing the mountain until it was brilliant, ripples covering the heavens. Gotcha. There were some emperor patterns that were limited in material, unable to endure this type of pressure at all. They broke apart when they approached and then were erased. But it was precisely because of this that Mount Meru emitted an even more powerful fluctuation. This was stirred up. Buddhist power as vast as the sea surged up, and the entire Mount Meru turned into a giant life form. The imperial formation and magical artifact resisted the archaic emperor together. This was a type of ultimate confrontation. How many people in the present world had seen this before? True emperor-level fluctuations pervaded Shumi Mountain. If not for this place being special, the mountain region would have long turned to ashes. King Chong. Right in the back, divine Silkworm Ridge's battle clothes rang out, releasing blazing immortal light, vibrating intensely. The divine emperor appeared in this world. After death energy and emperor aura surged, his foundational aura pervaded the air, waking up the emperor artifact that had accompanied him for his entire life and was currently sleeping. It woke up from its hibernation, immediately dazzling past and present. It was as if a lost child saw its parents, continuously releasing light cries, shaking intensely. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The archaic emperor's battle clothes disintegrated, turning into pieces of armor that rushed towards the divine emperor, continuously covering his body. Every time a piece landed, a portion of the primal chaos mist would scatter. The 9-colored immortal clothes trembled, releasing a clear sound. The metallic luster was dazzling, as if the heavenly sun was falling. The divine emperor wore the battle clothes. In the past, he was unrivaled at the 9 transformations, overlooking the past and present at the 10 transformations. This battle clothes accompanied him on his emperor's path, sharpening it into an indestructible divine artifact. The emperor artifact revived, fully equipped on his body, becoming even more terrifying. In an instant, a 10th type of light rushed out, tearing apart the great formation of Shumi Mountain. The divine emperor directly entered, as if he was entering an unstoppable realm. When things developed to this point, it already exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected the divine emperor to appear, and what was even more unexpected was that he put on the battle clothes from when he was alive and directly entered Shumi Mountain. Forget about the crowd, even the divine Silkworm Princess and the other great sage, as well as the archaic imperial clan's old clan leader and others, all of their fine hairs stood on end. This was too strange and terrifying. The divine emperor actually had this type of display as if he still had life. It was shocking, but they all felt inexplicable. Chapter 1506. Mount Meru was vast and mighty as if it was about to collapse. The formation patterns laid down by the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor couldn't stop the descent of the Divine Emperor. The mountain was about to split apart and tremble violently. Giant boulders rolled down to the foot of the mountain and the grand temple swayed. The great bell behind the temple rang on its own, resounding through heaven and earth and shaking the world of West Earth. This place was in complete chaos. The Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas couldn't withstand this kind of pressure and were forced to sit cross-legged on the ground. Their bodies were on the verge of splitting apart and bloody scars appeared one after another. With the descent of the Divine Emperor, not even the Great Emperor's formation patterns could protect this place. Just as Yi Fan expected, the mountain gate had been breached and they could slaughter their way in. The green copper cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head and the killing sword in his hand. He was prepared to enter and save his disciple. Of course, this was extremely risky. He never expected this to be the Divine Emperor wearing the 9-colored immortal clothes. It was even more powerful than the Emperor corpse he had planned. He didn't act rashly because the current situation was too strange. Even he felt that it was a bit unreal. The Divine Emperor seemed to truly have life and consciousness. Jizue held the void mirror in her hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. The old Undying and the others held the heaven-devouring devil jar in their hands and carefully defended themselves, protecting everyone on this side. Mount Meru was completely silent. The old monk Imoku's expression changed greatly. He led the Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas to sit there and chant Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor. This kind of unforeseen event exceeded his expectations and judgment. It was already too late to say anything now. The great Mahamayuri held the demon-subduing pestle and used the Emperor weapon's divine might to protect the mountain. She stood in front of Great Thunderclap Temple and blocked the spreading archaic Emperor fluctuations. However, upon closer inspection, her body was trembling. This was a world-shocking change that no one had expected. The boundless starry river hung down from the cosmos, creating a vast expanse of whiteness that drowned out the archaic Emperor on Mount Meru Mountain. He was bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. The 9-colored battle clothes revived and flickered with brilliant luster. It had a cold metallic texture and waves of sonorous divine sounds, making the archaic Emperor even more majestic and imposing. Boundless starlight and chaotic energy fused together, scattering down onto his body and wrapping around him, causing his body to seem even more divine and divine. The ancient Emperor of Divine Silkworm Ridge had become the only existence in this world. When the Divine Emperor was alive, he was invincible. Even in death, the pressure he exerted caused the western desert to tremble. Everyone, including the great sage, was terrified. All of them were trembling, their faces as white as snow. What? He moved. In the next moment, a saint screamed, as if he was someone from the mortal world, which didn't match his identity at all. It was as if he was frightened, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Heavens, the Divine Emperor is not dead, he's still alive. Another person was horrified, feeling as if his heart was going to jump out of his throat. He widened his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing, staring at the figure on Mount Meru Mountain. The God Emperor was advancing, ascending Mount Meru step by step along the mountain path towards the majestic temples. Every step was so terrifying, causing the formation patterns on Mount Meru to dim, unable to stop him. Who could believe it? After endless years, the ancient emperor who had long since passed away revived, looking down on the world, walking within the pure land of Buddhism. The saints all felt their blood run cold as they watched. Powerful fluctuations spread outwards, making their legs and stomachs cramp, their bodies weak like sifting chaff. Even the great sage felt his scalp go numb, trembling inwardly. This didn't make sense. How could the God Emperor come back to life? The God Emperor's figure was imposing, his footsteps possessing a special rhythm, neither fast nor slow, consistent from start to finish, trampling the great Tao of heaven and earth under his feet. Mount Meru trembled as if it was going to collapse. Amitabha. All of the Arhats, Bodhisattvas, ancient Buddhas and others chanted together, hiding in front of the great Thunderclap Temple, hiding behind the exorcism pestle. All of them were suffocated by the Emperor's might. This is Even the experts from Divine Silkworm Ridge were shocked. The ancient emperor was really still alive? This made everyone go crazy, toppling their understanding of the world. Is the ancestral emperor going to ascend Mount Meru to fight and discuss the Tao with the Amitabha Great Emperor? What a pity that the other party died in meditation. The God Emperor revived, climbing the mountain step by step like this. What was he doing? After being lonely for 10,000 years, he finally saw Mount Meru, feeling the fluctuations and traces of the great ancient emperor. He was excited to see his prey. At their realm, they were invincible and lonely all their lives. They longed for an opponent that was evenly matched, but finding one was harder than ascending to the heavens. After the God Emperor ascended to the peak, Mahamayuri sat cross-legged on the ground, unable to endure the pressure. Only the exorcism pestle shone, becoming more and more resplendent as it resisted on its own. With a rumbling sound, great thunderclap temple shone with boundless light. The violet gold roof tiles and roof all released auspicious colors. Buddhist energy surged majestically, rushing into the clouds. A Buddhist voice rang through West Earth. A Buddha figure appeared out of nowhere, and no one saw how he appeared. He stood in front of great thunderclap temple, blocking the God Emperor's path. This was a monk in gray robes, wrapped in primal chaos mist. His forehead was indistinct, but if one looked carefully he looked very similar to the Amitabha Buddha statue in the temple. He stood beside the long withered Bodhi tree in front of the temple with a benevolent expression. When his aura rippled out, it was as vast as a mountain. Amitabha Buddha. All the monks on Mount Meru chanted Buddhist chants, revealing astonished expressions. Outside Mount Meru, all the heroes were shaken as well. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm, chanting the 4 words Amitabha Buddha. They simply didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. There couldn't be 2 emperors in one world, and the ancient emperors couldn't meet. This was the common understanding of the world, but today, it was continuously overturned. The God Emperor had revived, and Great Emperor Amitabha had reappeared. Were the 2 going to fight? Many people suspected that they were in a dream. After personally experiencing all of this, they wondered if they had gone crazy. Were their senses still normal? The God Emperor took a step forward, and the immortal clothes on his body made zheng zheng sounds like the roars of dragons and tigers. The vibrations made people's ears hurt, and they felt as if their flesh was about to evaporate. Great Emperor Amitabha held the exorcism pestle in his hand and released boundless precious light to block the God Emperor's path. The 2 seemed to be opposing each other with equal harshness. Boom. The God Emperor's body expanded and soared into the clouds in front of Great Thunderclap Temple. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of zhang tall he was. Great Emperor Amitabha wasn't willing to fall behind. He similarly soared into the clouds, and his enormous Buddha body towered between heaven and earth. This scene shocked everyone. A battle between emperors and emperors had occurred? After being separated for so long, there was actually a day when they would face each other and take action. Everyone found it hard to accept and believe it. Is that the Amitabha Buddha's imprint? But, how can we explain the God Emperor's resurrection? He should be a corpse, and in the end he ascended Mount Meru step by step. How can it be said that he hasn't revived? The saints were bewildered, and their faces were all pale. Everything that happened today made one's hair stand on end. It was too shocking and inconceivable. If this was true, it might be the most important event in the lives of the great emperors and great ancient emperors. They had been lonely all their lives, and in the end they had found an opponent. The great emperors didn't meet each other, and today common sense was broken. Perhaps, every great emperor longed to be born in a different era and fight with the past emperors. They wanted to find a true opponent. Unfortunately, everyone passed away in loneliness. Their wishes couldn't come true, and it was difficult for them to meet others of the same kind. Mount Meru trembled, and the sun, moon, and stars swayed. It was as if they were going to fall down. The 2 of them wanted to test themselves against the heavens. Natural laws pervaded the air, and the 2 seemed to be confronting each other. Their bodies continuously increased in size, directly reaching beyond this region. They were so large that they exceeded common sense, shocking the entire northern Dipper Star domain until all creatures trembled. Their divine might was matchless. Did the Divine Emperor really revive? The voices of some of the Divine Silkworm Ridge experts were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. After the shock, only excitement remained. This isn't my father's doing. The Divine Silkworm Taoist shook his head, his voice carrying sadness and regret. The surrounding people's expressions became sluggish. This was the great ancient emperor's son. Even he said this, so it most likely couldn't be true. However, just now they clearly saw the divine emperor ascend Mount Meru. Yifan released a light sigh. After watching for a long time, he also understood everything. The Divine Emperor's loneliness and the Amitabha Great Emperor's regret couldn't be compensated. In the end, they still couldn't meet. These two weren't them. If the true bodies of great emperors confronted each other, heaven and earth would definitely react, and an irregular scene that had never been seen since the ancient times would appear. The great emperors wouldn't meet each other, never having opponents in their entire lives. This curse was difficult to break. This is a confrontation between two weapons, not because the great emperor himself is still alive. The divine silkworm Taoist pointed out the riddle. His father ascended Mount Meru. Even though he was moving, he didn't develop a consciousness. It was his immortal clothes that were in control, keeping his mighty body from falling, overlooking the endless ages. The Amitabha Great Emperor's appearance was actually more or less the same. The demon fall pestle revived under the tremendous emperor-level fluctuations, merging with the fist-sized Saraira, forming the Amitabha Great Emperor's void image. In reality, there were no true bodies, only two emperor weapons. Their respective masters Daos confronted each other, as if they were searching for an opponent for the lonely emperor and great emperor, satisfying their final regrets. In outer space, the perfectly straight divine emperor and the benevolent Amitabha Great Emperor faced each other. Natural laws swirled, releasing endless divine light. There wasn't a true confrontation, just a probing of Tao and magical techniques. The two didn't fight each other. The two emperor weapons revived, leading everything. They were extremely cautious and careful. Long. In the end, their bodies shrunk, returning to their normal height. They reappeared at the peak of Mount Meru, in front of the great Thunderclap Temple. The Amitabha Great Emperor disappeared, leaving only the demon fall pestle floating in the air. As for the Saraira, it also fell to the ground, unmoving. On the other side, the immortal clothes rustled lightly as if in grief. In the end, they couldn't keep the archaic emperor. Even seeing his corpse couldn't change anything. Everyone was shocked. How could they not understand what had happened now? Everything was because of the two emperor weapons' revival. Buddhism speaks of transcendence, great enlightenment, and only then can one achieve the Tao of Buddhism. At this time, the demon fall pestle transmitted its divine sense. This weapon actually spoke after reviving. Amitabha Buddha. The old monk Moku and the others all chanted, listening respectfully. It was because they knew that the demon fall pestle was talking to them. Have you all transcended and gained enlightenment? Put that child down. The demon fall pestle continued. Let him go down the mountain? Regardless of whether it was Moku or the great Mahamayuri, they didn't have the slightest bit of rebellious thoughts. This emperor weapon was personally forged by the Amitabha Great Emperor to protect the Western Desert Buddhist land. As a supreme being, they had to be respectful. Put it down? Have you all put it down? The demon fall pestle calmly asked. The great sage Moku immediately put his palms together, admitting his sins and chanting Buddhist names continuously. Not long after, a golden arhat and the others escorted Hua out. They made him appear in front of the great Thunderclap Temple and prepared to put down Mount Meru. No one had expected this kind of ending. It actually ended like this. Chong. The archaic emperor's battle clothes trembled slightly. The armor disintegrated, turning into rays of immortal light that fell down. The emperor corpse was wrapped in primal chaos mist, standing at the peak of Mount Meru. Chapter 1507. The divine emperor stood tall and majestic. Strands of chaotic energy swirled around him, making him seem transcendent and mysterious. He was like a living supreme being that looked down on all life. He stood at the peak of Mount Meru. The deathly energy had lessened greatly. The pressure of the archaic emperor was released, but the two awakened emperor weapons could withstand it and block it, protecting the great seal thunder sound temple. The world calmed down. A light sigh came from within the nine-colored immortal clothes, carrying endless sadness. It summoned the nine-layered coffin, burying the divine emperor once again. The silkworm emperor's body slowly fell, surrounded by primal chaos. He sank into the coffin and the stone coffin closed one by one, sealing him within. How many heroes were buried under the passage of time? No matter how great their divine abilities were, it was difficult to reverse the situation. A lifetime of glory, but in the end, all that was left was sorrow. The divine emperor was exceptional, stunning the past and present, but he still couldn't resist the passage of time. In the end, the curtain had to fall. After a dazzling moment, it was followed by endless darkness. Long. The nine-layered coffin was completely sealed, like an ordinary stone. It was simple and unadorned, and no one would notice it even if it was thrown into the yellow earth. This was the life of a great emperor. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Father. Taoist divine Silkworm shouted loudly, hot tears gushing out. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. The divine Silkworm race's battle clothes shot out a streak of immortal light, turning into a resplendent heavenly river that led outside the mountain. It was like a bridge to the heavens, turning this place into a passageway. It was guiding the people of the divine Silkworm race. The ancient emperor's son, Princess Divine Silkworm, and the others all stepped onto Mount Meru. Yi Fan had a copper cauldron with brilliant green multicolored light above his head. He held the 3-foot immortal sword in his hand as he followed, arriving at the peak of Mount Meru for the first time in his life. Taoist Divine Silkworm's tears rolled down his face. He stroked the stone coffin, his voice hoarse. No one could hear what he was saying. With a honglong sound, the stone coffin enlarged. 9 colors rushed into the heavens and the 10th color burst forth. It immediately enlarged to 1,000 zhang in length, and it was still growing. Strands of multicolored light shot out, entering the space between Taoist Divine Silkworm's brows. There seemed to be waves of scripture sounds, and there was even a type of comprehension after the great Tao was shattered. Taoist Divine Silkworm retreated, and he was in a daze. He muttered to himself, "I missed it in the end, I have to be on my way." Shwa. Another wave of celestial light burst forth. Out of everyone's expectations, it actually flew towards Princess Divine Silkworm's shoulder and aimed at the little monkey that was shining with golden light. The little monkey, who was not much taller than a palm, immediately bared its teeth and looked afraid. It nervously grabbed a lock of Princess Divine Silkworm's hair and retreated. Everyone was stunned. What was the background of this little divine silkworm that had undergone several metamorphoses and now looked like a sacred battle ape? To think that the God Sovereign would pay attention to him and bestow him with celestial light. Even the divine silkworm princess was shocked. She turned around to look at the little divine ape on her shoulder, who was blinking his big eyes and looking innocent. She seemed to be deep in thought, as if she had thought of something. A soul-shattering sound rang out. Before anyone could react, the huge stone coffin soared into the sky, drawing out resplendent immortal light. It tore apart the sky and directly entered the depths of the universe. It chose to walk the path of solitude, drifting endlessly in the universe. This was the final destination of the ancient emperor. In the end, it would be a lonely person who would chew on this kind of loneliness. The 9 coffins disappeared, and the entire Mount Meru quietened down. Be it the demon-subduing pestle or the 9-colored divine robe, they gradually dimmed and slowly returned to silence. I saw the celestial domain open in my dream. Taoist Divine Silkworm looked into the starry sky. No one knew if he had dreamed of the celestial path, or if he wished for his father to sleep like this and see the celestial path after his death. Master. A loud cry rang out, shocking the group of people on Mount Meru back to their senses. Regardless of whether it was the divine silkworm lineage, the bodhisattvas, or the ancient Buddhas, they all turned to look. It was a young monk who looked very Buddha-like. He had a kind face, big ears that hung down to his shoulders, and a scar on his bald head. There was no doubt that this was Hua Hua. After many years had passed, he had long since grown up. He looked very simple, an honest young man with quite a bit of a Buddhist temperament. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, he immediately destroyed his simple appearance and seemed somewhat out of place. Master, you're back. I missed your precious disciple so much. Although his big ears hung down to his shoulders and his Buddha-like appearance was simple, there was a sense of incongruity when he spoke. His temperament and appearance were worlds apart. Weren't you enlightened? Beside him, the 2 golden arhats who escorted him here were shocked and a little dumbfounded. Sai Master, you destroyed my plan for hegemony. If you had come a few decades later, all the female bodhisattvas on this mountain would have been abducted by me. Let the remaining monks cry. The group of people were tongue-tied. This turn of events was too fast. Just now, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Why did this little brat completely change the moment he came out? Yi Fan was also momentarily speechless. This brat's appearance was exactly the same as the ancient Buddhas from back then. If he stood to the side and maintained his silence, he would have the bearing of a senior Buddhist monk. However, everything was ruined once he spoke. Especially after he smiled, he looked like a lowly person no matter how one looked at it. What did you say? Yi Fan slapped the back of his head. Little Baldy, weren't you illuminated? Little K, and the rest also followed the golden path up Mount Meru. At this step, no one from the Buddhist sect stopped them. Seeing that Yi Fan was also looking over, Hua Hua immediately put on a solemn expression and said with a serious expression, Amitabha Tathagata Huahua Great Buddha. Master sits in my heart and wine and meat pass through my intestines. How can I be illuminated by them? In the end it caused him to suffer another slap on the back of his head. Everyone spent a lot of effort to save him, but in the end he didn't even get a single hair on his head. They had been worried for nothing. At this moment he had a sinister smile on his face. The Arhats and Bodhisattvas couldn't sit still anymore. They had personally witnessed Huahua being illuminated, so how could he be fine in the blink of an eye? Under Yi Fan's stern gaze, Huahua didn't dare to act rashly and told the truth in full detail. Light flashed on his forehead, and a Buddha crown fell down. It was simple and unadorned, and there were some cracks and holes on it. However, it gave off a kind of Buddhist Tao presence. Everyone in West Earth was shocked. This was definitely a divine weapon that wasn't left behind by a saint. It had the aura of an emperor hidden within it. Yi Fan naturally understood what was going on. This was the parietal bone of Shakyamuni, a piece of parietal bone that he had left behind in the mortal world when he was refining the Jianghu 6 golden body. Back then, it was this piece of Buddha bone that had given Huahua a belly full of scriptures. Quasi-Emperor's parietal bone was hidden in the immortal platform and had condensed into one with it. Outsiders couldn't find it, so they naturally couldn't illuminate him. Yi Fan had even prepared the salvation scripture. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort, but he didn't expect this to be the result. He directly gave the back of his head another slap. Looking at his despicable smile, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this was a scam. The faces of the Buddhists sank, and they hoped that they would quickly go down the mountain. There was really nothing they could say about this ending. However, Huahua wasn't willing. He was suppressed for no reason, and no matter what, there was a wave of resentment in his heart. Amitabha, this old monk's mortal heart was moved, and my obsession was too deep. I am here to apologize, Emoku said expressionlessly. Huahua wore a smile and directly grabbed the old monk's hand, not letting go. She said that she had to take action, and that she couldn't be suppressed for so many years in vain. You have already successfully reincarnated and reappeared in the world. This is a miracle of the Buddhists, and it has verified the Tao of Amitabha. Do you really not recognize me now? Have you forgotten the scene of us discussing the Tao by Lake Au 5,000 years ago? Emoka shouted. Monk, you are too unreasonable. At the side, Dongfang Yi and the others couldn't take it anymore. Only Yi Fan understood what was going on. He originally thought that the ancient Buddha was very low-key and not everyone knew about him. He didn't expect that he was old friends with Emoku. This time the Buddhists detained Huahua and it involved too much karma. In the eyes of Emoku and the others, Huahua was a miracle of the Buddhists, and it confirmed the saying that Amitabha mainly cultivated the afterlife. This was a living example. What nonsense, don't say useless things. I only know that you have suppressed me for many years. Buddhism talks about karma, and you need to return me 100 years of freedom. How about this? I want to establish a big sect in the Buddhists, and let the celestial court grow branches and leaves. You can be my protector. A bald kid was pulling an old monk, and they were arguing endlessly, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. The Buddhists all lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They really didn't want to be entangled by this green-skinned monk. At this moment, a tall figure rushed out of a temple not far away, and his huge bald head was shining. He shouted, God angels, I finally see a familiar person. Yi Fan, brother Yi, do you still remember me? Bring me down the mountain too. Not only the Buddhists, protectors and ancient Buddhas frowned, but even the outsiders were a little stunned. How could there be such a strange monk in the pure land of Buddhists? Yi Fan was startled. This was none other than Kaida, Li Xiaoman's classmate from America. After so many years, he had developed a set of profound Buddhist divine arts. As a protector Vajra, what have you become? Emoku scolded. Kaida ignored him as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He looked to Yi Fan for help and said, Bring me away from this damned place. I'm a vegetarian every day, even the gods will go crazy. Weren't you punished to face the wall? Why did you come out? A bodhisattva asked. Kaida complained to Yi Fan, I haven't eaten meat for 150 years. A while ago, I managed to braise dog meat with great difficulty, but I was discovered the moment I took a bite. I was punished to face the wall for 500 years. God, after 500 years when I come out, all my teeth have fallen out and I can't even bite dog meat. Everyone was dumbfounded. Outside Mount Meru, the saints from the outer realms were also staring at each other. Everyone wanted to laugh, but the bodhisattvas, ancient Buddhas, and protectors all had ashen expressions, each uglier than the last. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. He patted Kaida's shoulder, not knowing if it was to comfort him or if it was the etiquette of old friends reuniting. He cursed silently. This was also a fraud. He muttered to himself and spoke to the Western Desert monks, asking Kaida to go down the mountain and jump out of this hell in his eyes. As a Buddhist disciple, your 6 senses are impure. Banish him down the mountain. Mahamayuri's face was gloomy as he issued such a decree. He didn't want to see such a disciple for even a moment longer. On Mount Meru, the bodhisattvas and arhats sent them down the mountain as if they were the plague. Hua Hua was like a chatterbox. He pulled the old monk Moku's hand and talked endlessly, spittle flying from his mouth. It was as if he hadn't opened his mouth in 10 lifetimes and had endless things to say. His saliva flew everywhere as he chatted with the old monk, asking him to go down the mountain and become a protector to compensate him for all the years of suppression and suffering. The great sage Moku could bear it at first, but later on his snow-white eyebrows kept twitching. He wanted to slap Hua Hua to death. He really couldn't stand it anymore. His mouth never stopped. Great Master, your beard has turned white. Great Master, your shoes are about to grow holes. Great Master, were you hacked when you were young? There's a big scar on your nose. Listening to these endless words and godlike logical thoughts, the old monk Moku wanted to strangle him to death. Chapter 1508. After walking out of Mount Meru, the chatterbox continued to hold the old monk Moku's hand affectionately. People who didn't know the details would think that they were good friends despite the difference in age. Moku couldn't bear it anymore, but he could only endure it in the end. In the end, Moku agreed to be the protector of the mountain gate for a few years. No one knew if it was because of the Vajra's order, or because he really felt guilty, or because he pitied Huahua's previous incarnation, or because he was moved by the chatterbox. This result left everyone dumbfounded. Master, don't worry. I will heal that big scar on your nose in the future. *CK off. The Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas were dumbfounded and speechless. After a long time they finally returned to Mount Meru. Dong Fangyi and the others were still wondering if they should beat this old monk up with a stick, but after seeing this result they decided to let it go. They were afraid that the Vajra and other monarch weapons wouldn't agree to it. Let's see how he does. If he dares to do anything, we will cut off his cultivation. The group of people left for real. Delicious. After leaving Mount Meru, they arrived at a city. In an old shop opened by a mortal, Cade was holding a big pig elbow in his left hand and a roast goose in his right. He looked like the reincarnation of a hungry ghost, eating until his cheeks were bulging and his mouth was full of oil. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, the table was a mess and even the bones were swallowed. The innkeeper served several tables of meat dishes before he burped and raised his head reluctantly. Cade expressed his sincere gratitude to Yi Fan first and then looked at the crowd. He had been paying attention to the Holy Night for a long time on Mount Meru and didn't ask about it. He said something that Dong Fangyi and the others thought was bird language, and he got a response from the Holy Night. Then he rushed over and gave this Holy Night a big hug. My immortal eyes are blinded. I have a needle in my eye. I didn't see anything. Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others were all cursing. It was too immoral for 2 men to hug each other. Of course it was the monk who hugged the Holy Night. In China's words, when people from the same hometown see each other, their eyes will be filled with tears. For so many years I've seen aliens all the time. Finally I've seen one of my own kind. Cade's tears and snot were all over the Holy Knight's body, and he didn't take this great sage seriously at all. It was fortunate that the Holy Knight hid his aura, or else he would have shattered Cade's body. This world is too dangerous. Minotaurs, Bigfoot monsters, ghoul corpses, devil cats and everything else. They even call themselves the far ancient imperial race and eat people all day. Also, the monks in this world are fanatical religious people. I ran away a total of 38 times, but I was always caught by them. They almost burned me and asked me to go see Amitabha. I'm not even close to him. Cade was so excited that he was incoherent and deranged. He kept rambling on and on. I came in a coffin. How did you get here? I feel like we've all been abandoned by God. I've always had a dream. I want to go back to Earth and rely on Satan to attack God. The Holy Knight was speechless when he heard his nonsense. In the end, he just patted his shoulder and said, mental trauma needs time to heal. What do you mean? I'm not crazy, those monks are. Cade was unhappy. The group laughed. Princess Divine Silkworm had already found out where the victorious fighting Buddha was on Mount Meru, but she couldn't find any evidence of him being enlightened. She was unwilling to accept this and left with everyone. Old Undying, Old Blind, and Tu Tian also left with the heaven-swallowing jar. The people of Ji family, Yao Yuekong, and the Prince of Great Xia also set off. Yi Fan sent them off and expressed his sincere gratitude. The people of the Celestial Court didn't completely leave West Earth. They were really planning to take root here. Of course, this could only be considered a branch, and they had to be handed over to Huahua to manage. The Celestial Court Buddhist Branch. This was the name Huahua had given them after smiling. One could imagine how gloomy Mocha's expression would be when he came. But all in all, his safety shouldn't be a problem. All the bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas in West Desert were waiting for his subconscious to awaken. This proved that he had a past life and an afterlife. Cade joined the Celestial Court without hesitation. When he heard that he was still going to be a guardian Vajra and stay in West Desert, he almost fell to the ground. I won't be a monk even if you beat me to death. Wine and meat will pass through your intestines, there's no need to follow those rules. Huahua tried her best to make him a guardian Vajra. In the end, Cade abandoned God and Satan without any sense of loyalty and became a guardian Vajra of the Celestial Court. The Holy Knight left like a lone boat sailing towards the vast ocean. He decided to charge into the outer region and tread his own path. The heavenly village was in the outer region and couldn't be found. The people of the Celestial Court like Qi Luo and the two Silverblood Emperors stayed in West Desert, allowing the Celestial Court to temporarily take root here. As for Yan Yishi, Li Tian and a few others, they chose to travel the world. When this great era arrived, there were too many interesting things to see. Of course, everyone had already agreed that it wouldn't be too long before they crossed the Star region and left Big Dipper. Because they knew that once the path to immortality opened, this place would definitely be in chaos. At that time, even a saint would easily perish. After getting drunk, everyone set off on their way. After this battle, the Celestial Court's fame spread far and wide. In the eyes of the Golden Crow race and the ancient race, Yi Fan had also killed his way to fame. He had used several the arch weapons at once, shocking the world and making it tremble. From a certain perspective, the clans that had used the arch weapons were all tied to the same chariot. In the future, if one of them was provoked, it could lead to several the arch weapons smashing down at the same time. Who could fight against them? The 5 regions were in an uproar and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. For so many days, it was all about Yi Fan's battle at Mount Meru. It had become the focal point of the world's attention. Yi Fan walked alone through the western desert with an immortal sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind and he looked otherworldly. There was no longer a trace of killing intent, and his green clothes made him seem otherworldly. He arrived at the shore of Lake Au and stood there for a long time. Then he walked through all the monasteries in the western desert and finally arrived at the Lantua temple. "Benefactor, you've come?" It was an old monk with snow-white eyebrows. He seemed to have long since expected that Chu Feng would come here. The Lantua temple was a vast ancient temple. Under the sunset glow, the buildings were all dyed with a golden luster. The ancient temples were incomparably dignified and appeared even more divine. In the western desert there were a few ancient temples that were the most famous. The Lantua temple, the Divine Cloud temple, and the Hollow temple all had immortal inheritances of Buddhism. Of course, the Great Thunderclap temple was the most famous. In the past, Yi Fan had fought a great battle here and fought against several divine monks, all for the sake of seeing in Miaoyi and giving her freedom. Today he returned to this place. The old monk in the temple naturally wouldn't forget him. He chanted, Amitabha, and invited him in. In that battle, the two sides didn't fight to the death, and the situation was resolved peacefully. Therefore there was no enmity or hatred between them. It was just that the Battle of Mount Meru this time left the Buddhist sects with a grudge. Yi Fan traveled throughout the western desert and found out that Miaoyi ultimately chose to cultivate here in seclusion. Therefore he came to see her. Bodhisattva has been in seclusion for dozens of years and hasn't come out. Perhaps she will only reappear after 100 years, said a divine monk. The 9-storied pagoda was still there. And Miaoyi sealed herself within, comprehending the supreme principles and cultivating her own Tao fruit. Did she say anything? Yi Fan asked. She did. The holy monk nodded and said a few words. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. When these words were spoken, Yi Fan's body trembled. He was in a daze and couldn't calm down for a long time. He stared at the sealed stone pagoda and wanted to barge in. This was a sacred pagoda left behind by the great sage of an unknown era. It could be used to imprison monks, seal oneself, and suppress oneself. If one were to forcefully open it, the stone pagoda would most likely be destroyed and the person inside would be injured. The fate of the mortal world has been severed. See you on the path of immortality. The old monk handed a letter to Yi Fan. Other than the first sentence, there was another sentence. Yi Fan stood there without moving. It was difficult for him to say a single word. He sighed softly. He walked around the pagoda and could clearly feel a kind of thought. With the letter in hand, various past events appeared in his mind. Why did she say that the fate of the mortal world had been severed? Was it because of Jianghu? Or did she know that he had other ties? Or could it be that she couldn't see the future? And Miaoyi was an extraordinary woman. Her thoughts, and decisions were all so unexpected. It made one feel disappointed and frustrated, and his heart felt bitter. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. Distance was beautiful and hazy. If they were to truly be together, perhaps only ordinary would be left, returning to dullness. Did Miaoyi want him to remember forever? To leave behind the most beautiful side and the most profound imprint in his heart. A fiery meeting, the most beautiful moment, a moment of brilliance. Then they turned around and looked at each other in the mortal world. Yi Fan couldn't speak. Meeting is not as good as reminiscing. It made his heart feel empty. Walking in the ancient temple, it was difficult for him to protect himself under such a state of mind. Benefactor, I think the most important thing is the last two sentences. A young novice monk of 16 or 17 years old spoke. Obviously his identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the contents of the letter, and it was even more impossible for him to follow beside a holy monk. The old monk glared at him, not allowing him to speak carelessly. Buddhists teach liberation and do not lie. I am only speaking the truth, the young novice monk said. Yi Fan was startled. He saw that this young novice monk was born with wisdom and knew that he would not be an ordinary person in the future. He would be brilliant and would one day soar into the heavens. He nodded and slowly calmed down. How could he not know that the last sentence was the main point? He also understood its meaning. The fate of the mortal world has been severed. We will meet on the path of immortality. Let him go on the path of the mortal world. Marry a wife, have children, raise children, repay kindness. We will only meet on the path of immortality. When that time comes, we will meet again hand in hand, go to the same place and never leave each other in life or death. Yi Fan walked silently, walking around the stone pagoda again and again. Then he walked into the distance. Today he roamed alone under the setting sun. He walked by Lake Au alone, walked on the highlands alone. Wherever the two of them had left their footprints, he walked alone. All sorts of things from the past appeared in his mind one by one. In the end, Yi Fan returned to Lantua Temple. He stood in front of the stone pagoda for a day and a night. He did not see Miaoyi, so he slowly turned and left. Before he left, the old monk told him that Miaoyi was comprehending Tao in her dreams. She turned her head and saw a flower from the past. She looked up and saw a flower blooming in the future. Flowers fluttered in the air. I am her Tao protector. In this life, there is only one flower that will not wither and bloom forever, sparkling and translucent. Yi Fan said. He was full of undefeatable confidence as he left in large strides. He was no longer disappointed, no longer feeling empty. There was only a belief left in his heart. If he was undefeatable in the present world, what was there to be afraid of? Everything would be crushed under his fist. Yi Fan took a step forward. The sun, moon, mountains and rivers moved in reverse. The western desert retreated at lightning speed. He entered the northern plains and continued north until he arrived at a vast icy plain. Tu Fei, I have come to save you. Chapter 1509. There was no end to the vast icy plains. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and there were glaciers everywhere. The cold was bone-chilling, and the air one exhaled would immediately be frozen into ice shards. It was difficult to see creatures here. This place was the northernmost, and apart from the pure white snow and the undulating glaciers, there was nothing else to be seen. Yi Fan advanced on foot. With his current cultivation, he didn't need to be as careful as before. He could walk in a perfectly straight line without any worries. Along the way he saw a few enormous ruins and ice palaces, but they weren't worth stopping at. He directly arrived at the center of the icy plains, the North Pole. This was a terrifying domain. Space was distorted, and all types of brightly colored mists pervaded the air. The brilliance was chaotic and brilliant. This special domain couldn't be considered small, and its radius was several hundred li. In the past, Yi Fan could only stop here. If he forcefully walked in, he would definitely be torn apart, and his golden body would shatter. Now he was almost about to take that crucial step and become the great sage. This domain naturally couldn't stop him anymore, and he could calmly walk in. The mist spread out, forming a giant vortex that continuously rotated. The rocks that tumbled down from the distant snowy mountains would instantly turn into fine powder. Yi Fan was calm and composed. His long sleeves fluttered about, and with the immortal sword on his back, his body and mind were calm. He arrived at the forbidden region at the center of the North Pole, arriving at the most mysterious ancient land on this icy plains. Woo! All types of strange whistling sounds rang out. Within this misty vortex, there were shattered bones, stone tablets, and broken weapons. They belonged to past experts, and they all moved along with the powerful domain. These things might be extremely troublesome for others. However, for Yi Fan, who had an innately powerful constitution, it wasn't much. The domain fired strand after strand of multicolored light hacked down on his body, releasing waves of resounding sounds. It was difficult for them to injure him. In the end, he arrived at his destination without any mishaps. There was a giant well here. It was thick and deep, and its end couldn't be seen. It was vast and majestic, and many chaotic lights revolved around it. This was the eye of the vortex. All types of ice fragments splashed about, and waves of terrifying mysterious fluctuations surged. They were several tens to 100 times more powerful than the outside world. Streaks of dazzling light erupted from the deep well, and dense mists rose. This was the ancient immortal land where the northern pole immortal light was born. Only once every 100,000 years would a strand of it soar into the heavens, so it was very difficult to catch. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't see Tu Fei or the old woman from the same generation as the crazy old man. The immortal light in the ancient well was more intense. The extreme true essence and magnetic light surged like a river or a sea. Ordinary warriors would be smashed into powder immediately if they got in there. There was an ancient tablet in the forbidden zone warning that only sages were allowed to enter. Since Yi Fan had already entered the well, there was no reason for him to retreat. He stepped into the well and fell down. Below the ice cave there were brilliant colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-piercing. Hundreds and thousands of corpses floated up and down, most of them already frozen and cracked into pieces, spinning along with the vortex. The clothes on these people were very ancient, and they were from different eras. Almost all of them were ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Many of them were saints, which made Yi Fan frown. He went straight down for 3,000 zhang, sinking into the depths of the giant well. All kinds of essence chi surged like the sea, and the waves were even more violent, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He didn't land on an empty ground until he was 10,000 zhang deep. The underground world wasn't dark, and it was brightly lit by all kinds of dancing lights. It looked like a kingdom of gods. There were many ruins underground. Among them there was a giant stone door in the center. Now, there was a gap, and the extreme true essence and magnetic light rushed out from it. Even Yi Fan felt a certain amount of pressure. He stared at the waves that could tear a saint apart. He walked forward step by step and stared at the majestic stone door. Immortal Mansion. He saw a plaque on it, and when he saw these two words he was startled. He looked at the underground ancient building area, and suddenly felt that the style was somewhat familiar. After walking around in a big circle, he didn't find anything. He once again arrived in front of the door and slowly pushed it open with a caca sound. Then he walked in. The cold was bone-piercing, and the murderous aura attacked the body. It could freeze ordinary saints and destroy them here. Behind the giant door was this terrifying. Light interweaved, divine essence surged, and spiritual energy was like the sea. It was as if he had arrived in a violent immortal realm world. Yi Fan walked with difficulty, facing the great pressure. He walked for dozens of li before he walked out, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it was no longer cold, there was no extreme true essence, and there were no dancing lights. There was only a deathly stillness. It was as if he had arrived before the creation of the world. This was a dusky world. What entered his eyes were broken mountains, rift valleys, riverbeds. It was dusky, incomparably desolate, and there were no signs of life. It could be seen that in the past, this should have been a piece of divine land, but it had suffered a catastrophe that destroyed all living things, leaving only ruins. Boom. When Yi Fan stepped into a valley, blazing formation patterns flickered, sending him flying. His body cracked, and he was almost destroyed in body and spirit. What kind of place was this? He couldn't help but be shocked. Someone as powerful as him, who could suppress the initial stage great sage, almost died in this place. No one would believe it if news of this got out. This valley was extremely ordinary, a piece of ruined earth. An intense battle had happened in the past, and it had long been destroyed. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Fan almost died with a grievance. It was just a small piece of damaged formation patterns. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and carefully searched this place. The formation patterns that had almost split him apart just now were too strange. After looking carefully, he became more and more horrified. There was only a square meter of damaged pattern that was about to be obliterated. It was dark and without luster, and after injuring him, it was half destroyed. It was difficult for it to exist in this world. Great Emperor formation patterns. Yifan said to himself, coming to this conclusion. This was a corner of a damaged formation pattern, and it was an extraordinary node in the Great Formation. It had been preserved until now, and even though it was so damaged, it was still able to injure the great sage. What kind of place was this exactly? It was actually densely covered in Great Emperor formation patterns, but in the end, it was scorched earth. Even such powerful divine patterns no longer existed. As far as the eye could see, the land was scarlet and boundless, scorched earth stretching for tens of thousands of li. Not a single blade of grass grew, mountain peaks were broken, and the great earth was split open. Even with the protection of Great Emperor formation patterns, it was still destroyed to this extent. Just how powerful was this power? Could it be that a Great Emperor battle happened here? This was just too shocking. Yifan's brows furrowed deeply. With a light wung sound, a cauldron flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. It released streaks of starry radiance, protecting him within just in case. He walked forward, investigating this world. In the end, he said softly, if it is full of vitality, if the plants are abundant, then isn't it quite similar to the central continent Immortal Manor world? In particular, the two words, Immortal Manor, on the great gate outside were even more similar to the central continent Pure Land. What was the connection between the two? Yifan's heart pounded fiercely. He vaguely guessed the truth. The two words, Immortal Manor, had a profound meaning. He quickly walked forward, wanting to seek confirmation. However, right in front of him, an expanse of primal chaos surged. He had reached the end of this small world. The road ahead was cut off. Clearly, some broken mountains, some great rifts were forcibly cut off here. The road ahead was blocked, and the original small world had been destroyed. What a pity, the Great Emperor-level battle destroyed all clues. However, I can go to the central continent Immortal Manor world to continue seeking confirmation. Yifan searched carefully, not wanting to miss a single place. Finally, in a dilapidated rift valley, he discovered a path that led straight into the depths of the primal chaos. He walked forward. This was a narrow, winding path that brought him into a small heavenly abode that was like a bubble of primal chaos. The circumference of this place wouldn't exceed several li. This place was densely covered with formation patterns, and the path was blocked. They were all great sage-level formations, and the slightest trigger would inevitably lead to the most violent attacks. Yifan held the immortal sword in his hand, but he didn't slash immediately. Instead, he gazed forward, feeling astonished. A most sacred and auspicious aura rushed over. There was a hazy ball of immortal light there, wrapping around a person. It floated up and down, merging with the great Tao. Scriptures rumbled, deafening and thought-provoking. That's the northern immortal light. Yifan was shocked. Legend had it that a wisp would appear every 100,000 years, but today, it wasn't as simple as just one wisp. There were at least 10 wisps, and they were wrapping around a person. Every wisp was like a spirit dragon, several zhang long. They surged up and down, and immortal energy rose up and down, shocking the world. Tu Fei. Yifan called softly. The person being wrapped was Tu Fei. Many years had passed, but he was still the same. He was sealed in the mysterious ice, motionless, and was being nourished by the immortal light. Another wave of life caught Yifan's attention. This place could almost be called a bubble of primal chaos, created by someone. A vague figure was wrapped in mist. It was an old woman. She also had the northern immortal light on her body, but it seemed like she had completely refined it. Only a little light flowed on the surface of her body. Above her head, there was a golden pagoda flickering with light. It blended with her, bobbing up and down. It's her. Didn't she transform into the Tao? This was the old woman from the same generation as Crazy Zol. When he came here that year, he clearly saw that she was transforming into the Tao. How could she still be alive? Moreover, her vitality was as vigorous as the sea, hidden in her body. Young man, you're here again? A divine consciousness came. It was definitely the peak of the great sage level, and its fluctuations were like the sea. The old woman still had her eyes closed, not moving at all. It seemed like it was inconvenient for her to move, so she just transmitted her voice. Greetings, senior. Yifan saluted. Your advancement surprised me. This world has finally changed again. The old woman sighed as if she had endless emotions. The old woman didn't die, and the golden pagoda she obtained was a damaged immemorial ancestral artifact. This time, both the old woman and the artifact were nourished by the immortal light. The former's lifespan increased, and the latter also recovered, gradually becoming flawless. According to legend, a strand of immortal light could only fly out every 100,000 years. However, they had a great opportunity. When they opened up this severed mysterious land, they chiseled out this narrow space and obtained more than 20 strands of immortal light. What is this place? Yi Fan asked directly after a short conversation. This is a road. I only chiseled out a section, said the old woman. Road? What kind of road? Yi Fan was shaken. He felt that his guess was getting closer and closer. This is the immortal ascension road from millions of years ago. I'm trying to restore it and reopen it, answered the old woman. Chapter 15:10. Path of Immortality? Yi Fan was shaken. Even though he had some suspicions that this place might be related to immortals, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He actually saw such a path. The old woman wanted to reopen the old path, cut through the primal chaos and recreate the ancient land, restoring the appearance of this small world before it collapsed. Without a doubt, this was extremely difficult. The primal chaos destroyed everything here. Now it was completely barren. This pure land had been completely cut off. The path of immortalization millions of years ago. Whether that was the beginning of the primordial age or the end of the mythological age was unknown. There was someone who wanted to invade a mortal domain, breaking up this small world, creating this scene. Who are those people? One name after another appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Was it the ancient celestial being, or the emperor of the celestial court at the end of the mythological era, or the immortal heavenly emperor? There was no doubt that those who embarked on the path of immortalhood would be world-shaking. He just didn't know if he had succeeded or failed. Looking at the state of this place, the great emperor's formation patterns had all been ground to pieces, and the path to immortality had also collapsed. It must have been extremely intense at that time. It has finally become the past. Yi Fan sighed softly. If one wanted to enter the immortal domain, they needed the right time, the right place, and also heaven-defying strength. Not a single one could be lacking. No one could truly be sure where the path of immortality would open in this world. This place was just an undying ruin, a place that had witnessed the glory of those who came before, as well as the desolation of those who came after. The only thing the old woman could do was to open up the primal chaos and restore the pure land of the past to its original state. She wanted to find the traces left behind by the path of immortality millions of years ago. There was no way they could enter immortal domain from here. Time changed, so the location naturally changed as well. However, this place was undoubtedly a treasury containing immortal light. Back then, that person was unrivaled and unmatched. He definitely broke through immortal domain, or else there wouldn't be immortal light descending into this world. The old woman said. There was naturally reason to suspect that the North Pole immortal light was the spiritual energy of the immortal domain. Back then, someone broke through the barrier that had been unbreakable for 10,000 years, causing the aura of that world to surge over. This immortal energy or auspicious multicolored light was sealed in primal chaos. After endless years passed, a strand would occasionally seep out, appearing in the outside world. This is a powerful person able to see immortal domain. Yi Fan sighed softly. Shui Yueqing had also stepped onto the path of immortalhood and broken through the barrier. However, his body was frail and he was no longer as glorious as he was in his prime. In the end, he fell on the road and could not enter that world. What about this person? Would he also be like this, breaking through immortal domain, but in the end he was covered in blood along the way? This was very likely because this place had completely collapsed, and the great emperor's formation runes were almost completely obliterated. Yi Fan looked at Tu Fei and sighed. He knew that it wasn't the right time to come here. Tu Fei's fortune wasn't finished yet. He was still transforming. It wasn't suitable to take him away. A fierce wave of soul consciousness came. Tu Fei couldn't move or talk as he was sealed in the mysterious ice. However, his soul consciousness had been awakened for many years. At this moment he was so excited. Little Yi, is it really you? It's me. I've come to see you, Yi Fan said softly. I'm a dead man now. I can't move. I really want to get out of here. Tu Fei's body was controlled by the immortal light, but it hadn't been refined yet. He couldn't move yet. Just wait. Sooner or later you will be born, comforted Yi Fan. Where's that dog that should be chopped into pieces? I want to kill it. That bastard. That unreliable bastard. Tu Fei was full of resentment. He was a blabbermouth. At this moment, of course, he couldn't control himself anymore. He cursed Black Emperor. Which one is better? Rock meat or donkey meat? Tu-Fei's thought process couldn't be judged by common sense. He had just cursed Black Emperor and now he was talking about food. What's wrong? Asked Yi Fan. Hungry. Yi Fan was speechless. You've got some Saint Virgins. Don't kill them all. As your brother, if you don't agree, you should save some for me. Besides his big mouth, Tu-Fei was also thick-skinned. He changed the topic quickly, which made Yi Fan speechless. After being trapped for so many years, this man couldn't change his nature. Little Yezi, you're not good enough. You can't even get Yaoshi. You haven't seen the Jade Lake Saint Virgins for more than 100 years. You're such a waste. You just woke up. Don't worry too much. Yi Fan got a headache. I want to drink the path understanding tea. Your grandpa. Can't you think normally? Don't jump around. Does Black Emperor still wear flowery underwear? Give him a dog-skin one. Tu-Fei's thoughts drifted again. After his thoughts raced endlessly, he finally quieted down. It was very quiet. After a long time he sobbed, Lu Ko is dead. He cried loudly. This was his true feelings. Some bandits had sworn brotherhood. Lu Ko was his good brother and he had gone through thick and thin with him. However, Tu-Fei couldn't send him off. He felt so sad. Yi Fan understood that Tu Tian and the undying old man had come here to tell Tu-Fei everything out there. Of course, Tu-Fei was hurt. After crying for a long time, Tu-Fei finally calmed down. He talked to Yi Fan and asked about many things. In the end, he sighed and wished he could leave immediately. The old woman had taken Tu-Fei as her disciple and taught him the Nirvana immortal scripture. It was said that this was the orthodoxy of an ancient celestial being. It was a cultivation method that was copied from a divine steel dug out from the ground. Tu-Fei's long hibernation was also related to this. This environment, this immortal light, and this cultivation method were really suitable for him. In the end, they talked about the path to immortality. The old woman pointed out that the celestial world in the central province was definitely the correct location in the past, and that there were even people who had truly entered the celestial realm from there. Because that world had not collapsed to this day, it also meant that the ancient path had not collapsed back then. I want to go there and see what the deepest part is like, said Yi Fan. That year he couldn't go deep due to his limited strength. He was stopped outside. In that place, the undying heavenly king and the Tai Huang were buried. They had coffins but no corpses. They had entered that small world. Perhaps death wasn't the truth. Becoming an immortal was the truth. Yi Fan stayed here for 3 days. They talked about many things that happened in the past, which made Tu-Fei's emotions fluctuate. He didn't participate in the killing of the Heavenly Prince or the human clan's ancient road. He hated that he couldn't leave immediately. However, his cultivation method was too special. After 3 days he directly nirvana and fell into a deep sleep. He became a living dead person and began his special cultivation journey. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Yi Fan bid farewell to Tu-Fei and the old woman. He left the ice field and headed south in the wind and snow. Eventually he returned to the eastern barren territory and entered the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. The Blue Flood Dragon King had passed away before the world changed. Now the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon King were here, leading the monster clan. No one dared to provoke them. There was a lonely grave deep inside the pine forest on a quiet mountain peak. The mound wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name, Qin Yao, engraved on it. The cold wind blew, scattering the fallen leaves. Yi Fan felt very cold. He stood quietly in front of the grave and put down the flower in his hand. Instantly, white flower petals flew everywhere, creating a desolate scene. Yi Fan sat on the cold ground and stayed there for a long time. What could he say? Time had passed and people had returned to the yellow earth. They would never come back. A cultivator's life wasn't limited to battles of life and death. They also had to face the parting of friends and family. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they would have to face in the future. The pine trees whimpered. This place was desolate and lonely. It was sad to have only a lonely grave like this. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan stood up. The wind was strong and the pine trees rustled. It sounded like they were sobbing and complaining. He hid in a gust of wind and dashed out of the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. He didn't go to see the Red Dragon Daoist or the Peacock King. He just wanted to leave this place and run with all his strength. Who was it that scattered these flowers? A woman appeared. It was precisely Jin Yen from the past. She was much more mature now. She looked at the disappearing wind and said, "Did that person come? Sister Qin Yao, the person you couldn't forget has come to see you. I heard he's about to become unrivaled under the heavens." My older brother Jianghu died and big brother Kuzhu also died from severing the Tao. Of the three of them only big brother Baifeng is left. If we had a choice, how different would our paths be? Jin Yin left this mountain peak. Yi Fan was someone who could kill the initial stage great sage. His strength was extremely great and he also cultivated the Ro word art. He possessed the world's fastest speed. Even though the great earth was vast with his current cultivation, it still couldn't be considered much. He didn't use a formation platform and directly strode forward. He squandered his body's exuberant blood energy and rushed towards Central Continent. After an unknown period of time he finally slowed down. He had already entered Central Continent's territory, and he slowly calmed down. Large amounts of mountain ranges rose and fell like dragons in hibernation. Waves of purple chi rose up, as if it was a land of ascension to immortality. It was grand and beautiful. This was the immortal mountain where the unique scholar manor was located. Yi Fan directly walked through the mountain gate. Many things of the past occurred to him when he arrived here. One outstanding talent after another had used their strength to break through and enter the unique scholar manor. Only he had stood guard outside and never entered. He had eaten Qi Huanshui's mount, killed Yan Yunluan, and even faced off against Wang Teng. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Although the current unique scholar manor had sent some outstanding talents into the starry sky, it had not closed. There were still outstanding talents from the 5 regions gathered here. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he attracted a few people's attention. They all turned to look in his direction. He's the same physique Yi Fan. Someone recognized him and cried out in surprise. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the unique scholar manor. Many people appeared and looked in his direction. Now Yi Fan's name was too great. Even Mount Meru had almost been flattened. There was no need to talk about other things. His appearance naturally caused a commotion. It really is him. I heard that he's about to become a great sage. He can even kill those who have just entered the great sage realm. He's invincible on the human race's ancient road and has returned to the Big Dipper. Within the unique scholar manor, there were people from Yi Fan's generation. After seeing him they couldn't help but feel bitter. Compared to him, their cultivation levels were already a great deal lower. It was as if they were 2 generations apart. Senior Yi, what's on the human race's ancient road? A very spirited young girl ran over. She was only 12 or 13 years old and looked like a porcelain doll. She didn't fear his fame at all. Senior, tell us about the ancient road. Some other youngsters also came over. This was already the next generation. There were more than 100 years between them and Yi Fan's generation. They were just like them in the past, full of youthful energy. However, there was a 12 or 13-year-old child among them. It was still amazing. Presumably, her aptitude was extremely outstanding. Yi Fan carefully looked at her and found that this doll-like girl was similar to the little monk he saw in the Western Desert's Lan Tua temple. Her aptitude was excellent and her aptitude was extraordinary. It was rare in this world. Which family are you from? Yi Fan asked in a pleasant tone. The porcelain doll was very cute and naive. My mother and Senior Yi are old friends. Chapter 15:11. The porcelain doll was innocent and unaffected. She didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because Yi Fan was an expert on par with the great sage. Her voice was sweet and naive, pure and natural. Yi Fan noticed the longevity lock hanging around her snow-white neck. He understood whose descendant she was and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. The longevity lock was polished from purple gold. Although its luster and extraordinariness had been deliberately concealed, and it wasn't that outstanding, its auspicious aura could still be sensed. This lock was extraordinary. It was the leftover material from the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. It was forged into a life-saving lock by the bodhisattvas of the Western Desert. It had been worn by Central Sovereign Xiang Yufei, and then it fell into Duanda's hands. In the end, Yi Fan, Princess Yu Dai, and Dongfang Yi launched a sneak attack in the Immortal Mansion world. They knocked out the heartless Taoist and robbed him clean, and the longevity lock fell into Yu Dai's hands. Is the princess well? Yi Fan asked. My mother is very well. She has mentioned uncle many times, telling me to learn from you and cultivate diligently, the porcelain doll said happily. There were 4 great empires in the central continent, and under them were 9 great dynasties and the 100 schools of thought. Princess Yu Dai was the successor of the peaceful peace country of the 9 great dynasties, and now she had already become the empress. Yi Fan had saved Yu Dai in the past, and was bestowed an ancient scripture that explained the mysteries of the natural Tao. It was suspected to have been written by a human emperor in his later years, and Li Ruoyu of the humble peak had obtained it as a supreme treasure. Yi Fan himself had also been deeply enlightened. Yu Dai was one of the few beautiful girls in the central continent, and was ranked third by busybodies. She had countless pursuers in this great land, and her popularity among her peers was very high. The stunning girl from back then had already become a mother. Yi Fan could only sigh. Time passed quickly. My mother said that if I can meet uncle, I must properly ask for his guidance, and also invite him to our home as a guest. The porcelain doll's large eyes were very bright, and her voice was childish. Yi Fan laughed and rubbed her head. This child was very cute. In fact, this little doll was not shy at all. She asked Yi Fan many questions and even asked about the matters of the ancient starry sky path. The people on the side were very envious, and in the end the younger generation cultivators all crowded over. They were full of curiosity about the legendary divine physique, and all of them asked about it as a senior. In the distance, a group of cultivators who had cultivated for close to 200 years were speechless. These people had experienced Yi Fan's era, witnessing how he rose up. When they looked back, it was as if they were in a dream. Now everything was different. Naturally, they were all geniuses whose names shook a region. However, compared to the current Yi Fan, they were much dimmer. Killing a heavenly prince, stepping onto the ancient road of the human race, contending against a great sage, and wanting to flatten Mount Meru in a fit of rage. Which one of these wasn't shocking news? Time has truly changed too much. Some people silently sighed. Some of the experts weren't very old, but after witnessing the events of the past 100 years, they actually wanted to retire, no longer willing to struggle in this chaotic world. Yi Fan talked about some things on the road with these young people, and then he walked into the depths of the Odd Scholar Manor. He wanted to find the old manor master to ask about some things. Unfortunately, he couldn't do as he wished. The old manor master had disappeared for over 100 years, and he had long since left this place. Uncle, I'll treat you to a drink. The porcelain doll ran over and pulled him towards a small wine shop. The mountains in the manor were beautiful, and peach blossoms were blooming along the road, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The little girl was very eager to learn, and she asked many questions about cultivation. Then, she gathered her courage and asked Yi Fan to teach her the one artifact breaking 10,000 techniques technique. Yi Fan laughed and said, "Forget it, I'll teach you a scroll of the Tao scripture." It wouldn't be good for him to teach other scriptures. After all, they belonged to the Jade Lake Jiang clan and so on. Carelessly teaching them would cause big problems, but the Tao scripture didn't have this kind of worry. The porcelain doll immediately cheered and clenched her small fists. Obviously, the little girl wanted to ask for guidance on the profound mysteries of this scripture. Yi Fan pointed at the space between her eyebrows, and then left her alone to ponder. He stood up and walked off into the distance. Uncle, the immortal mansion world is so lively. All the saints from outside the realm have been coming and going for so many years, all searching. Aren't you going? I want to go in with some friends as well, the little girl called out from behind. You guys go first, I'll be there soon, Yi Fan replied. He knew that the porcelain doll wanted to go in, but was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he hoped that he could protect her. Yi Fan's main goal in coming to the central continent was to enter the immortal mansion world, so he didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse to take care of the daughter of an old friend. He went to a different tavern and saw some familiar people. He guessed that they were cultivators of the same generation as him, and after chatting with them, he didn't mind telling them about his experiences over the years. Brother Ye's name has shaken the world, and you've killed so many saints from outside the realm that they don't dare to act rashly. But we haven't accomplished anything yet, and our cultivation isn't high enough. We've really wasted our time. What's the point of saying such useless things? Brother Yi still remembers us, then please drink more and drink to your heart's content. After the initial restraint, the crowd loosened up a little. Yi Fan learned many things from their mouths. He learned all about the turbulence that had happened in the Big Dipper Star region over the years. Many years had passed, but the wild aura of the immortal mansion world hadn't changed. Wild beasts ran amok, strange birds roamed, and powerful saints had already been born in the depths. After so many years, this world had long since been opened to the outside world. First, the ancients had stirred up trouble because they had heard that the undying heavenly emperor was buried here, and that there was a divine will left behind. Then the saints from outside the realm descended. They understood that this place might be related to the road of immortal ascension, and all of them hurried over to investigate. In the past few decades they had come and gone, and many heroes had come and gone. They had discovered many secrets, but it was still difficult to enter the deepest parts. That was a forbidden area. Will Senior Yi come? This was a group of youths, 6 or 7 in total. They constantly turned their heads to look behind them. Don't worry, Uncle Yi is coming. The porcelain doll guaranteed because she had heard the secret voice transmission. Yi Fan had indeed come in. He promised to stand guard for them for 3 days and then he would leave. Apes cried and tigers roared. Azure dragons soared through the sky, and giant rocks spread their wings. In these past years, the creatures here had become more and more powerful. The natural laws had changed, making this place even more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. On the first day, these youths encountered danger. They were chased by a centipede that was over 10,000 meters long. Poisonous gas gushed out like clouds, and it chased them for thousands of li. They were almost killed. Yi Fan didn't make a move. He calmly watched them flee, and he wouldn't show himself until the critical moment. Finally, these youthful faces understood how dangerous this place was. They no longer rushed in rashly and only trained in the outer regions. They didn't bite off more than they could chew. Time passed in a flash. 3 days passed. Yi Fan appeared and said, "If you are willing, I can bring you all into the depths for a walk. However, it can't be considered training, and will only allow you all to gain some experience." Great. The group of people cheered. Yi Fan walked towards the undying emperor's coffin. He had already heard that the will of the deity had disappeared. Some said that the evil will had been erased under the passage of time, and others said that he had escaped. Meanwhile, the human skin of the undying emperor was brought back from the hands of the humans after many negotiations by the great ancient imperial clans. It was enshrined in the highest divine temple. This place was now empty. The 10,000 zhang jade platform was boundless with primal chaos pouring down like a waterfall. However, the heavenly emperor's ancient coffin, human skin, and the will of the deity could no longer be found. This is fine as well. Otherwise, if the will of the deity runs amok, there will be great trouble. Yi Fan said to himself. If it really was the evil will, then that was that, but if it was finally bald, he would summon the past life and awaken the true undying emperor. Then he would be unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, sweeping through all life. The undying emperor is too terrifying, even life and death becoming a mystery. Yi Fan sighed softly. In the past, the undying emperor died and was buried in Purple Mountain. All clans knew about this. However, reality wasn't like that at all. After who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, his coffin appeared here again. How could a person be buried twice? He was first buried in Purple Mountain, and then the coffin was placed here. There was a gap in time, and at that time the undying emperor most likely hadn't died. All signs pointed to the fact that he revived after being buried in Purple Mountain. His body underwent rebirth, reappearing in this world. Then he came here and established the immortal path, wishing to fight his way into immortal domain. Yi Fan left this place, heading towards the depths of the immortal manor world. This space was extremely large, easily spanning tens of thousands of li. The territory was vast and boundless. Kill! Shouts of war shook the skies. In the depths of this pure land, a boundless battlefield appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew here. Demonic clouds surged and baleful energy overflowed into the heavens. It was unknown just how many people were stopped in this place. Almost all saints couldn't pass through, stopped by the most powerful killing intent. Black mists roiled, killing intent shocking through endless time. In the past, there was definitely a great battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. There were ruined marks of great emperors left behind, and there wasn't the slightest bit of life left on the scorched earth. Many figures could be seen fighting a great battle in the mists. These were the afterimages left behind from the archaic times, and even after endless time had passed, they hadn't been erased. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying that battle was. A magnificent army turned into ashes, leaving behind unerased resentment and killing intent, engraving itself into this shattered mountain and river. Undying Emperor. Someone roared angrily, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Even after endless time had passed, it still made everyone's ears ring with wung-wung sounds. One could imagine just how astonishing that roar was back then, how majestic and magnificent it was. Yi Fan was stunned. Meanwhile, the faces of the porcelain doll and the others were all pale. They were all horrified. Even though they were young, they had naturally heard of archaic emperors. When they heard this type of explosive roar, their minds all trembled. Did he really open up the path of immortality here? Yi Fan said to himself. He became more and more certain. He had the children stay here and not rush about randomly. Then, he himself turned into a void figure, circling around this boundless battlefield, starting to measure it and carefully observe it. This was definitely a tremendous calamity. Even the great emperor's formation patterns were shattered. Was this the result of forcefully entering the path of immortality, or was it the result of a great battle between two archaic emperors? Even Yi Fan couldn't be sure. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even though most of the laws and resentment had been erased, there were still some that didn't scatter, creating this type of disturbance. It was also precisely because of this that the saints were stopped here. 90% of them couldn't pass through. In just a short period of time, Yi Fan discovered that there were no less than 18 saints pacing back and forth. There were ancient races as well as sages from the outer realms. All of them were very powerful and they were here to investigate. Why did a few little things that still smell of their mother's milk come in? Aren't you afraid of dying without a burial? A saint from the other side walked over. When he saw the porcelain doll and the others, his eyes were demonic and sparkling. The incomer naturally released a powerful aura that rushed over, pressing down on the porcelain doll and the others until their bones were about to break. They almost immediately knelt down. Do you have a problem? Yi Fan arrived soundlessly and stared at him coldly. You have the human race's divine physique. The voice of this foreign expert trembled. He staggered backwards and hurriedly bowed. Then, without saying a word, he hurriedly left into the distance. The saints nearby all knew that Yi Fan had arrived, and it immediately caused a wave of unease. Everyone nodded in his direction, but they all kept a respectful distance and quickly retreated, making way for this place. Yi Fan didn't tarry. His body shone with golden light, and he propped up a golden divine domain. He led the young people into the battlefield and actually passed through. Many saints were dumbfounded by the scene. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed extraordinary. Now your style is peerless. As soon as Yi Fan came out, he saw a familiar person. Hunchuo, the great sage, the king of mediation, greeted him with a smile and a kind expression. When he looked again, there were a few figures on this side of the battlefield. None of them were weak. They were all great sage and they were all staring at the scene in front of them with solemn expressions. What is that? Could it be an immortal who has suffered a tribulation? Someone asked, his voice trembling. Clearly he was also a latecomer and didn't understand the situation here. Chapter 15:12. An expanse of demonic light rested on the scorched earth. To be more precise, it was more like a flame, dark red with black light. It looked extremely sinister, terrifying to the extreme, making even the void distort. Within the flames, there were humanoid figures one after another, releasing blazing radiance. They were struggling, twisting, resisting furiously. What kind of creature was this? Not destroyed after experiencing 10,000 tribulations, existing since ancient times, living until now? It truly made one's mind tremble. Without a doubt, this expanse of demonic light had existed since ancient times, never extinguishing. How many tens of thousands of years had passed, yet these humanoid creatures were still bound here, struggling and roaring. One couldn't help but be shocked. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. What kind of creature could live for so long? Now there seemed to be only one answer: immortals. It was no wonder that the great sage who had just arrived couldn't help but cry out in alarm, suspecting that these were immortals who had suffered a tribulation. Immortals, do they really exist in this world? Have they been bound by someone? Just what kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? The porcelain doll and several youngsters' voices trembled. If it wasn't for them standing within Yi Fan's golden sacred domain, they wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure at all. Their bodies would definitely explode a long time ago. Even ordinary saints would be torn apart before the demonic light. Only the great sage could appear here. Dao friend, what do you think? Great sage Hunchuo spoke, asking Yi Fan. He was just like in the past, the passage of time not leaving many scars on his face. He looked extremely ordinary, his clothes even more casual, not much different from an old human farmer. There was a simple and honest aura about him. Naturally not immortals, said Yi Fan. On this side of the battlefield there were a total of 8 or 9 great sages. There were ancient race elders as well as a few from beyond this region. They were currently existences at the peak of Big Dipper, able to overlook all life. Towards Yi Fan's arrival they didn't have any hostility, nor did they have any good intentions. They were all indifferent, each standing on one side. Someone with this kind of status naturally didn't need to lower himself. Everything could be done according to his heart. Moreover, they also had this kind of strength. They knew that Yi Fan had an emperor weapon and couldn't be angered. It was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. After hearing Yi Fan's conclusion, almost everyone nodded. Apart from those who had just arrived and didn't understand the situation, those who had carefully observed for a long time naturally wouldn't believe that these were immortals. If the great emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would collapse. all life would be destroyed. Let alone immortals, if there really were a few who were tied up here, struggling furiously like this, it might not only be this scorched earth that would explode, even this small world and central continent would split apart. Just what exactly was this? Everyone had their own answers. Some people believed that it was some sort of divine will, some sort of undying will that had manifested here. Some people of emperors had of gods, but of mortals. Sure. Of gods, of divine intent. Without a doubt, the latter conjecture was crazy. Normally, only existences at the level of archaic emperors or great emperors could give birth to such evil spirits. It was too shocking to see several of them together. Yi Fan searched carefully and observed carefully. He didn't find the divine will of the undying heavenly emperor. He believed the former guess more. Roars came from the dark red flames, shaking the great sage so much that his chi and blood surged and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly thickened his gold sacred domain to protect the few young people. Just how powerful is his will? After countless years he has already been worn down to his weakest state, yet he can still be like this. This is truly shocking. Everyone sighed. These humanoid creatures were terrifying. Even if they were so weak that they weren't even 1,000th of what they were in the past, if they escaped, it would still be enough for the great sage to go to war. This must have been left behind by an ancient emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone else to have such a strong will imprint. A great sage from the outer realms said. He had 12 pairs of golden wings, and it was unknown what kind of bird race he belonged to. Everyone nodded. Even the remnant fluctuations were this powerful. It could only be an ancient supreme being. Fellow Taoist, what do you think this dark red demonic light is? Great sage Hunchuo asked Yi Fan as if they were of the same generation. He was very serious and sincere. Thinking back to the past, such a character was high up above, so powerful that even sage kings had to retreat, let alone Yi Fan who hadn't become a saint yet. But now, everything was different. The little cultivator of the past had grown to a level that even the great sage feared. Everyone needed to treat him with caution and seriousness. It looks like blood is burning, Yi Fan said. That's right. Fellow Taoists and I also think so. This time we specially came to seek confirmation. Great sage Hunchuo nodded. The porcelain doll and the other juniors all held their breaths. They stood behind Yi Fan and listened attentively, not daring to disturb the conversation of this group of experts. These people weren't from the same world as them. How could they see them normally? Today Yi Fan brought the porcelain doll and the others to broaden their horizons. It was completely a kind of spoiling. Hunchuo took out a paper bag. After opening it, it was actually black soil that emitted a hair-raising aura. The outer realm great sage was amazed and couldn't help but take a step back. According to legend, this was formed when the blood of an ancient sovereign sprinkled on the soil. After the essence energy scattered, it became what it is today. Great sage Hunchuo said. With a light shout, a stream of light shot out, dragging the soil into the demonic light ahead. Boom! The entire world trembled. It was as if the world was collapsing. The dark red flames burned even more fiercely. However, near the black soil there was a shocking change. It suffered a great rejection, and the dark red flames actually liquefied, turning into wisps of bloody mist. The killing intent was astonishing. This was a confrontation between the remnant blood of a great emperor-level expert and the ancient sovereign's blood. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They realized that their speculation was correct. It really was the blood of a great emperor-level expert that was burning. In that case, these humanoid creatures are the inextinguishable imprints contained in the blood? Correct, but this is the case. Everyone sighed. The ancient supreme beings were too powerful. The fluctuations of the imprints left behind by their remnant blood were already so terrifying. If their true bodies appeared, how terrifying would they be? Does anyone want to go inside and see what's going on? Great sage Hunchuo asked. Everyone immediately became silent. In so many years, no one had been able to enter. This demonic light was blocking the way, and it was truly frightening. Who dared to take the risk? They could only watch and deduce from the outside. This time I've borrowed an emperor weapon. This old one wishes to go inside and see what's going on. Is there anyone willing to go with me? Hunchuo asked. As soon as he said this, 5 or 6 great sage immediately retreated far enough away from him. It was as if they were avoiding a plague god, not wanting to get involved. After so many years, the outer realm great sage and the others had long understood this world. They had even analyzed some powerful characters. In their eyes, Hunchuo was a star of misfortune. He could even persuade several great sages to death when they were fighting. If this type of person didn't do it on purpose, then he was naturally a god of misfortune. In reality, combining with past cases, everyone believed that he was the latter. He had an innately miserable and unlucky appearance. If one provoked him too much, there would be great problems. There were people who searched through ancient texts, saying that this was a special type of fate. He was innately gloomy and unlucky, but in the end, it would always land on others to lessen his own sins. The great sage naturally didn't believe these things. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they believed in themselves. How could they believe this type of nonsense? However, they couldn't stop tragic things from happening one after another, so they naturally viewed him like a black crow. Now, he had an emperor weapon, so it was even more dangerous. It seems like only little friend and I are kindred spirits, Hunchuo said, looking towards Yifan. It was because he was the only one who didn't move. The others all moved 800 zhang away. Even the ancient race elders ultimately maintained a respectful distance. Yifan was speechless. The porcelain doll was about to cry. He pouted and pulled at the corner of Yifan's clothes, telling him not to agree no matter what. After so many years, even these children had heard of Hunchuo's glorious past. It was like thunder piercing through their ears. Yifan laughed and said, "All right, I'm willing to make a trip." When they heard this, the porcelain doll and the others' little faces all became snow white. They really didn't want to walk too close to this god of misfortune. Even the great sage was cursed to death, so their little lives were even more delicate. "All right, the demonic light over there has almost been extinguished. We'll leave from there," said Hunchuo. Yifan walked behind him, maintaining a set distance from him. After all, this was an ancient race senior expert. His strength was extremely great and he had an emperor weapon in hand, so he had to be on guard. Of course, he wasn't that scared either. He himself also had an emperor weapon. At worst, he could just run away, so there was no need to be scared. On this side, the demonic light was indeed about to be extinguished. Only a weak flame was jumping about, but it blocked the path ahead. After burning for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, this type of blood still hadn't dried up. This in itself was enough to prove how terrifying it was. No one would be careless. The god of misfortune Hunchuo brought out the emperor weapon. This was a dark blue gourd, as if it was born from a real plant and not refined. The mouth of the gourd spat out chaotic energy. This was the ancestral weapon of the primitive lake, the primitive emperor's famous extreme Dao weapon. Hunchuo held it, and it emitted a gentle light. He walked through the void, walking towards the depths of the forbidden land, avoiding those flames and human-shaped imprints. When Yifan saw this, he brought out the damaged green copper cauldron. It floated above his head, and with the immortal sword in hand, he followed inside. The porcelain doll and the others were nervous and expectant. Yifan used a technique and all of them disappeared, being held in his palm. Behind him, all of the great sage's eyes were shining with divine light as they stared at the green copper cauldron. This was a legendary immortal weapon, something left behind by an emperor. Everyone coveted it. However, no one dared to act rashly because this was a killing star. Even Mount Meru was almost flattened, so if they didn't have any confidence, who would dare make a move? The dark red flames were extremely terrifying, possessing world-shocking destructive power. The green copper cauldron was forced to shine. After all, that was emperor blood burning, even though its essence energy had pretty much scattered. Hunchuo and Yifan walked in front and behind. It was daunting but not dangerous. They passed through this area of demonic light, about to break away from the dark red flames and avoid all of the human-shaped imprints. During this time, the porcelain doll reminded him in a low voice, saying, "Uncle Yi, he can even stop people from fighting, so won't it be even more miserable if we go in with him? Everyone says he's the reincarnation of a god of misfortune." Even though she was using her divine will to transmit sound, what kind of person was Hunchuo? He could completely hear it. He turned around and revealed a benevolent smile. "Little doll, you're quite cute. You look like you're carved from jade, just like my granddaughter in the past. In the future, I'll protect you in Big Dipper." When the porcelain doll heard this, her little face immediately turned snow white. She covered her mouth and was about to cry. I didn't hear anything. Please don't talk to me." Hee hee. Yifan laughed again and again. They safely passed through this area and arrived at the depths of the forbidden land. They immediately felt an even more terrifying aura. At this moment, the green copper cauldron shone brightly, several times more resplendent than before. This is... Even Hunchuo was shocked, his eyes widening. Is this the end? The golden blood in Yifan's body boiled as he looked at everything in front of him in shock. Chapter 15-13. In the innermost depths of the forbidden ground, This was a piece of scorched earth. In the outer regions the mountains had collapsed and the rivers had dried up. The land was deathly still without the slightest bit of life. And inside, it was a scarlet expanse, dripping with fresh blood. Broken bones and flesh were scattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This kind of blood was bright red and had an undying divine luster. Although most of the essence energy had dissipated, it was still shocking. There was a kind of pressure spreading outwards. Emperor blood. In just an instant, these three words appeared in the hearts of Hunchuo and Yi Fan. The center of the entire forbidden ground was bleak, emitting a sparkling red light. There were many puddles, all of them were this kind of emperor blood. There were even some blood-stained white bones and minced meat, causing the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. An aura that could slay the primordial spirit and seize the soul permeated the air. This wasn't a true powerful force, but rather a formless pressure from a spiritual domain. The stronger one was, the deeper they would feel it. Yi Fan and Hunchuo's blood was boiling. Their foreheads shone with a sparkling light, as if there were hundreds of stars on their backs. The immortal platforms at the center of their brows were about to explode. Calm their hearts, focus, self-control. The two of them quickly stabilized their state of mind, allowing themselves to be like mortals. They didn't use their primordial spirits or physical strength to resist. The pain of their bones being torn apart slowly disappeared. The two of them finally stabilized. The demonic and heaven-defying pressure ahead no longer targeted the two of them. Instead, it was conflicting with the Emperor weapons. Regardless of whether it was the blue gourd or the green copper cauldron on Yi Fan's head, their radiance didn't diminish at all. The porcelain doll and the other children didn't sense the danger earlier. But when they saw Yi Fan and Great Sage Hunchuo like this, they instantly understood that this place was filled with danger. A great emperor died here, even his body exploded. The path to immortalization is so terrifying, even an ancient supreme being died. Yi Fan sighed. Great Sage Hunchuo had a heavy expression. This kind of ending was truly moving. A supreme being who had been invincible throughout the ages actually had a day where he died, dying miserably on the path to immortal realms. This truly made one's heart tremble. There was no head, no face, and no one could see his true appearance. The ancient emperor had completely exploded. His body was smashed into smithereens and fresh blood drenched the place. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Amongst these pieces of corpses, the only one that was completely preserved was a right palm. It was warm like jade, and it possessed a terrifying energy of divinity. If it were to strike someone, then even the quasi-emperor would perish on the spot. Sadly, right now he could only lie there quietly. Everything was over. The ancient emperor failed in the path of immortality and died. This was the ending of the path to immortality, the tragic end of an ancient supreme being. Yi Fan had heard many legends, but what he was seeing now was the most tragic scene on the road to immortality. A great emperor-level figure was blown to pieces. How tragic was that? Further forward, it was chaotic and hazy, the entire small world cut off. This meant that the path of immortality stopped here, shattered. This person failed to pass the trial and died dejectedly. Who is this person? Could it be the undying heavenly emperor? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Great Sage Hunchuo's heart immediately jumped. This title was supreme to the 10,000 ancient races. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still the supreme deity in the hearts of many ancient races. And within many great races, there had always been a legend that the undying heavenly emperor might not have died and had ascended to immortality. In reality, there was no need to verify this at all. Perhaps it was the respect people had for the supreme deity in their hearts, and as a result, the legend and glory were derived. As for the truth, no one knew. It can't be the undying heavenly emperor. He is unrivaled in this world. Even if he stepped onto the path of immortality, he wouldn't be defeated. He is known as undying. This trial cannot allow him to die. Hunchuo shook his head and didn't accept this explanation. He came here before and buried the coffin, leaving behind a piece of human skin. His flesh and bones are nowhere to be seen. Could it not be him? When Yi Fan opened and closed his eyes, light shot out in all directions. In reality, he didn't really believe it was the undying heavenly emperor, because he had previously heard the roar of another person in the battlefield outside. The one who seemed to have the upper hand seemed to be that undying heavenly emperor. In this world, is there an era where two emperors coexisted? Yi Fan asked. Hunchuo shook his head. From what he knew, there didn't seem to be such an era. However, when he thought of the venerable emperor era, he became a bit hesitant. That was a great and complicated world. It was rumored that there might have been experts of the same level coexisting, but there was no proof. The two of them circled around these shattered mountains and rivers, looking at the ghastly blood and white bones. The emperor's body had already been shattered, so the essence of his body had pretty much flowed out. However, it was still terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was the spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the greater the effect, making one's heart tremble. To fight to this extent on the path of immortality, this person seems to be about to enter. Unfortunately, he still failed at the last moment and died miserably here. The time of this person's era was wrong. He wanted to forcefully barge in with his world-shaking cultivation, so he was destined to fail. The two of them discussed. They wanted to bring out a piece of emperor bone because even though the essence energy was about to scatter, that was still a rare immortal material. However, they couldn't do anything about it, because there were great emperor patterns interweaving about the shining blood and bone that still hadn't been erased. Woo! Suddenly, a sobbing sound entered their ears, sounding sorrowful and miserable, incomparably mournful. Someone was crying. From the sound of it, the age shouldn't be too young, extremely sorrowful. It was right up ahead. There were emperor patterns flickering about here. Even though they didn't extend outwards, they could still distort space and other things, which was why they could powerfully interfere with one's sight and hearing. At first, Yi Fan and Hunchuo thought that it was an imprint that hadn't been erased since the ancient times, not taking it seriously. However, when they continued walking for several dozen li, they sensed a wave of emperor might, and only then were they shocked. In a mountain call, there was an indistinct figure who was currently crying in grief, kneeling towards the flesh at the center. Meanwhile, above its head was a dragon sword that released brilliance in all directions, dazzling and resplendent. It continuously released mournful cries. Tai Emperor Sword. This was Central Continent Great Xia Emperor clan's supreme treasure, left behind by its founder. One didn't need to think too much to know that this person definitely came from the everlasting dynasty. Yi Fan's heart shook, and Hunchuo also instantly understood. Now the truth had come to light. The one who died at the center of the battlefield was the Tai Emperor, the founder of the Grand Xia dynasty. The Tai Emperor stepped onto the path of immortalhood, but he failed forcefully and his body exploded here. This was a great sage, his body emitting an aura of decay. He didn't have much lifespan left, and needless to say, this was the foundation of the Grand Xia imperial clan. Now he had appeared. This person should be the Tai Emperor's descendant, otherwise, why would he be so sorrowful? He trembled as he stood up, crying a few times, allowing the Tai Emperor sword to continue its mournful cries before finally leaving. He didn't bid farewell to Yi Fan or Hunchuo, he just left on his own. It wasn't one of the supreme sovereigns of the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was actually the Tai Emperor. When the truth came out, Yi Fan sighed softly. Great Sage Hunchuo was also startled and didn't say anything for a long time. As for the porcelain doll and the others, they all kept their mouths shut, their little faces filled with solemnity. All of them held their breaths in concentration, listening quietly. Yi Fan knew that the Tai Emperor had come here before because during the battle back then, he and the others had ascended the tens of thousands of Jianghu tall jade platform and found the Tao diagram left behind by the undying emperor within the coffin. So this was the result. It wasn't the primordial emperor, nor was it the undying emperor, but the Tai Emperor died. The primordial emperor died here, filled with unwillingness. Not far away, his emperor blood was still burning and even now, it hadn't been extinguished. This was the resentment of his unwillingness. Since ancient times, countless heroes had hoped to become immortals, but there was no record of a certain person becoming an immortal. Now it seemed that everything was a tragedy. Even the primordial emperor failed, leaving behind great hatred as he fell in a pool of blood on the path of immortalhood. What's with that roar from the battlefield? Yi Fan muttered to himself as he looked at Hunchuo. Now that he thought about it, that roar was too terrifying. It seemed to be extremely angry at the undying emperor, and was loudly berating him, filled with hatred. Hunchuo was also deep in thought. This was really strange. What exactly happened in the past? Why would there be such unwillingness to die? Why would such a voice be branded in the void, not dissipating even now? That voice was so terrifying and it was still there. It was very likely that it was the roar of a great emperor-level character. Could it be left behind by the Tai Emperor? No matter who it was, when they thought about it, they couldn't help but make some connections. How did the Tai Emperor die? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Great Sage Hunchuo was silent. There were clues that pointed to one direction. It was very likely that the undying emperor had secretly attacked the Tai Emperor. However, how was this possible? The undying emperor was a character from the beginning of the primordial era, at the end of the legendary era. It was at least several million years ago, and the Tai Emperor was someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could the two of them meet? This didn't make sense. That old ghost, the undying emperor, could he have lived for so long? How is that possible? If that's the case, he wouldn't need to become an immortal, and he would already be immortal. When Hunchuo heard Yi Fan's disrespect, he didn't object. He only frowned and thought about it seriously for a long time. Even he felt a wave of horror and strangeness. Could it be that the Tai Emperor forcefully broke through and opened the path to immortality, but the undying emperor ambushed him and stole his immortal throne? The porcelain doll said in a low voice. The other youngsters were all overwhelmed with shock. This matter was too far away from them. The great sage was someone they couldn't even look up to, let alone a great emperor. However, they had heard such a secret at this moment. This was a bewildering murder case that involved ancient emperors. After the porcelain doll finished speaking, he shook his head. This kind of deduction had a fatal flaw. Who could live for millions of years? Yi Fan's eyes were cold as he said, could it be that the undying heavenly emperor also walked that path in the end? Don't tell me that the origin ancient mind was created by him, and that was why he was able to live for endless years? Hunchuo was shaken. He said to himself, doing that would indeed allow one to live for so long. However, it is too cruel. It would be difficult for one to advance even an inch in this life. The things he spoke of, at this point, there was already no longer a need to doubt what kind of existences there were in origin ancient mind, that they survived precisely through such methods. The undying emperor definitely wouldn't do that. He was a prideful person, and from the moment he was born, he wanted to make all deities of the 10,000 worlds kneel beneath his feet. He would rather die than submit. He claimed to be number one throughout the ages, so how could he lower his head? Great Sage Hunchuo said. Regardless, this place didn't have the undying emperor's corpse. He had come here before, so he definitely had some plans and obtained something. The number of great emperors and emperors from the ancient times can be counted. Let's go to that battlefield again and carefully observe those engravings. We need to see who exactly left them behind to determine the truth behind this bloody case. Yi Fan said. He took the lead and walked out, wishing to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 15:14. The great emperor fell, dying in battle on the immortal path. It was actually this bitter, truly shocking everyone's hearts. In the hearts of the people of this world, the two words great emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai. There was nothing they couldn't do, no opponents they couldn't defeat. They were the synonym for unmatched. However, it was precisely these types of people who died, their bodies smashed and their bones crushed. It was truly shocking. Yi Fan gave the sparkling emperor blood, as well as the white bones and crushed flesh, one last look. He left this place, heading towards the battlefield outside to see what was going on. In front of the dark red flames, those 8 or 9 great sage still hadn't scattered, still standing there and watching seriously. Yi Fan and Hunchuo came out one after another, making them reveal strange expressions. They wanted to ask about the results, but they didn't have much of a relationship. Moreover, they all felt restraining fear. After all, these two had emperor weapons in their hands. Only an old clan elder walked up and asked Hunchuo. After obtaining a brief understanding of the situation, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. Finally, they arrived at that ancient battlefield. The indistinct figures were all engravings of ancient heroic spirits. A magnificent army charged forward, exceptionally intimidating. Even though they could move through this place, they still had to consciously avoid the most powerful engravings. Otherwise, there would likely be great trouble. There was even less of a need to talk about searching for the most terrifying roar. This engraving was definitely world-shocking, definitely left behind by a great emperor-level figure. It was carved here, impossible to erase. There was scorched earth everywhere, mountains and rivers shattered. The damaged formation pattern's luster grew dim. No matter how one looked at it, it was a land of destruction, blasted into a ruined world. Yi Fan, Hunchuo, and the other great sage arrived here. After carefully looking around, they were all horrified. They saw quite a few star stones. Normal saints couldn't move them. These are true stars. Someone casually grabbed them and refined them, turning them into magical treasures. Hunchuo said with a light sigh. There were many star stones on the ground, but they were only the size of a fist. They floated within some formation patterns, flickering with dim luster. It was truly shocking. If the magical seal was removed, these might immediately turn into great stars. It really was as if the heavenly dome was blasted apart, all of them falling here. Undying Emperor, an angry roar finally appeared. Emperor weapons hovered above Yi Fan and Hunchuo's heads, protecting themselves. They walked forward against the great pressure, wanting to find out the truth. It was a majestic figure. Although it was very blurry, it was suffocating. Although it was an incomplete brand, it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down, causing the navy gourd and green copper cauldron to shake. What this person is? Yi Fan was stunned. Even though he only saw a back view, it didn't seem like a human. It was this domineering, this matchless aura that pierced through the 9 heavens. Emperor of Fighting. Great sage Hunchuo cried out in alarm. He was someone from the end of the archaic era and had an audience with the unmatched sacred emperor. He had even been suppressed by the sacred emperor and given pointers, so how could he not recognize him? The majestic figure could pluck down the stars in the sky, but it disappeared in a flash. After all, this was only a remnant will, and not an illusory body or incarnation. Things were getting more and more complicated. The Emperor of Fighting had actually come. The roar from before wasn't made by the Grand Emperor, but by the Emperor of Fighting who had discovered something. He was furious and berated the Undying Emperor. What had happened in the Immortal Mansion world in the past? The fog was heavy, and if one looked closely, they could only think that it was related to the path of immortality. This was once the correct place. Yi Fan frowned. It wasn't the Grand Emperor's roar, but the monkey's father. It was hard to speculate now, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. The Grand Emperor's death shouldn't have anything to do with the Undying Emperor. Great Sage Hunchuo spoke and let out a long breath. He also had some suspicions just now, but he didn't want the supreme deity in his heart to have such a stain. Now it seemed that the Grand Emperor had died. He most likely fell before the path of immortality, and his blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't enter the immortal domain, and his body was crushed. However, Yi Fan frowned, feeling that things weren't so simple. In the early years, the monkey's father also respected the Undying Emperor like the ancient race people, but in the end he overturned his Tao field and completely broke off relations. As for what the reason was, outsiders had no way of knowing. Only today, when Yi Fan saw this incomplete imprint, did he understand. Perhaps it had something to do with the path of immortality. The Undying Emperor had plotted in this place, and most likely the Emperor of Fighting had discovered something. Therefore, when he returned, he overturned his Tao field and smashed his divine statue. Moreover, it must have been something big. Otherwise, with the status of the Emperor of Fighting, he wouldn't have used such intense methods. 1,000,000 years later, the Grand Emperor also came here, and he still wanted to become an immortal. But how could the same place be the correct place so many times? If it wasn't that someone had set up a trap for the Grand Emperor, then this place was really too special. If it really has something to do with the Undying Emperor, then he's the most terrifying person. He hasn't died for millions of years and he can plot against 2 great emperors. It's really terrifying, the porcelain doll said with a bit of fear, blinking its large eyes. Hunchuo frowned. Behind him, the old patriarch of the ancient race didn't like what he heard and glared at him. However, when he saw Yi Fan's cold eyes, he had no choice but to turn his face away. The Immortal Mansion world was complicated and confusing. It was already impossible to find out what the truth was. After all, it was too long ago and the great emperors had changed many times. Yi Fan returned to the place where the emperor's body had shattered. He stared at the flesh and blood, and looked at the only palm that hadn't been destroyed. He couldn't help but frown. That palm was sparkling and translucent like jade, and it was the center of the palm. If one looked closely, there were a few wrinkles on the back of the hand, and it wasn't completely maintained in its youthful state. Obviously, the Grand Emperor had been very old at that time. In his later years, it was reasonable to say that he had fallen on the path of immortality due to his old age and weak body. In the end, Yi Fan relaxed his brows. There was no need to worry about it. There was no need. In reality, it was enough to sum up a few useful pieces of information. The first was that the Undying Heavenly Emperor hadn't died in the Purple Mountain and had come here. The second monkey's father had also come. He had seen through something and rebelled against the Undying Heavenly Emperor. The third was that the Grand Emperor had tried to break through here and fallen in a pool of blood, dying on the path of immortality. No matter what, this place was useless in this world. The primal chaos had cut off the path ahead, and the path of immortality had collapsed. There was nothing left to investigate in this Immortal Mansion world. For Yi Fan, the curtains could be drawn. He had finally explored this world clearly. What a pity. The great emperor of a generation actually ended up like this. In order to become an immortal, he died without a complete corpse. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. Whether or not immortals existed in this world was a serious matter. Since ancient times, there hadn't been a single example of true success. The most powerful celestial being, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor had almost all failed. There hadn't been a single example with conclusive evidence. Immortals were too indistinct, too far away. Even great emperors were left with regrets and grief. Taoist friend, will you be participating in the upcoming distinguished meeting? Great sage Hunchuo asked as they left this forbidden land. What distinguished meeting? Yifan was astonished. He had just returned and hadn't paid attention to it, so he hadn't heard of any distinguished meeting. The distinguished meeting of the myriad races. Great sage Hunchuo replied. Yifan was momentarily stunned. He still remembered the distinguished meeting of the myriad races at the Jade Pool. That was truly a turbulent time. The human race and the ancient race had engaged in a soul-stirring contest. Great sage Hunchuo said, "In this world, the true path of immortality is about to appear, and the Big Dipper is becoming more and more chaotic. There are endless battles and the saints are fighting to the death. They are about to set a rule." There were rumors in the world that this world would be different from the past. The ancient emperor and the great emperor of the human race both speculated that the heaven and earth might split open an immortal gate and connect the immortal domain. However, time was limited, so there would definitely be bloodshed and corpses forming a sea. The Big Dipper was destined to become the center of the storm in the entire universe. Battles were unavoidable, but they couldn't continue to be chaotic because of this. The various races had to discuss and set some rules. When the time comes, I will go and take a look. Yifan nodded and bid farewell to the god of misfortune. When they returned to the great scholar manor, the porcelain doll and the few youths were incomparably excited. They bowed to Yifan to express their gratitude. Everything they had experienced today was too mysterious to them. They walked side by side with the great sage and saw the corpse of the great emperor of ancient times. They didn't even dare to think about this in the past, but now they were exploring it. In the northern part of the central region, in the City of Darkness, a place that made the unparalleled experts frown and feel apprehensive. The Empress of the West had come and gone before. Great Sage Physique had come here before. The Void Emperor had overseen it before. Great Emperor Wuxia had descended before. They represented supreme beings of the extreme Tao one after another. The city was too special. It would inevitably become the center of the storm every time there was a dark upheaval. That was because this place wasn't that far from the Undying Mountain, and it wasn't that far from the sacred cliff either. It was an ancient city that had to face the forbidden regions of life during the age of turmoil. Among them, there was a great sage Physique who fought a bloody battle at the Undying Mountain. He spent his entire life on conquest, and in the end he died at the sacred cliff in his later years. During his prime, he had once guarded the City of Darkness, and it was unknown how many upheavals he had quelled. The Void Emperor had fought bloody battles in the various forbidden regions, and the final battle at the Undying Mountain was the most cruel. Great Emperor Wuxia had also taken action here, killing the supreme beings of the Dark Age and even suppressing a rarely seen giant throughout the ages. Now, the God-sealed decree he had refined was still pressing down on the sacred cliff. The City of Darkness was, without a doubt, the #1 city in the central region. It had an immortal legend and its name shook the world. Its origins were great. Recently, the City of Darkness wasn't calm at all. It was because a distinguished meeting was going to be held here. At that time, the Big Dipper race, the various great races of the Archaic Era, as well as the saints of the Outer Realms, would all appear. This was a distinguished meeting of all races in name and in reality. It didn't just belong to the Big Dipper race, but rather all the powerful races that appeared on this ancient planet. In the past few days, there would be experts rushing over from time to time, stirring up a storm and becoming the focal point of the entire world. Almost all experts would come. Wu, that's the old clan leader of the Fire Qilin Cave. I heard that their ancient prince disappeared and hasn't returned even now. Many old seniors of the ancient races with extremely high statuses had come. One could well imagine how much importance they attached to this distinguished meeting. That's the Jiang clan Saint Lord Jiang Yifei. He also came. There are rumors in the outside world that he might be the son of the Eternal Universe Emperor and that his previous identity was fake. Impossible, that's just a rumor. On the street, a youngster in clothes whiter than snow sat on the back of a golden swan and eye. He was untainted by even a speck of dust, giving off a type of transcendent feeling. Many knights followed around him. The Central Region's Wind Clan's clan leader, Feng Huang, has come. This woman has truly been stunning in recent years. She solved the riddle of her clan's ancient monument. Oh, it's really her. I heard that she had some grievances with the human race's Saint Physique in the past. A woman wearing a multicolored mask and surrounded by multicolored clouds flew across the sky and quickly went far away. No one dared to approach her. Behind him there was a group of experts following. What did I just see? A huge black tortoise being carried in a palanquin. He also came to participate in the distinguished meeting. What's his background? Shu, that's the protector of the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe. The people carrying the palanquin are all ancient beasts that admire him. This tortoise became a saint before the heaven and earth changed. Now his strength is unfathomable. In the past few days, more and more experts had come to the Dark City. People from the Huasang Ancient Star, Gaochen Ancient Star, Tongtian Ancient Star, and other ancient star lands had all come. It had been more than 100 years, and many powerful races had already arrived at the Big Dipper race. Chapter 15:15. The walls of the City of Darkness were dark red. Due to the many battles since ancient times, the walls had been dyed this color by blood. It was known as the number one city, but when one got closer, it didn't seem all that grand. The 12 zhang tall walls weren't much more majestic than an ordinary city. Time had left mottled marks on the walls. The formation patterns hidden under the blade marks and arrow holes flowed with a dim luster. This was the city's defense. It was known as the number one city of the central region not because of its size, but because this place was too important. In the past, this place had always been the main battlefield during the chaos of the darkness. Too many things had happened here. When people talked about the central region and the chaos of the Undying Mountain, this city was inevitably mentioned. That was why it was called the number one city. Candied haws, the handiwork of the time-honored I Ching family. They are big, round, and sweet. Divination, 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 divination. The Lini divine image realm's watchman has descended, granting the fate of 3 lives and 3 worlds, seeking the heavens. After many years of recuperation, the City of Darkness was now very prosperous. The chaos of tens of thousands of years ago had long since disappeared. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other, and the atmosphere of the mortal world rushed to the heavens. After entering the city, what Yi Fan saw was a scene of hundreds of businesses flourishing and people living in peace. He also saw many cultivators hiding among the mortals. In reality, cultivators made up half of the city. After all, it had experienced the most terrifying chaos in human history, so there was no lack of cultivators. He entered a restaurant that was close to the main street of the City of Darkness. Looking out from the window, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the sounds of hawking could be heard incessantly. There were even divine lights flying through the sky from time to time. There were too many people going in and out. There was no need to make inquiries. He only needed to find a place with a lot of people to sit down and hear the latest news. Many cultivators had come today, and they were all discussing the recent situation. People believed that the path to immortality was about to open because there were too many people coming from all over the heavens. Saints crossed over like a tide and descended on the Big Dipper. Moreover, the major life-restricted areas were no longer peaceful. Some people saw a beautiful woman playing a flute in the absolute beginning forbidden area. She flew across the sky, transcending the world and shaking the northern region. There were also people who heard the sound of iron chains shaking in the forbidden area of the southern domain. The 9 sacred mountains trembled every day, and endless mist spewed out from the abyss. There were others who saw that a few ancient monuments in the immortal tomb were shining, as if they were going to break through the heavens, releasing waves of terrifying aura. The recent unforeseen events made everyone feel uneasy, but also filled them with anticipation. If the path of immortality appeared, it would be the greatest change since ancient times. Only heaven knew what would happen. It said that in this era the immortal realm might be connected to the human realm. Is this true or false? Why did such a secret spread from the mouths of the saints outside the realm? There should be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives and cross the galaxy from the other side of the universe? That's true. If it wasn't like that, only great emperors would be able to fight their way into the immortal domain. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone in the world will become immortals and we will also bask in your glory. What a magnificent scene that will be. Yi Fan poured himself a cup and drank by himself. He hid his true appearance because he didn't want to be recognized and cause a commotion. He quietly sat on the side, listening to everyone's discussions. Now, there really weren't many people who could injure him in this world. Unless the quasi-emperor appeared, he could already rule over this world. All clans had to respect and revere him. At the very least, it would be like this on the surface. Who is that? Could it be the ancient Empress Huoliner? She actually returned from outer space. Someone cried out in alarm. A graceful figure flew past, her height reaching the same height as the restaurant's window. She soared through the air above the street, the people below her feet moving to and fro. She was like a fairy walking on waves. A head of water blue, long hair scattered down, flowing with sapphire-like luster. Her clothes fluttered about, her skin snow white. Her eyes carried spirituality as well as a type of dignity. She flew into the city just like that, disappearing in front of a grand ancient watchtower. I heard that she returned to her clan's ancestral land. Who would have thought that she would appear again after more than 100 years? This woman's current strength will most likely make even the great sage feel restraining fear. Everyone moved from her to the Fire Qilin Cave, naturally mentioning the Fire Unicorn. Don't look at how the Fire Qilin Cave suffered a great loss in the Eternal War. However, no one dares provoke them to the extent where they might even make others feel restraining fear. Why do you say that? Do you all still remember that as soon as the Fire Unicorn appeared, he would often wander around Origin Ancient Mine? Quite a few people had seen him before. What does this mean? Just this type of hidden relationship is enough to allow this clan leader to flourish for a long time. As the number of cultivators increased, all sorts of secrets were revealed and the City of Darkness fell into an uproar. Who is that woman? She has a Buddha Dao crown on her head, giving off the aura of a monarch looking down on the world. How astonishing! Have you never heard of her? That is the great Mahamayuri king from ancient Amitbastar domain. Not long ago the great battle of Mount Meru ended. She might be the present world Buddhist path's #1 expert. That might not necessarily be the case. The victorious fighting Buddha should be stronger than her, just that he left. The great Mahamayuri king wore a golden crown on her head and 8 bracelets on her arm. She sat on a golden peacock and entered the city. This type of grandeur immediately shocked all directions, drawing the attention of the people of the world. Not long after, draconic energy surged in the direction of the central province, the scene shocking the heavens. A dragon sword directly tore through the void, and an elder entered the city from the central province with a single step. The grand sovereign sword was like an ancestral dragon, shaking its head and tail, releasing a horrifying aura that shook the world. It possessed an unmatched killing intent that suppressed the 9 heavens. This is a great sage. Why is he so high profile, coming on an emperor weapon as if he wants to hack this place apart? The people of the great Xia imperial clan have arrived. You absolutely cannot provoke them. Rumor has it that several days ago, news leaked out of the immortal manor world that the clan's ancestor, the grand sovereign, died inside. What? The emperor of a generation died? Correct, he fell on the path of immortality, suspected to be related to the undying heavenly emperor. For this great sage to come like this, he most likely wants to find trouble with the ancient race. A storm was brewing in the City of Darkness. Powerful figures arrived one after another, stirring up everyone's endless anticipation. This time there was most likely going to be a huge storm. Silently, another person appeared on the street. There was a type of decaying aura, but it caused all the saints to tremble, because the supreme saint of the great Xia imperial clan walked over and nodded towards him. Who is this? Everyone shivered. The great Xia saint definitely had a foundation from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and had survived until this era. He actually recognized this person. Without a doubt, this was someone from the same generation. This was because there was similarly a type of decaying aura, as if he could melt into the yellow earth at any time. It's the Ji clan's great sage. He once appeared during the Battle of Mount Meru. Everyone was shocked. The various great undying inheritances finally no longer kept a low profile, no longer hiding anything. Even the great sage had appeared. When they thought about it carefully, it made sense. They were all holy lands, but those that had produced great emperors were definitely different. Only ancient supreme beings could refine divine origin liquid and seal saints. Thus, they definitely had this type of foundation. In the past, it wasn't obvious because it wasn't the right time yet. If they truly fought, how could a clan that had produced a great emperor compare? They could definitely pierce through the heavens. A gust of wind blew over, and the 2 great sages disappeared. A commotion broke out in the City of Darkness. Someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago had appeared, and this definitely indicated that the path of immortality wasn't far away. At the same time, the news of the Grand Emperor's death seemed to have grown wings. It spread in all directions, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone was greatly alarmed. Was it the undying heavenly emperor who caused the Grand Emperor's death, or was it the Grand Emperor who died in battle due to his old age, his blood energy drying up? This became the focal point of everyone's debate. Who is that woman? She really is too beautiful, as if she walked out from a painting. What kind of identity does she have? Heavens, who is accompanying her and walking together with her? Is it a Holy Spirit? Cries of alarm sounded in the City of Darkness. A beautiful couple walked over. The woman was the most beautiful under the heavens and her beauty was exceptional. The man was handsome, confident, and extraordinary. It was impossible not to notice these two people as they stood there. Their temperaments were outstanding like cranes among chickens. Even if they stood in a sea of people, they would still be recognized with a single glance. That's the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's Princess Yuling. She's known as the second beauty of the Central Plains by busybodies. Finally, someone recognized the peerless beauty. She wore a phoenix crown on her head, and she was dressed in robes that flickered with multicolored light. It was as if she was dancing in the morning clouds. This woman's skin was smooth and her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her black eyebrows were curved and her eyes were intelligent. Her nose was high. She was a rare beauty and it was difficult to find any flaws. Yi Fan's expression changed as he recognized this woman. He had seen her in the Qinling Mountains to the west of the Central Plains. At that time Yi Fan, Gai Jiuyo, and Princess Yuling had all joined the Qin sect. Even Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were no exception. They had all joined for the army formula. In the end Yi Fan and the sickly old man both obtained something. So many years had passed and looking back it was like a dream. Yi Fan guessed that this Princess Yuling might have also obtained the army formula. Time did not leave any traces on Princess Yuling's white face. Her pupils were like black gemstones and she was still as beautiful as before. Her appearance could cause the downfall of cities and countries, and she truly lived up to her title as the #1 beauty of the Central Plains. Beside her there was a man with an oppressive heroic spirit. A pair of sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, giving him a heroic appearance. His eyes were as sharp as cold lightning, and when they swept over, no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if sword light was cleaving over. The most unique thing was that he had a pair of stone arms that were no different from a divine spirit. However, the rest of his body was made of flesh and blood. Powerful energy fluctuations faintly seeped out, shocking everyone. Everyone was shocked. There was no need to mention Princess Yuling's exceptional beauty, but this man was terrifying. Could it be that he was an almost flawless divine spirit? He wore silver armor that shone brilliantly. His appearance was imposing and he appeared heroic. His footsteps were powerful and he was tall and imposing. His black hair danced in the wind, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an outstanding individual. There's no doubt that this is a divine spirit. I can feel that special aura. A sage from the outer realm said with a solemn expression. According to legend, a true consummate divine spirit's body would transform into flesh and blood. However, this person only had a pair of stone arms, and the rest of his body was already made of flesh and blood. It was shocking. Only by reaching the quasi-emperor realm could one transform the stone body into flesh and blood. How powerful was this person? This made everyone's heart tremble. It's not quasi-emperor. If I'm not wrong, it's because he has the divine spirit bloodline's incredible royal blood flowing in his body. An elder from Skirich Star said. Such a beautiful couple walked over. The man's divine appearance was shocking, and the woman was peerless. Naturally, they attracted attention. The street was quiet until they passed by. Only then did it become noisy, triggering heated discussions. This time's convention of the myriad races actually attracted all kinds of characters. So many extraordinary characters were dispatched, and it was destined to cause a terrifying confrontation during the discussion, or even a bloody battle. The powerful lineup was naturally for the sake of fighting for the interests of their own races and intimidating them. The City of Darkness was in an uproar. Meanwhile, another terrifying place was also experiencing unusual movements today. The Undying Mountain was shrouded in a terrifying fog. One after another, black mountains surrounded the central area, forming a transcendent and terrifying terrain. Since ancient times, even if the supreme beings from the outside world entered the Undying Mountain, they would have to stop here. The fog was hazy and the black mountains became even more majestic. However, at this moment, an ancient chariot slowly drove out. A voice came from the chariot saying, "After so many years, the City of Darkness still exists. The convention of the myriad races is about to start. Very well, I'll also go take a look." On the left and right sides of the chariot, there were a few servants following behind without saying a word. Chapter 15-16. The war chariot wasn't all that gorgeous and didn't have the slightest bit of luster. Time was like a blade, hacking down on it again and again, leaving behind too many scars. The shaft was about to break, but if others knew that it came from Undying Mountain, who would dare look down on it? Go pick a few Tao Comprehension Immortal tea leaves. A voice sounded from within the carriage. A servant walked forward, paying his respects to an old tree that was full of brilliant branches, sparkling and swaying back and forth. He chanted an incantation, and with a light walala sound, quite a few leaves fell, every single one of them swirling with immortal multicolored light. The war chariot slowly moved forward, following a special path, avoiding many flickering formation patterns and leaving undying mountain. After many tens of thousands of years, the existence within the mountain finally entered the central region again. Within Darkness City, overlords from all sides gathered. From time to time, saints from outside this region would turn into a streak of flowing light as they tore through the sky, descending upon this city. During these past few days, this place was as bustling as a mortal's temple fair. Cultivators from all sides appeared, coming from all types of races. Paishio, three-footed black phoenix, god-swallowing rat, heaven-splitting ant, races that only appeared in legends all appeared. The date of the distinguished meeting arrived. Clouds and mist surged above Darkness City, great waves surging. It was as if a gate between heaven and earth was opened, releasing thunderous sounds. The distinguished meeting of cultivators naturally wouldn't be held in a place where mortals resided. Above this ancient city was a vast divine scenery. Above the white clouds, mountains were majestic and heavenly palaces were grand. This was a floating continent that flew out from the void. An ancient aura surged over, making one feel the aura of a prehistoric beast. It was as if they arrived at the absolute beginning, truly towering above the ancient sea of clouds. This was the location of the distinguished meeting. Great cultivators worked together to open the void seal, summoning this ancient continent that had been hibernating. All disputes were going to be carried out here. Formation patterns interweaved like lightning, flickering with radiance in the sea of clouds to protect this ancient continent. This was a powerful defensive structure. Dang, a great golden bell hung from a heavenly watchtower, ringing out in all directions, clearly ringing through the ancient city below. The divine bell sounded again. The mortals discussed, all of them looking towards the sky. They saw many streams of light rushing into the sky. All kinds of magical treasures danced in the air, and multicolored light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire world in a dazzling scene. The people in the city didn't panic because they had experienced too much. They saw cultivators every day, so they had long grown accustomed to this. This grand meeting had officially begun. Experts from different parts of the universe arrived on this ancient continent as if they had arrived at the territory of the celestial court. Yifan arrived as well. He was like a passerby, calmly watching everything unfold. He had no desire to participate and only wanted to silently bear witness. The path of immortal ascension was about to open, and everything that was happening here was just the beginning. Blazing golden light filled the sky. Three-footed golden crows descended. Several people lined up side by side with a great sage in the lead. That race appeared again, killing intent pressing down. They swept their eyes over the crowd. Yifan was neither happy nor worried. For now he did not want to fight. Of course, if someone wanted to cause trouble for him, he did not mind killing them. Boom. The heavens fell and the earth split apart. An enormous centipede more than 10 li in length swooped down from outer space. Gray mist surged powerfully, able to wipe out all life. This was a great sage-level poisonous bug. Phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader appeared. Scarlet multicolored light flickered between his brows, and then a weapon that was bright red like Blood Phoenix wing golden centipede appeared, making even the endless clear skies rumble. The sun, moon, and stars all lost their brilliance under this weapon. Phoenix energy rushed into the 9 heavens, making many falling stars in outer space tremble, as if they were going to fall. This clearly displayed a type of attitude. It arrived powerfully, as if it was going to take action if there was a single disagreement. Fortunately, this Emperor artifact disappeared with a flash, not releasing too much immortal force. In the end, G Family, Fire Cheeling Cave, Jade Pool, Primitive Lake, and other great powers all appeared. Together with the races outside this region, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were 10,000 races. Today, all of them came to seize the greatest benefits for their own race. They were going to establish a preliminary rule, a rule that all clans had to abide by. In the blink of an eye, countless figures appeared, entering the heavens. White clouds surged beneath their feet, palaces connected one after another, as if they arrived before the southern heavenly gate. More and more powerful races appeared, so there were naturally many arrogant and untamed individuals who believed themselves to be formidable, sneering continuously. There are too many people, I suggest we clear this place. What qualifications do a few weak races have to come here? They will only add to the chaos. Someone said like this. Well said, then we'll start with you. A large snake with 8 heads nodded. Suddenly, a head reached out, swallowing the person from just now. Blood splashed out, the scene extremely horrifying. Its entire body was spotlessly white like jade, every single scale several meters in length, coiling into a snake mountain. Its 8 heads were all incomparably large. Everyone's hearts jumped. This distinguished meeting really depended on strength. A saint was devoured as soon as they arrived, moreover asking for it. Dao friend is too domineering. Even if you don't agree, there is no need to act like this. Your methods are too extreme, this place cannot tolerate your presence. A bird-headed human wearing Taoist robes stepped out. In his hands was a peachwood sword. With a light shout, he hacked towards the 8-headed snake. Pooh! One of the 8-headed snake's heads fell. It did everything it could to resist, but in the end it was completely killed, not even its corpse remaining. It was all collected by the demonic Tao, stored in a bloody gourd. How improper is this distinguished meeting for you all to stir up trouble? Back off! An ancient race great sage shouted. The distinguished meeting was originally a discussion between all clans. Just now, their opinions were different, so it is normal for them to decide a winner and a loser. A great sage from outside this region said coldly. Now, there really were too many people who came. From the endless heavens and tens of thousands of regions, as long as it was a powerful race, there would be people who came, all for the sake of trying their luck, waiting for the immortal path to open. Among these people, there were naturally a few powerful great cultivators who didn't wish for so many people to compete for the immortal path. They wanted to use this as a pretext to make most people back off. The distinguished meeting began. Everyone discussed spiritedly, discussing the various things that would happen when the immortal path was about to open, what rules and standards should be established. Everyone, don't you feel that the Big Dipper is too crowded? All the clans added together can't even make up a fraction of the human race. If there really is a world of flying immortals, then wouldn't the human race be supreme in the future? Someone in the dark said in a low voice, and it was difficult to determine where he came from. That's right, the Big Dipper is full of humans. In this ancient land of ascension, this kind of power arrangement is unreasonable. I suggest that all the clans join forces to invite them out. Leaving a portion of them is enough. Someone agreed. Is that so? Move all the clans of your clans here. Do you dare? The Xia imperial family's old great sage with a rotten aura said with a gloomy expression. Boom. The next moment, a dragon sword appeared in his hand. It was exceptionally sharp, and the imperial draconic chi, which was known to be comparable to the battle saint technique, rushed out. Boom. In just a moment, there was a bloody light in front of them. Broken limbs all flew up and then they all exploded in midair. That place was immediately devoid of life, and only blood splashed everywhere, creating a scarlet scene. This kind of method made people's hair stand on end. With a single word, he directly killed everyone. No one thought that this great sage's ruthlessness was so heavy. He was much more ferocious than those people just now. Before, killing 1 or 2 people was completely a small matter. This was the true ruthlessness. In a single breath, he directly killed over 100 experts, and there was no lack of ferocious people at the Saint King realm. I heard that the Grand Emperor died a violent death in the Immortal Mansion world. This revered great sage most likely came with grief, anger, and killing intent. If we provoke him now, we are purely looking for trouble. Everyone was trembling with fear and no longer dared to discuss that topic. The human race's great sage was too crazy. He directly used an emperor weapon. Who dared to speak carelessly? In the central heavenly palace, several great sages walked in, and this was only a portion. Only the strongest experts could appear there. When the great Mahamayuri, the Ji clan's great sage, and the others appeared, many people felt reverence. They didn't know if they had the demon-subduing pestle and void mirror. Even some of the supreme experts from the outer realms shivered inwardly. Yifan didn't approach. He only sat down in a pavilion and quietly watched people come and go, listening to their intense arguments. Clouds roiled, reaching up to one's knees. This ancient continent was very mysterious. Many orchids grew here, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. There was an argument in the central heavenly palace. A great sage flipped over a table. With a rumble, 2 figures rushed high into the sky, coldly confronting each other. It seemed like a battle between the great sage was about to break out. Many people knew that today would inevitably be a day of turmoil, but they didn't think that there would be such peerless figures confronting each other as soon as they arrived. But in the end, both of them descended again. The meeting continued, and the various giants divided into many camps to carry out negotiations. Yi Fan believed that with 2 or more great sages from the human race, and both of them had emperor weapons, unless the various clans joined hands, there wouldn't be anyone stupid enough to provoke them. In the heavenly palace there was a sea of people. Many experts expressed their opinions. That place was drowned out. Powerful holy fluctuations spread, making everyone's hearts tremble. Suddenly the heavenly dome collapsed. 2 figures rushed into the 9 heavens, entering the heavens and entering outer space. The most world-shaking battle erupted. Enormous fluctuations spread outwards. The entire ancient continent flickered with streak after streak of blazing light. The ancestral formation blocked the boundless ripples from outer space. If not for these mysterious natural laws interweaving, the ancient continent would have directly sunk. This is the power of the extreme Tao. There are emperor weapons clashing. No one thought that it would be this intense. There were actually emperor weapons clashing. Flames overflowed into the heavens. A male dressed in snow-white clothes appeared. His complexion was like jade, possessing exceptional style. He was refined and elegant, as if he was carved out of divine jade. He was extraordinary and refined. In his left palm was a bright red and sparkling cauldron that looked like it was dripping blood. There were all kinds of symbols circulating on it, and a powerful emperor might covered the sky and earth. It was the current master of the Jiang family, Jianghu. He held the eternal universe cauldron and stood in the air like a deity. Opposite him, a large black seal floated up and down. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, protecting a white-haired old man with a 3rd vertical eye below. It was obvious that this was a great sage. The black seal above his head was an emperor weapon. However, this treasure seal was clearly flawed. It was missing a corner and there was a crack that reached all the way to the center. The Emperor's Seal. It's actually the Emperor's Seal left behind by the ancient Yin Emperor. How did it fall into the hands of the foreign races? Some of the older generation recalled the records and descriptions in the ancient books and couldn't help but change their expressions. This was definitely the weapon of the Emperor. The crowd was in an uproar, causing a huge uproar. Many things of the past were recalled and many people were overwhelmed with emotions. In the past, there was a divine war that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The black gourd that was known to be able to slay immortals was destroyed, and the Emperor's Seal that reigned over the 9 heavens and 10 earths was lost in the universe. More than 1 or 2 Emperor weapons were damaged in that battle. Everyone thought that the Emperor's Seal had shattered. They never thought that it would appear again, but it was just a different race. Chapter 15-17. Jiang family's young clan lord truly is stunning. He hasn't even entered that domain, yet he can already contend against an exceptional great sage. Someone said with a light sigh. Could it be that he really is an emperor's child? Otherwise, how could he overlook the world? In the skies, the 2 of them confronted each other. 2 weapons were also clashing, faintly discernible. Emperor energy engulfed outer space, making the saints below all tremble. In the end, many great sage rose into the air. There were other emperor weapon fluctuations that extended outwards, advising these 2 not to make a big fuss. These are all old grudges. Endless years have passed, so let's not talk about these things today. We will only talk about the path of immortality. There was an old great sage who tried to mediate. Great sage Hunchuo also walked up. With a compassionate expression on his face, he said, "Dao friend, please quell your anger. Everything should be peaceful." Everyone cried out in disgust. Without him there wouldn't be a tragedy, but with him there would be a problem. Regardless, the name of the god of misfortune was still extremely great, making everyone feel restraining fear. Back then Heng Yu killed my clan's twin quasi-emperor. 1 clan, 2 emperors. They all died, yet he showed no mercy. This blood feud has never been forgotten even to this day. The elders said through clenched teeth, eyes blood red. There are many corpses on the path of emperor ascension. If Heng Yu great emperor showed mercy, the one who died would be him. He killed 12 quasi-emperors in total, experiencing a bloody tribulation. He had no choice. Someone said with a sigh. Before Heng Yu great emperor confirmed his Tao, he had stood in the starry skies, facing challenges from all directions. A total of 12 quasi-emperors came to fight, but they were all killed one after another. That battle directly made the heavens' 10,000 regions desolate, the universe's great wastelands collapsing. It was engraved in the annals of history, making one tremble when they thought about it even now. No one expected the descendant of the past quasi-emperor to find this place, let alone obtain the human emperor's imprint. This truly was a bit heaven-defying. Which clan did he come from? Many people were alarmed, unable to help but say this quietly. One clan with 2 quasi-emperors, this was simply like a legend. Just how powerful of a clan was this? It was simply horrifying, perhaps the only one since ancient times. The Kunlun Lost Clan. Someone said softly. To some of the younger generation this was nothing. However, in the ears of some of the older great sage, it was like a clap of thunder. What? The Kunlun Lost Clan? The descendants of a group of near immortals? At this moment, whether it was the great sage of the human race, the ancient royal family's old master, or the great sage of the outer realm, they were all shocked. This place immediately became noisy. Something that could make so many ancient great sages' expressions change, how could they not be shocked? It was definitely not a small matter. Many of the younger generation spoke up, asking the older generation for guidance, asking what exactly was going on. It can't be said that they represent the Kunlun Lost Clan. They are only a branch of the Lost Clan. You should know that the so-called Lost Clan does not refer to a clan, but a group, Jianghu said in a calm voice. Even in the face of so many great sage, he was still calm and composed. He was elegant and handsome with divine bones and jade skin. He was elegant and extraordinary, letting people know at a glance that he was the kind of person who surpassed all living things. The Kunlun Lost Clan, as the name implies, used to live on the celestial mountain of Kunlun. They are a group, but it is unknown which clan they are. They hope to approach immortals, and all of them are excessively powerful. They possess boundless magical abilities, and only venerable sovereigns can defeat them. Otherwise, who would dare to fight them? An ancient great sage sighed softly. Everyone was even more shocked. It actually involved venerable sovereigns, the most powerful ruler of the myriad realms since ancient times. It instantly made people think of many things, and waves of shock came over them. At this time Yi Fan's ears moved slightly. Even though he didn't step forward, he used his heavenly ear to listen carefully. This was something he didn't know about in the past. In this world there are a few mountains that are extremely famous. They can be said to be world-shaking, and they are not limited to a single region. There are legends in many places in the cosmos, and they are extremely famous. Kunlun, Shumi, and Undying Mountain were famous throughout the ages. There was no need to talk about Undying Mountain. It wasn't that far from here, and it was a life-forbidden area in the Big Dipper. It became famous relatively late, but there were people who had researched it. Its former self was actually quite terrifying, but it had been forgotten. In fact, it came from the depths of the cosmos to the Big Dipper, and it had a great history. Shumi Mountain didn't belong to the Big Dipper either, and was moved here by the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor. It had existed for an especially long time, and when the Buddhist Great Emperor took it away, it truly took a great deal of effort to cut it off from the original immortal land. This was different from the cognition of mortals, and it was also inconsistent with the cognition of many cultivators. It could be considered a secret. Everyone listened to the great sage without interrupting. And Kunlun was even more extraordinary. There used to be a few heaven-defying tribes that lived close to immortals, and they were very arrogant and didn't mix with the mortal world. That place was too special, and it was precisely because of this that it attracted a great disaster. The Lord of Ancient Heaven personally attacked, and who in the world could resist? In one battle, Kunlun was defeated and the tribes were exiled. And it was precisely because of this that Dizun's celestial cauldron appeared. In a sense, the green copper cauldron was born because Dizun attacked Kunlun. Yi Fan was stunned. Kunlun was now on the other side of the starry sky in his hometown. These tribes were exiled by Dizun, and so they called themselves Kunlun Lost Tribes. Kunlun was really special. Dizun saw the hope of becoming an immortal in it, or else he wouldn't have personally taken action. His chi swallowed the heaven and earth, and swept through all directions. After Kunlun, the celestial court detained ancestral dragon veins one after another, and visited ancient lands one after another. Even Mars was destroyed in this way, Yi Fan thought to himself. He suddenly thought of many things as if he had grasped something, but it was very vague. The Kunlun Lost Tribes are close to immortals, and they have many secrets. Dizun found a lot of valuable information from them, someone said. No wonder they were so powerful, and no wonder this old man's tribe had once had 2 quasi-emperors. It was a grand event that was rarely seen since ancient times. It had a lot to do with his ancestral blood. Once this matter is over, we must go to the Jiang family and demand an explanation. We must take revenge. The old man roared. I'll wait for you to come and then we'll fight, Jiang Yifei said calmly. He didn't want to explain anything. His temperament was outstanding, like a graceful immortal, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Where did you get this ancient seal? the Ji family's great sage asked. The emperor's seal reappeared in the world, and it was no small matter. What made people most nervous was that it had fallen into the hands of Kunlun lost tribes, and it seemed that they had approved of it. When the War of Deities broke out, the effects were widespread. It is not surprising that the war reached there. This was picked up by my tribe in the Kunlun Lost Lands, the old man said. Everyone was startled. The so-called Kunlun Lost Lands was naturally the most ancient land left behind by Di Zun. Could it be that the tribe still lived there? It is said that several imperial weapons were destroyed. Could it be that there is a mistake? In fact, it is not like this and they are still in the world? Someone asked doubtfully. However, this had nothing to do with them. Even if someone knew, they wouldn't leak it. Yi Fan sat calmly in the pavilion and listened to the discussions of the people in front of the celestial palace. He had a better understanding of the several divine wars, and one of them was because of Kunlun. It was rumored that the battle was world-shaking. The supreme beings under the starry sky fought fiercely, and almost all of them killed their way to the land of immortality. They got close to Kunlun, but for some unknown reason they retreated. It was rumored that those divine wars might have even sent people to participate in them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so bitter. They killed their way to the last foundation of ancient heaven, but the celestial bell fell from the sky. Some strange things happened on a strange ancient star, and in the end, all the supreme beings retreated and sealed that place, leaving only a demonic CI. When Yi Fan heard this, he was shocked. He immediately thought of Mars. He had once seen a few images, and it was suspected that the ancient sacred emperors were fighting. He was immediately horrified. Could it be that a great battle between emperors really happened? He definitely didn't remember wrongly. At that time he really saw it. Later on, the demonic human and the divine crocodile also mentioned the northern CI. The crocodile stayed there and refused to leave because it wanted to enter the demonic CI and obtain immortal treasures. Yi Fan suddenly felt that many things were connected, but it was too vast. Kunlun, Mars, and Big Dipper were all connected. What is that celestial bell? Someone asked. Naturally, it's an immortal artifact, a great sage replied. Today, the experts of the 10,000 worlds and the great sages from different ancient star fields were gathered together. It was also because of this that many fragmented ancient secrets were pieced together, gradually making things clear. Otherwise, at the very least, the cultivators of the Big Dipper star field would never have heard of an ancient artifact like the Celestial Bell. Ancient Desolate Tower, Celestial Bell, and Venerable Emperor's Cauldron. These three ancient artifacts are known as the closest to immortality. When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He thought of the immortal treasure map he had. The front side had the 10,000 worlds, but he still hadn't figured it out. The back side had 3 pictures. One of them was the place where Kunlun became immortals. 10,000 dragons spat out immortal springs, turning into a placenta-like immortal pond that nurtured the incomplete green copper cauldron. Now that he understood the existence of 3 immortal artifacts, he naturally thought of the true meaning of the other 2 pictures. Could it be pointing to the other 2 immortal artifacts? It had to be said that when the experts of the 10,000 worlds gathered together to discuss some ancient secrets, they could quickly decipher part of the truth. Everyone understood a little bit, and as long as they worked together, it would produce a shocking effect. When and how the ancient wasteland tower was created can't be verified. It's too long ago. There are even rumors that it was left behind when the real immortals established the immortal court. Rumor had it that this ancient artifact had killed a great success sage body. It was even believed to be able to kill a great emperor. The immortal bell was born in Kunlun. It was the first artifact nurtured by the immortal mountain. It contained the 10,000 secrets of the heavens and was exceptionally terrifying. When the venerable emperor attacked the mountain, the immortal bell broke through the sky and left. He didn't get it, which was why the green cauldron was born. When these words were spoken, it was subversive and dumbfounding. This was the secret that the great sage of the various star fields pieced together from many fragments. According to legend, the sound of the bell can restore one's youth, and the sound of the bell can make one die of old age in an instant. This was one of the incomparable abilities of the immortal bell. It was unimaginable. Kunlun nurtured the immortal bell and suffered a great loss. Therefore, the venerable emperor had to visit the 10,000 worlds to find ancestral veins to replenish Kunlun's immortal essence. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He understood many secrets. At this point he could connect many things together. The war between deities broke out, the war between ancient emperors. So the immortal bell might be sealed in Yinghua. Is it the so-called immortal treasure? What kind of strange things did it do back then that even Emperor Realm Masters worked together to seal it? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The venerable emperor left behind an immortal map. It is said that everything about the Green Cauldron is recorded on its back. It also contains some of the secrets of the ancient Wasteland Tower and the Immortal Bell, a great sage said. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. This map was once in the hands of the venerable emperor, the undying heavenly emperor, the emperor of fighting and ruthless. In the end he took it out from the chaotic dragon lair and now it was in his hands. Chapter 15:18. The ancient Wasteland Tower, just how long had it existed? Tracing back to the endless years, where was its source? This ancient artifact was truly too mysterious. The celestial bell was equally bizarre. It was actually born in Kunlun, containing all the mysteries of the heavens and unpredictable. The venerable emperor's Green Cauldron was also born in Kunlun, imprinted with immortal fragments. White clouds flowed, reaching up to one's knees. This ancient continent was in a clamor. People were shocked at the various things of the past. The era of legends was too long ago, leaving behind many unsolved mysteries. The hostile atmosphere in the heavenly palace eased. The Kunlun remnant clan put away the black seal of the human emperor, no longer attacking. Many great sages sat down again, discussing how to deal with the various rules and order of the road of immortality. If the entire world becomes immortal, there is nothing to say. But if there is a time limit, only a portion of people can enter the immortal domain, then we can only decide the result with a battle. I suggest that the inheritors with the emperor weapon can occupy a few more spots, ensuring that their path is smooth. Why? Someone immediately objected. Not every great sage present had an extreme ancient weapon. In reality, even if one looked across the heavens and tens of thousands of realms, only a few people had one, and the number of great emperors could be counted. Of course it is based on strength. Otherwise, you and I can each take an ancient weapon and go to the outer realms. Let's see how people end up, the old chief of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said coldly. The old patriarch of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said coldly. Naturally, he held the ancient sovereign weapon while that person held the sacred weapon. Would there be any suspense in this kind of confrontation? Without a doubt, it would be one-sided and there would be no miracle. In the central heavenly palace, everything was so bare, involving the hope of becoming immortal. The great sage sat down to discuss, and everyone was against each other, thinking for their own race. In the face of cruel reality, everything had to be calculated. At this time, if one was of noble character and unquestionable integrity, then one would only be regarded as an idiot. Fighting for the greatest benefits for their own race was the key. What's so great about having an emperor weapon? When the time comes, as long as our race has a quasi-emperor, everything will be different. The emperor weapon might even have to change owners. A god-swallowing rat said coldly. This great sage was very special. He didn't transform into a human. He had sharp fangs and his eyes were green. He was a silver divine rat, and his entire body seemed to be burning with silver flames. He was as large as a giant elephant. Is that so? Up until now, I've only seen the human race produce a single quasi-emperor. I'm looking forward to your race's great emperor's arrival. Someone coldly replied, not caring in the slightest. This old one also believes that dividing the number of people on the path of immortality based on whether or not they have emperor artifacts isn't appropriate. It should be divided according to the races. A Paishio spoke. It took in and sent out clouds and mists, evolving into the ancestral dragon form. It looked extremely terrifying. Everyone, let's not argue about these things for now. We are establishing the rules, not dividing the spoils. Let's first talk about the grim situation before us. Someone else spoke. Correct. Currently, the Big Dipper storm isn't peaceful. I think this land will sink even before the path of immortality opens. We need to come up with a plan. We need to eliminate a few restless elements, for example, the human race's divine body, the Golden Crow race, and the destruction of Mount Meru. These dangerous elements always stir up disputes. Shouldn't we suppress them? What does everyone think? I think this is very necessary. An old woman called Granny Feng spoke. Her face was full of wrinkles, and the wrinkles on her face could hold a grain of rice. Her words were sinister, and one could tell with a single glance that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the great Mahamayuri, and then at the Golden Crow race's great sage. It was clear that they wanted to form a united front. The human heart was difficult to fathom. Sometimes it was very dangerous and it was easy to be swayed. With so many great sages present, if they could really convince a few of them, especially great races that possessed ancient emperor artifacts, then they might really be able to eliminate the human race's divine body. Unfortunately, the great Mahamayuri's face was expressionless. He didn't say a single word and didn't say anything, In reality, she wanted to send Yi Fan to the afterlife. However, after that battle, she understood that it was easier said than done to shake several emperor artifacts. That was a powerful alliance. Moreover, the old monk Emoku had been dragged away by that flowery monk to become his protector. Emoku had been cleaning up after him from time to time, thinking that this was a reincarnation miracle of the Buddhist path. The Golden Crow race's great sage's expression was cold. He naturally had to express his stance. He said sinisterly, "The human race's divine body is arrogant, and everyone can see that. This person is domineering and his methods are swift and ruthless. He killed my Golden Crow race and even attacked Amitabha the great emperor's orthodoxy. What's the point of keeping such a madman alive? We'll deal with him together. Let's just kill him. Your race has provoked us again and again. Do you really want to exterminate your race?" At this moment, Gu Jinping appeared. With a rumble, he flapped his wings and entered the two stone coffins. He landed in front of Granny Feng and the Golden Crow race's great sage. Longma also appeared with a killing sword on his back. Although it wasn't unsheathed, it was surging with baleful energy as if it could kill immortals. Yi Fan was astonished. They had disappeared for a long time. Could it be that they had gone to refine sword fiends? It was as if there really was a great ominous weapon within the sword scabbard, intimidating everyone present. Then how about we take a stroll outside? A young male from the Golden Crow race stood up. He hadn't said a word just now, but now he was calm and composed. This person's bearing was extraordinary. He wore golden feathered clothes and he was as strong as a dragon. His body was tall and straight, and he had a head of long golden hair. His eyes flickered with brilliance. Everyone's hearts trembled. He was fearless even in the face of emperor artifacts. What did he have to rely on? It seemed like his identity was no small matter. "This is our race's crown prince Huizhen of this generation," the old sage introduced. "We are just discussing, so let's all express our own opinions. It's best if we don't use force today and sit down to talk." There was a great sage who tried to smooth things over, advising both sides. "It is nothing more than a damaged emperor artifact. When our race's great emperor arrives, all external objects will be useless." The Golden Crow race's elder's face was as gloomy as water as he spoke coldly. The Golden Crow race had a quasi-emperor. There had always been this legend. Now that he expressed his stance like this, it shouldn't be fake. This made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Once one reached the realm of the quasi-emperor, then it would be completely different. They would be completely unrivaled. With the word emperor on them, the difference between them and the great sage was like heaven and earth. This was a heavenly moat that couldn't be crossed. It was impossible to go against the flow and kill an emperor. If this type of person became ruthless, even if you had an emperor artifact in your hands, it wouldn't be enough. After all, you couldn't always use it. If he wanted to kill you, there would be plenty of opportunities. One had to know that back then, when Gai Juyo's vitality was exhausted and his body was frail, he could still fight against the ancient race's peak great sage who wielded the golden rapier without relying on an emperor artifact. How shocking was this? Therefore, as soon as the Golden Crow race's elder finished speaking, everyone was alarmed. If they offended the Golden Crow race today, there would definitely be a great disaster in the future. However, Gu Jinping, Longma, and the others were still fearless. They found a table and transformed into their human forms to sit down. All the great sage were extremely fearful of the killing swords they carried on their backs. Not long after, the peculiar atmosphere disappeared, and the celestial palace began to debate endlessly again. The various races' cultivators were all acting out of their own interests and customizing the laws. In the central celestial imperial court, everyone was a leader of a race or a great sage. The worst among them was still a saint king. Ordinary saints could only listen and express their opinions outside the hall because there were too many people from all over the heavens. Not long after, Jiang Yifei walked out and handed over the matter of setting the laws and order to an old saint of the Jiang clan, leaving that person here to negotiate. He was as handsome as jade and outstanding. Especially since he had just confronted the Kunlun Lost clan with the Renawang seal, his might was terrifying. His appearance at this time naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many young women revealed extraordinary splendor in their eyes as they whispered to each other. Their evaluation of Jiang Yifei was extremely high. Even if he really wasn't a prince, he probably wouldn't be any weaker. Afterward, the Wind Phoenix also walked out. Many great sage were confronting each other in the hall, and their words were tit for tat. That kind of atmosphere was too oppressive, so she also temporarily retreated. She wore a 5-colored mask that was coiled with strands of divine light, causing her to seem like a celestial maiden that was covered in a layer of mysterious veil. Her figure was slender, graceful, and elegant. She stood amidst the clouds, and she was incomparably beautiful, causing others to turn their heads. On this ancient continent, smoke and mist pervaded the air. The palaces and pavilions looked very faintly discernible as if they were covered by a thin layer of gauze. The relatively younger cultivators were all outside and didn't go to the main hall. "Brother Jiang, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Meeting you is even better." Not far away, a man in silver armor stood up. His battle clothes were shiny and pulsating like flames. He had a heroic spirit. Beside him there was a woman. Her skin was like autumn water, and her bones were made of divine jade. She wore a robe of red clouds and looked ethereal like a fairy. When the two stood together they looked like a perfect couple. It was the Holy Spirit with flesh and blood and Princess Moon Spirit of the Jiuli dynasty. They were sitting by a stone table in front of a pavilion. At this time they both stood up and went to greet him. "Brother, you praise me too much." Jiang Yifei smiled and at the same time, greeted Princess Moon Spirit, one of the most beautiful women in the world. "Brother Jiang's elegance is comparable to that of the young great emperor. I was fortunate enough to see an ancient painting. It was the portrait of Supreme Hengyu. After seeing Brother Jiang, I really thought that the great emperor had come back to life." The Holy Spirit with flesh and blood invited Jiang Yifei to the stone table and ordered someone to bring him a cup of divine wine. He then introduced himself and said that he was a Holy Spirit from the outer realms. His name was Shi Zhongshuan. Jiang Yifei, Shi Zhongshuan, and Princess Moon Spirit sat together. It was impossible not to attract attention. Moreover, there was a sea of people outside the heavenly palace, so they were naturally the center of attention. "The Princess of the Wind Clan has also come. I've heard of her name for a long time. At the age of 13 she was able to create a remarkable secret technique. Not long ago she even solved the mystery of the immortal scripture on the stone tablet of her clan. She is truly an extraordinary woman." Not far away someone said in a low voice. Princess Moon Spirit stood up and invited the Wind Phoenix over. She also sat by the stone table and discussed the past with them. In a short while there were more than 10 people sitting here. All of them were outstanding and were the top figures of their clans. Most of them came from the outer realms and were from different clans. "Why don't we invite a few more young comrades?" Shi Zhongshuan smiled. Even though the divine blood in his body was suppressed, the people around him still felt a great pressure and didn't dare to come close. "Oh, His Highness Huaizun of the Golden Crow clan has also come. Why don't we invite him over as well?" This His Highness from the Golden Crow clan had a calm expression. When he saw that there were people waving their hands and inviting him over, he naturally shivered when he used his heavenly eye to take a look. It was because none of them were mediocre. He walked over with large strides. "The Golden Crow clan has inherited the great fate of heaven and earth. They have flourished and never declined since the ancient times. They are known as divine birds and reside in the heavenly sun. They are the sons of the celestial emperor. Their legends are endless and people yearn for them." Someone said with a sigh. It was rumored that the Golden Crow clan was the descendant of the celestial emperor. Unmatched precious blood flowed within their bodies. This was the reason why their clan was so powerful. Many people looked over, hoping that Crown Prince Huaizun could explain the truth. Chapter 15:19. Although there were many rumors in the outside world, they were just rumors. There was no proof in the world. As time passed, there was no way to verify it. "Brother Huaizun, the people in the outside world do not know, but as the prince with the noblest bloodline of the Golden Crow, you should know the truth. Are you the descendants of Dizun?" The moment he said this, not only did the 10-odd people here look over, but even the experts in the distance were shocked. They all looked over and the place quieted down. Crown Prince Huaizun shook his head. His golden feather clothes flickered with a bright luster, as if they were made of metal. Of course he would not admit it. No one knows what race Dizun is, but he is definitely not of the same race as the Golden Crow bloodline, he denied directly. There were many rumors in the world that said Dizun was born with the will of the world. He absorbed a small part of the essence of the world and he was extremely strong when he was born. In reality, in the various legends, the proportion that believed Dizun was human was even higher. This was because he had been in human form before he achieved the Tao. Moreover, their behavior had a lot to do with the human race. However, he was naturally strong. This was something that people suspected. Hence, there were all sorts of secrets. Crown Prince Huaizun denied that he was Dizun's descendant, which is naturally correct. However, the legends about the Golden Crows being the descendants of the Celestial Emperor might not be false. Shi Zhongshuan was tall and handsome. He looked very valiant. Coupled with his stone arms, he had a special aura. Why? Someone asked. It is true that Dizun is the Celestial Emperor. When people talk about the Celestial Emperor, they will think of him. However, everyone knows that Ruthless was once called the Celestial Emperor. There was only one reason for this, and that was that they were just too powerful. They were unrivaled throughout the ages. In reality, did Celestial Emperors really start with Dizun? I don't think so. Shi Zhongshuan shook his head. Ancient history was shrouded in a layer of fog. The Age of Legends was very long ago. During that period, there was the Supreme Celestial Being, the invincible primal chaos body, and the strongest ancestral bloodlines. Someone once made a ridiculous hypothesis. They said that before that, there was an ancient dynasty that used the ancient desolate tower as its source. This theory was not accepted by the mainstream of the world. However, many ancient races believed that it was true. Why did Dizun choose this name? He had taken the keywords of the titles of the Celestial Emperor and the 9 Celestial Being and combined them together to show his supremacy. I wonder if I'm right? Shi Zhongshuan asked. This kind of legend is even more difficult to accept. It's too long ago and no one in the world can confirm whether it's true or not. Moreover, even if it did exist, it has nothing to do with the Golden Crow clan. Prince Huaizun shook his head. He frankly said that the Golden Crows were not the descendants of the Celestial Emperor at all. All the legends were wrong and had nothing to do with them. Does the Golden Crow clan really have a quasi-emperor? Jiang Yifei asked. His smile was gentle, and it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became extremely silent. Everyone stopped talking because this matter was too important. No one had expected that the Jiang clan's clan leader, who transcended the Lingchen clan, would be so direct. Whether it was the Wind Phoenix, Princess Moon Spirit, or Shi Zhongshuan, they all looked at Crown Prince Huaizun of the Golden Crow race. In the distance, everyone's hearts trembled, and there was absolute silence. Whether it was those who were discussing or those who were drinking tea, everyone seemed to have frozen as they stared in this direction. Crown Prince Huaizun's eyes turned cold as his pupils constricted. He stared at Jiang Yifei and said, "Everyone is so interested in my clan. From the beginning until now, do you want to know everything? Brother Huaizun, please don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We are just curious and want to know more." Someone immediately tried to smooth things over, not wanting the atmosphere to become too tense. "I just yearn for the quasi-emperor. I have no other intentions," Jiang Yifei said calmly as he poured himself a cup of tea. Princess Moon Spirit was so beautiful that even the sun lost its luster. There was an apologetic expression on her face as she said, "If Your Highness Huaizun doesn't want to say, then it's fine. We're just curious. After all, the quasi-emperor is a rare sight." Crown Prince Huaizun nodded. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he directly stated that there was indeed an emperor in their clan and that it was not a lie. He even revealed their origins. What? It's not that His Highness Tianzhou became the quasi-emperor, but that the old quasi-emperor didn't pass away? Someone in the distance cried out in shock. Who is Tianzhou, and what is the matter with the old quasi-emperor? The entire region was in an uproar. Many people were puzzled. These races came from the myriad realms, and some of them bordered the ancient region of the Huasang Star. Even if he doesn't say it, we all know. If he says it honestly, it will only give others a feeling of loyalty. Someone sneered. "Dao friend, please speak clearly." Many people hurriedly asked. In front of the balcony, Jiang Yifei, Phoenix, Shi Zhongshuan, and Princess Moon Spirit were sitting around the stone table. They stared unblinkingly at Crown Prince Huaizun, asking him to speak in detail. In the past, the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful. Huasang Star was glorious to the extreme. 10 princes emerged from this race and even the weakest one reached the Saint Realm. In the distance, someone who knew the details spoke in a low voice, explaining the truth. Moreover, it was rumored that those 10 princes were still rising. 10 children from a sect, and not all of them reached the peak, but the weakest one was a saint. Just how powerful are they? Everyone cried out in alarm. The entire Huasang Star is made up of Golden Crows, and there are very few other races. It is understandable that there are more saints, but a sect with 10 children is still rarely seen. However, this also makes sense because their father was a quasi-emperor. In the distance, Yi Fan had always been calm, but after hearing these words, his heart jumped. He thought of a bloody case on the other side of the starry sky. Later on, for some unknown reason, the 10 children of the Golden Crow went on an expedition to an ancient star region. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless there. Almost all of them died, and in the end only one prince came back alive. His name was Tianzhou. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. As expected, it was that bloody case. The 10 children of the Golden Crow wreaked havoc in ancient China, and were killed by De Yi one by one. Only one escaped, and his name was Tianzhou. Later on, the racist quasi-emperor was enraged and personally came to ancient China. It was a pity that the great hero of his generation, De Yi, had an exceedingly high cultivation base and was at the peak of the great saint realm. Even though he was about to take that breakthrough step, he still died with a grudge, and his blood dyed the vast earth. Unfortunately, during that era, although there were other quasi-emperors in ancient China, they all left. No one could stand up for De Yi and protect his life, even though he passed away at a young age. The people here didn't know about this bloody case, and the Golden Crow race naturally wouldn't speak of it in detail. Almost no one here knew of De Yi's fame. Crown Prince Huaizun spoke calmly, "Tianzhou is my grandfather, and he hasn't taken that step yet. As for the great emperor that the world talks about, he is my great-grandfather." The crowd was in an uproar. Some people knew about it, but most had never heard of it. Now that he personally confirmed it, everyone's expression changed, and their hearts shuddered. Many people thought that Tianzhou had broken through to that realm, but they didn't think that the so-called quasi-emperor was still that old emperor. Just how old was he? The fact that he was still alive in this world was truly shocking. Only Yi Fan sneered. Tianzhou wanted to become the quasi-emperor? Wouldn't that be a joke? He was once chased by De Yi, and he was scared out of his wits. If it weren't for his 9 brothers who fought with all their might, he wouldn't have had the chance to leave. When will the Golden Crow race's emperor arrive? Shi Zhongshuan asked. There was actually a quasi-emperor, and he was also an unrivaled character from the older generation. My great-grandfather encountered some problems, and he won't be here for a while. Tianzhou replied, but this was enough. He had already said so much today. Even if the quasi-emperor didn't appear, no one would dare to touch the Golden Crow race. Provoking them would only be courting death, and they would definitely be dealt with in the future. Everyone couldn't help but think of the human race's saint physique. After killing so many Golden Crow race experts, would he be able to escape this calamity? Even if he had an emperor weapon, he wouldn't be able to defend at all times. Without a doubt, there would be a huge storm in the future. Miss Phoenix is peerless and a genius. You were able to create a suitable technique for yourself when you were young, and now, you have solved the ancestral monument's riddle. Could you help us clear up some of our doubts? Someone asked. They were very curious about the Feng race's monument, and they all wanted to know what was recorded inside. It's just a scripture. Everyone here comes from 10,000 heavens, and which one of you doesn't have a technique that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth? Feng Huang calmly said. Everyone knew that the ancient scripture was a great secret, and every race would never show it to others. It was impossible to ask about it even if they wanted to. However, Feng Huang revealed a few things. She said that it was a dragon monument with a human head and a snake body engraved on it, and it was left behind by an ancient celestial being. In the distance, Yi Fan frowned. Human head and snake body characters. Dragon monument. He thought of the Fuxi of ancient China. Could it be that he was like Laozi, forming the reincarnation seal and reappearing in the world? Was the prophecy of the numinous treasure celestial being going to come true? Princess Feng is indeed a heavenly genius. The riddle that none of the previous generations could solve was solved by you. You were able to see the birth of an immortal scripture. This is truly a great fortune, Shi Zhongshuan said. The Feng race's princess is an extraordinary woman of the present age. Naturally, few can compare to you. Many people complimented. Everyone discussed the past and present, talking about their inheritances. Not long after, a gentle and graceful woman walked over from the distance. Her style was unmatched, and her head of long water blue hair danced about. Her bright eyes were kind like a fairy, but there was also a type of exceptional pressure within her otherworldly appearance. This is the Fire Cheeling Caves fairy who returned from outer space. Her cultivation is now immeasurable. The true ancient emperor's daughter has appeared in this great world, and there are endless hopes placed on her. She is naturally well known among her siblings. Everyone discussed, all of them full of reverence. Our generation's heroes have gathered, and almost all of them have arrived. This is truly a joyous occasion. Shi Zhongshuan stood up and said to Huo Lin with a smile. These words are incorrect. There are a few formidable individuals who have left and are no longer in Big Dipper. Huo Lin smiled. Her eyes swirled about and the world lost color. Her appearance was unmatched and definitely not inferior to Princess Yuling. Shi Zhongshuan slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. I've heard that Big Dipper has produced heavenly geniuses and is truly worthy of the name Emperor Burial Star. In the past there were Alcade, Middle Emperor, and even heroes like Sacred Prince and Huang Shudao. Unfortunately, I can't see them today. Huolin smiled and said, there is one more formidable one. You forgot, but he has already returned to the eastern wasteland. It is very likely that he is also here. After hearing these words, everyone revealed strange expressions and immediately thought of who it was. When discussing the younger generation, how could that person be avoided? His status was enough to make the heavens collapse. That's true, he is indeed very strong. Shi Zhongshuan said indifferently. His expression was completely different from before. Why didn't the human race's holy physique Yi Fan come? In the distance, the experts of various races all began to discuss. When Crown Prince Huaizun heard this name, his expression changed greatly. However, in the end he calmed down and sat there quietly. Princess Yuling's heart was also moved and her eyes flashed. Back then in the Qinling Mountains, her race had used the Jiuli divine diagram to attack and almost killed Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix also revealed a strange expression. Many things had happened in the past, and when she looked back, it was like a dream. The words she said in the past were too excessive, and now, it was so difficult to even think of a quasi-emperor. This place was in a clamor. When Yi Fan was mentioned, it naturally aroused many discussions. His fame was just too great. At this time, an ancient war chariot slowly drove over. It was extremely shabby and engraved with the marks of time. It was clearly an ancient object. Chapter 1520. The chariot was old. The shaft of the chariot was almost broken. It was made of an unknown material. It was dark and had a faint metallic luster. The wheels were made of polished stones. They were grayish-brown and didn't look smooth. They were a little rough. However, it wasn't a big deal. The only frightening thing was that the beast pulling the chariot was a stone tiger. Although it didn't have one ear and its three-legged leg was broken in half, its power was still frightening. It was a holy spirit that was used to pull the chariot. How could people not be shocked? As soon as this old chariot entered the ancient continent in the sky, it stirred up a big commotion. Many people gazed at it. Who is that? He uses a holy spirit to pull the chariot. What's his background? This stone tiger is at least at the saint realm. Moreover, he's at the peak. He's willing to be a servant. The man in the chariot is really admirable. The broken chariot slowly moved forward. It wasn't fast. The man in the chariot was enjoying the scenery along the way. Looking at the land under the clouds, he sighed. Along the way, the mountains and rivers are so magnificent. It's been so many years since I've seen this kind of scenery. Next to the chariot were 3 attendants. All of them were covered in black armor. Even their heads and faces were covered. No one could see their faces. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of. Even the heaven eye couldn't see through them. The old chariot drove out of the ancient continent from time to time to enjoy the scenery on the ground. Compared to the ancient continent, the mountains and rivers on the ground were more attractive to them. The City of Darkness has existed for such a long time. It is an old place where people can taste the joys and sorrows of life. In this world, its mission is about to come to an end, the person in the carriage said softly. Brother, please get off the chariot. Can we have a chat? Shi Zhongshuan stood up and talked to the chariot not far from him. He gazed at the stone tiger, light flickering in his eyes. A servant lifted the curtain and a foot stepped out of the chariot. There was no intimidating aura or energy fluctuation. It was a young man with deep eyes. He was very handsome. However, his face was strangely pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He had a sickly beauty. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he was especially handsome. At first glance, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, but upon closer inspection, that wasn't the case. This was his aura, it was just like that. Greetings, everyone. He cupped his fists, and the cadence of his syllables was somewhat special. At this time, even Jiang Yifei stood up. He could clearly feel that this person was extraordinary. He had a special temperament. Even if his performance was ordinary, he couldn't be ignored. Princess Moon Spirit, Crown Prince Huaizun, and the Wind Phoenix all revealed strange expressions. This person was definitely a top-notch expert, and it was completely based on their instincts. May I know your name and where are you from? Shi Zhongshuan asked. My name is Enpu, and I live in the central region. The young man said. Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of such a powerful figure before, so why did he suddenly appear today? Was there such a person in the central region? In the distance, Yi Fan frowned. This person was definitely not simple. Even he felt his heart skip a beat. However, he had never seen him before. Was he really a Big Dipper powerhouse? Tigers and leopards are hidden deep in the mountains and cheetahs are buried in the fields. I originally thought that the heroes of Big Dipper were all here, but I never thought that there would be such an unworldly figure like brother, Shi Zhongshuan said. On the side many people agreed. They all felt that this person was extraordinary. He was most likely a hidden expert that made others feel reverence. Where does brother live? Jiang Yifei asked. Not far from the City of Darkness, Anpu said. He gave Jiang Yifei a deep look. Everyone was bewildered. They sighed inwardly that this City of Darkness was extraordinary after all. There was actually such an exceptional figure hidden nearby, yet they had never heard of him before. Everyone could only console themselves. This world was too big, and there were bound to be some experts that were unknown to the world. Even when they died, they wouldn't be discovered by the world. Fellow great sage, are you all discussing the matters after the road of immortalization opens? Why don't you all go and listen? I want to take a look, Anpu said. He cupped his hands towards everyone and walked forward. Many people gazed at his back and revealed pensive expressions. This person appeared too suddenly. They didn't know where he came from, so it made them feel that he was a bit special. In front of the main hall there was a sea of people. There were powerful cultivators everywhere. After Anpu arrived here, he quietly listened for a long time. Only when the Ji family's great sage walked out did his expression tremble. At the same time, the ancient void mirror inside the Ji family's old saint's body moved slightly and released a ringing sound. The old saint suddenly turned around and suddenly looked in this direction. His gaze was incomparably brilliant. He saw this young man that seemed a bit sick and he stared at him for a long time. There's their aura. He gave this person a deep look and muttered to himself. He didn't make a move and left on his own. The reaction towards the elders is still there. The divine mirror is too serious, Anpu said softly. He stood here for a while, and then he returned along the path he came from. When he passed by a group of heroes, he was invited by someone and sat down. For an outstanding talent like brother to not be well known before, it really is surprising. Someone beat around the bush, wanting to inquire about his true origins. In the past, the elders were strict, so there was no way for me to come out. Recently, I finally have the chance to properly take a look around this great land, Anpu said calmly. He was always calm, as if nothing could cause his emotions to fluctuate. Everyone sat down and talked about some ancient matters. It was quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Anpu was also quite knowledgeable and knew quite a few ancient secrets. When he talked about it, the cultivators in all directions all listened attentively. The path of immortality is about to open. The existences of the 7 great restricted regions will most likely make a big move, right? Someone brought up this topic. Undying Mountain is very close. I wonder what kind of attitude the supreme beings there will have after they come into being. Someone revealed a worried expression. Speaking of which, the Tao Comprehension Immortality in Undying Mountain is about to ripen again. It's a pity that this year, most likely no one dares to guard outside the mountain. In the past, they would always be able to obtain some leaves. Someone said with deep regret. And Pooh laughed and said, this little brother was fortunate enough to obtain a few leaves. Today we had a good chat. Please enjoy the tea. After speaking, with a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared on the stone table. Sparkling and translucent light flickered about. Several leaves flew out, entering the pot. These tea leaves were all miraculous and extraordinary, every single one of them different. One of them was shaped like a small cauldron, 3 legs and 2 handles. It flowed with radiance and Tao patterns interweaved. Another expanse of scarlet multicolored light flickered about, as if a furnace was rising and falling. It released waves of flames, divine patterns strand after strand, constructing the shape of this leaf. This was a masterpiece of the heavens. The Tao Comprehension divine tea leaves were natural Tao diagrams, every single one of them possessing a different type of natural law, representing a certain type of unchanging truth between heaven and earth. Among them, there was a rather special one that was humanoid in shape, as if a small person was sitting there. It was sparkling and translucent, wisps of mist curling about it, as if an immortal descended into the lower realm. Everyone was incomparably shocked. What kind of person was this? Just because they had a good chat, he brought out Tao Comprehension tea leaves to entertain them? In the past, regardless of who it was that obtained it, they would carefully store it away. Only when the most esteemed guests came would they bring it out to entertain them. This person was too extravagant. Everyone immediately developed a good impression of him. This was especially true for the cultivators from outside this region. The Tao Comprehension tea leaves were unreachable for them, something that only existed in legends. They never expected to see it with their own eyes. They never thought that they could taste this immortal tea today. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and then they were overjoyed. The clear spring water was like sweet dew, possessing a faint fragrance to begin with. It left everyone astonished. After it was boiled, it slowly entered the pot. A wave of fragrance immediately wafted out, leaving the nearby people shocked. This tea fragrance was too special. Just a whiff of it made one's mind clear. How extraordinary was this? The black-armored servant offered the tea. The dozen or so youngsters sitting at the stone table all raised their teacups in a treasured manner. They first took a whiff and then they all sighed in admiration. Huolin gave them a glance, and then she lowered her head to drink her tea. She didn't say anything, appearing to be deep in thought. In reality, she had long noticed Enpu. She had been frowning this entire time. After everyone tasted the tea, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel refreshed. They all felt as if they were going to comprehend the Tao. They all silently comprehended for a long time, remaining silent. Only after a long time did they slowly come back to their senses. They all expressed their gratitude towards Enpu. Even though this sickly youngster looked cold, he was also very humble. He shook his head and didn't mind at all. They chatted about the past and present. Naturally, they couldn't avoid mentioning Undying Mountain, the Void Emperor, and the Great Completion Divine Physique. It was because these two people had attacked before. Right at this time, a purple-clothed young lady appeared. She was graceful and beautiful, and there were shallow dimples on her fair and charming face. Her eyes were bright and kind, appearing quick-witted and mischievous. This is the Pearl of the Eastern Wastelands Ji family, a heaven's proud daughter with astonishing talent. She successfully slaughtered her way back from the ancient starry sky path, someone said. Rumor has it that she isn't all that diligent in cultivation, but she is exceptionally powerful. She is a heaven-warping genius. Someone stood up and greeted. That was the descendant of the Void Emperor. Moreover, she was so stunning, so she was naturally worthy of being invited. However, Enpu instead sighed softly and said, "In that case, she and I are mortal enemies. Even though it is a grudge between the elders, I still have no choice but to take action." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this calm man to actually say such words. He was going to take action against Ji Ziyue. "Brother, this isn't very good." Jiang Yifei shook his head and said, "I heard that he is very close to the human race's divine physique," Shi Zhongshuan reminded. "Is that so?" And Pu smiled softly. It was actually very bright. Then he returned to his sickly appearance and said, "We are all mortal enemies." Beside him, the three black-armored servants walked straight forward and rushed towards Ji Ziyue. Everyone's expression froze. They didn't expect him to really take action just like that. Ji Ziyue was already near and heard their words. However, her expression didn't change. She only stopped when the three servants approached. Whoosh! Suddenly, a Milky Way-like light rushed over and directly cut off the path of the three servants. It was dazzling and dazzling. Yifan poured out the wine in his cup. It was actually like a Milky Way, dazzling and boundless. It was clearly just a cup of wine, but it had such a shocking effect. The three black-armored servants instantly stopped in their tracks, and the group of heroes was even more shocked. In this Milky Way, they felt a boundless and majestic will of invincibility. Yifan waved at Ji Ziyue and invited her over. Pu Ti sighed softly and said, "There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this place. There is an expert right in front of us, yet not many can detect him. Such a person deserves a cup of enlightenment tea." Chapter 15:21. Subhuti waved his hand and a servant walked back. He used a jade plate to hold up a cup of immortal tea. Waves of fragrance wafted out as he walked towards Yifan. Ji Ziyue and Yifan sat in the pavilion. Their big eyes curved into crescent moons as they smiled brightly. She naturally knew who this was. Yifan stood up and looked at Enpu. "Thank you for your kind intentions. If you send 2 cups, we will accept it." Not far away, Enpu shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the feud cannot be resolved. If I don't make a move, I won't be able to answer to the elders. I can only offer the immortal tea." "In that case, I can only thank you. What if we are enemies? Won't you regret it?" Yifan said. "No matter, I will gift you this cup of tea," Enpu said calmly. However, there was a kind of dominance on his pale face. It was very different from before. This made people feel a wave of horror. They felt a kind of aura that could swallow 10,000 miles, and he was the most supreme. It swept away the morbid state and made people's legs tremble and their backs turn cold. This was an incredible character. There was no fluctuation of power at all, and one couldn't see the depth of his cultivation. Just the natural aura alone made the hearts of the people tremble. "Is there a need to force tea?" Yi Fan shook his head. Ordinary people can't even drink such immortal tea even if they wanted to. Can be called a kind of immortal fate. What are you hesitating for? The servant said coldly. Yi Fan ignored him and only spoke to Enpu. Before this you gave me tea and I am grateful. If you force it like this, then you will be an enemy. Although it was a cup of divine tea, giving it in such a domineering manner had a sense of coercion. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been anyone who could pressure him like this. Enpu's expression was cold and he didn't say anything. However, the servant holding the teacup was even more domineering. Where did they come from? The true forbidden zone of life. All the power and inheritances in this world were a joke to them. Since ancient times, which power could truly compare to their elders? Unless a true emperor appeared, everything else was just fleeting clouds and dust. Yi Fan ignored him and directly sat down. He was just a servant. No matter how strong he was still a servant. No matter how strong he was still a servant. No matter what, he would only lose face. Everything in this world is under our feet. My master controls the ups and downs of the world. For tens of thousands of years, no one has ever dared to reject our kindness like this, the servant said in a serious tone. Yi Fan looked directly at Enpu and said, It seems that you are not very satisfied with this servant. Do you want to borrow my hand to kill him for you? His voice wasn't loud, but his oppressive aura shot straight into the 9 heavens, shaking everyone's ears to the point of buzzing. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they knew exactly how powerful this person was. His voice shook the heavens, containing an invincible martial will within it. Everyone could clearly feel that this kind of character was definitely a supreme existence, and it would be hard for him to find a match among those of the same generation. Pa, 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 and Pu clapped his hands and said, In all these years, you are the first person to be so domineering towards me. I remember that ever since I was born, not many people have dared to go against me. He asked the servant to step back and bring back the tea of enlightenment. Master. The servant wasn't willing. He stared coldly at Yi Fan. He truly couldn't stand this kind of attitude because from start to finish, Yi Fan hadn't even glanced at him. Even when he spoke he was directly talking to Enpu. Even though this could be considered self-respect and not bickering with a servant, but where did he come from? He came from the Undying Mountain. Even if he was just a servant he was still all-powerful in the outside world back then. Who dared to look down on him? This kind of attitude from Yi Fan made him seethe with anger. He didn't turn back. He took a step forward and looked down at Yi Fan from above. A powerful aura gushed out and swept towards Yi Fan, wanting to suppress and kill him. Pooh! A cold light flickered, followed by a splatter of blood. Everything ended just like that. Yi Fan didn't even blink. He sat there cross-legged, still calm and composed, directly killing this person without saying a word. Everyone was astonished, monstrous waves surging in their hearts. Just how strong was that servant just now? Even they couldn't say for sure. They were like raging waves, yet they didn't expect to be instantly slashed by someone, directly exploding and turning into a pool of blood. They didn't even see clearly what kind of weapon that was. How did that person do it? It was too fast, killing him cleanly with one strike. And Pu's expression turned cold in an instant, like a demon god. His entire person exploded with a heaven-piercing aura, directly shattering the sky. I respect you as a person, but your servant doesn't know when to back off. If you and I were in your shoes, what would you do? Could it be that you wouldn't kill him? Yi Fan asked calmly. Thud, thud, thud. Rhythmic footsteps rang out, and the great sage of the Ji family appeared. A mirror hung above his head and he stood in the distance, looking over in this direction, staring at Enpu. Everyone's expression froze. Just what was this person's background? He was actually worthy of a great sage wielding a monarch weapon to observe. This was truly shocking. Enpu's expression was incomparably cold, and only after a long time did he slowly calm down. He said, Fine, he brought disaster upon himself. He didn't obey my orders and thus deserves this calamity. No one would have thought that such a fierce stance of his would actually calm down in the end, becoming so calm. Who is this person? Everyone was bewildered as they stared in Yi Fan's direction. However, a portion of people already understood, clearly knowing who this was, and even knew how that servant died. Yi Fan's sword flashed with cold light, killing the armored servant of the Undying Mountain. It was impossible to hide it from Huolin or Jianghu, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others. The human race's holy physique. Yi Fan, it's been a long time. Shi Zhongshuan spoke. Yi Fan smiled and raised his cup. Mist curled up on his face and in an instant, his true appearance was restored. Since he was recognized, there was no need to hide anything. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. As expected, when Yi Fan's true body appeared here, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people cried out in surprise and quite a few people rushed forward, discussing spiritedly. "Brother Yi, I heard that you charged into the starry sky ancient path, and killed so many enemies that they were all terrified. Is this true?" Someone asked fervently. "Senior Yi, what are the obstructions on the ancient path? What do I need to pay attention to? Do you think I can set foot on that path?" A newly risen junior asked with hope. Yi Fan was helpless. He knew it would be like this, but he had no choice. He answered them one by one, and only after a long time did the crowd disperse. He was truly exhausted from dealing with them. This was even after he secretly hinted that there might be a battle here, and it would most likely result in a bloodbath. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to shake off everyone. Now that his name had shaken the Northern Dipper, this would definitely be the result once he appeared. Of course there was no lack of enemies. They stood in the shadows and watched coldly. Only how many people could kill the current Yi Fan? Who dared to face him head-on? He was no longer the small cultivator of the past, his might shaking the world. Huolin smiled and walked forward. She said softly, "You also saw through it and know where that person came from?" Yi Fan nodded and said, "The Tao Comprehension tea was freshly plucked and definitely not blown out by the wind like in the past. Presumably, only the people of that place came into being." "Since you knew, why did you still kill their servants? That place is much more terrifying than our Emperor clan. There are true Emperor-level experts overseeing it," Huolin said. This was reality. Now, who could be undying in this world? Who was the true ruler? Naturally, they were the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions. Jianghu giggled and pulled Huolin to sit down with her. She personally poured a cup of tea for her. "Little sister, are you trying to harm me by pulling me to sit down like this? What if the Undying Mountain also holds a score on me?" Huolin said. "Sister, as a member of the Imperial clan and the daughter of the ancient Qilin Emperor, why are you afraid of them?" Jianghu said indifferently. "You evil fellow, you clearly want to pull me onto the same chariot and you still say these things. They have true Emperor-level experts and we are the same as your family. The most glorious era has already ended," Huolin complained. She said that there was Tao Comprehension tea there, but she came here to make enemies for no reason. It's just a normal exchange of favors. I don't think that guy is a petty person. "It's fine," Jianghu said with a smile. Jiang Yifei also walked over and greeted Yi Fan. The two of them had known each other a long time ago. At that time, Yi Fan was still a small cultivator and had just learned the cultivation method. How fragrant! Longma, Gu Jinpeng, and the other 11 saints came out of the central heavenly palace and smelled the Tao Comprehension tea. Then they saw Yi Fan and were immediately overjoyed. "Quickly make a vat and drink to our heart's content." Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. In the past, all of these people carried large vats to drink and all of them were big eaters. He took out some Tao Comprehension tea and boiled the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. Then he began to make tea, which shocked the group of people in the distance. Since when did Tao Comprehension tea become so cheap? Why could anyone make a pot of it and treat people so casually? Especially when they saw that the number of tea leaves Yi Fan put in was really not small. They reckoned that if they were spread out they could really make a vat. Everyone was envious. This kind of peerless immortal tea could only be found by chance and it could actually be drunk like this. It made them speechless. Many people knew what was going on. Back then Yi Fan fought against the Heavenly Prince. After a bitter battle he killed him and shocked the world. Then he raided the Heavenly Prince's nest and obtained 1,800 Tao Comprehension tea leaves. Who left those things behind? The Undying Heavenly Emperor. The Tao Comprehension tea only produced 108 leaves every year, and only in special years could it produce 1,000. The Undying Heavenly Emperor caught up and cut off the entire plant. The main body was used as a coffin, and the branches were left for his descendants. As for the pitiful old tea tree, it could only regrow. It's not a loss, I can drink a few more cups of good tea here. Sigh, it really makes one's thoughts run wild. Back then, when my father was still alive, he drank this tea every day and picked fresh leaves every day. Things remain the same but people have changed. Huolin sighed. When everyone heard this they all had the urge to vomit blood. What they had seen and heard today was truly unbearable. Each person's background was more and more astonishing than the last. Yi Fan. Crown Prince Huaizun of the Golden Crow race stood up and shouted sternly. "What's the matter?" Yi Fan looked at him calmly. At the side, Shi Zhongshuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I've long heard of the great name of the human race's divine physique. Seeing it today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Your mysterious arts are matchless. He glanced at Anpu out of the corner of his eye, but found that he was very calm and had no reaction at all. The current leader of the Feng race, Feng Huang, was peerless in her beauty. Her eyes flickered with radiance as she also looked over. Her heart was not calm. Princess Moon Spirit, on the other hand, frowned slightly. She knew that if this continued, there would be no small amount of trouble. Chapter 1522. Crown Prince Huaizun's eyes were as sharp as swords. The golden robe on his body fluttered as murderous intent filled his heart. Jianghu, Great Sage Jianghu, and the other powerhouses, all of them died in your hands. You are unforgivable and unforgivable. Yi Fan glanced at him but didn't care. He let the prince roar as if he was an outsider. As the saint physique of the human race, do you really think no one in the world can subdue you? You must know that there is always someone better than you. Crown Prince Huaizun's voice became even colder. Yi Fan nodded. I agree. The universe is vast and there is always someone better than you. Longma nodded in agreement. That's right. I once saw an old woodcutter in space. I don't know his name, but his cultivation level is close to that of a great emperor. It was obvious that they had ignored the first half of the story and twisted it. This made Crown Prince Huaizun feel like he had punched into cotton. Especially when he heard everyone talking about how there was always someone better than him, as if they had forgotten that he was talking about the Golden Crow tribe's blood feud. The veins on his forehead bulged. You killed the heroes of the Golden Crow tribe and countless souls have died. There is no way to resolve this. Crown Prince Huaizun's murderous intent was endless. Too many people had died and he wanted nothing more than to kill the person in front of him. Who wants to resolve this? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Huaizun's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He was vehement and full of grief and indignation. He was berating here, but the other party was so calm and indifferent. Let's settle this. Huaizun couldn't stand this contempt and roared. The place became noisy as many people rushed over. The saint physique of the human race had appeared and the Golden Crow tribe wanted revenge. It was impossible for such explosive news to not cause a commotion. Yi Fan was surprised. Aren't you waiting for your quasi-emperor to appear? You dare to fight me? What kind of expression was this? In addition to this kind of tone, Crown Prince Huaizun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was going too far. This person was looking down on him too much. At this time, Yi Fan had already stood up and was walking quickly towards him. He was like a bear that had seen honey, or a leopard that had smelled fish. He looked completely excited and determined to eat him up. How arrogant of you! Crown Prince Huaizun was infuriated. The other party was definitely putting on a show for him. Every word and action was frivolous, purposefully mocking and humiliating him. Isn't this your suggestion? Are you afraid and don't dare to fight? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. The surroundings were extremely noisy. It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes were watching, but there were even more people who gathered, clamoring together, wanting them to fight a decisive battle. The people of the world wished for the world to be in chaos, hoping that things would blow up so that they could watch from the sidelines and watch a fierce battle. After all, one of them had the sacred physique of the human clan, while the other had the support of the quasi-emperor. Fine, I will fight you today. I will set up a great formation. Do you dare to break it? Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. At this point, he directly jumped off the cloud and descended towards the central region. He was going to set up a killing formation and fight with Yi Fan to determine who was stronger. Accept the challenge. A group of people clamored for Yi Fan to accept. Many people directly followed, wanting to see this turbulent situation. Brother Yi is a dragon among men and is almost invincible. He will naturally not refuse a challenge from someone of the same generation. I am willing to go and see and broaden my horizons, Shi Zhongshuan said. Heavyweights like him all left their seats and followed after them. The sudden commotion in this place had attracted many experts. Even some of the great sage were alarmed, including the important figures in the central palace. Everyone either rode on divine rainbows or stepped on auspicious clouds as they descended to the ground. This was a wilderness filled with thistles and thorns. The terrain was uneven and far from magnificent, but at this time, it was filled with people. Huaizun's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, one flag after another appeared in his hands. Some were apricot yellow, some were greenish-purple, and some were as red as blood. Flames surged and soared to a height of 300,000 zhang. Everyone was shocked. These formation flags were definitely extraordinary. They couldn't see their depths for a moment, so they must be extraordinary items. Combined like this, they emitted a terrifying pressure. It is comparable to a great sage, right? This formation is indeed not simple. It is most likely the most powerful great sage's killing formation. If the sacred physique of the human clan doesn't use an emperor weapon, it won't be easy to go in. Everyone discussed secretly. They all felt that this formation was extraordinary. It should be a killing formation that the great sage of the Golden Crow clan had painstakingly researched. After refining the formation flags, he gave it to Crown Prince Huaizun. This formation is mysterious and unfathomable. It seems to contain a shocking killing intent, Gzus said in a low voice. She had a special physique and was most sensitive to the various origins of the world. She suddenly had an ominous premonition. Yifan nodded. He tried to activate the green copper cauldron. The cauldron actually trembled slightly. One had to know that he hadn't even entered the formation. On the surface, it looks like the great sage's killing formation, but this is just a cover. The center of the formation is most likely the Quasi-Emperor's killing formation. After all, their race has a living Golden Crow Emperor. Yifan stared at the formation again and again. The other party wanted to numb him and kill him directly after he entered. Boom. Suddenly, a great battle broke out in the sky. Some of the great sage's disagreements finally came to blows. They were all from the outer realm. In the central heavenly palace, for the benefit of the various races, no one would give in to each other. Those who had old grudges would easily go against each other, and conflict was inevitable. However, the intensity of the battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Not long after, there was a rain of blood. Everyone was shocked and fled. That was the blood of the great sage. Ordinary sages couldn't bear it. If they were really drenched, it would be very tragic. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to do this? Everything should be peaceful. Someone came forward to mediate. Everyone was shocked and looked up. It was the great sage Hunchuo. He rushed into the vast great void to mediate. Unfortunately, the two sides couldn't separate. Moreover, the victor was decided at this moment. The battle was abnormally bitter. Large amounts of blood rained down, and a scream came from the sky. A great sage was blown up. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but the person behind him wasn't willing to let it go. He held a green gourd in his hand and pulled out the stopper. A wave of green gas flew out and wrapped around the primordial spirit, turning it into powder. Sigh. The great sage Hunchuo sighed and shook his head. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from him. A battle of the great sage broke out first and then quickly ended. Yifan, do you dare to fight? Crown Prince Huaizun finished setting up the formation flags. Astral winds whistled and mist surged. All kinds of gods, devils and ghosts appeared. Moreover, from time to time, beams of flames would rush up. Anyone who saw this killing formation could tell that it was extraordinary and could injure the great sage. Many people looked over at Yifan. They all wanted to see a fight between a dragon and a tiger. In this era, there weren't many who dared to fight against Yifan alone. Who would dare to face him head-on? Killing the heavenly prince, conquering Mount Meru. Which one of these matters wasn't vast and mighty? Not to mention the news that people on the starry sky ancient path still couldn't confirm. Are you sure you want to be enemies with me? Yifan asked coldly. Of course. The blood feud is always in my heart. The Golden Crow race and you can't exist together. You must die. Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. Very well. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Yifan walked forward in large strides. Both of you are geniuses. There's no need to be like this. Peace is the most important thing. Great sage Hunchuo descended. He had a compassionate expression on his face, wanting to calm things down. The great sage of the Golden Crow race sneered. If Yifan entered the formation even with an emperor weapon in hand, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, it wasn't him who could completely awaken the killing sword, but the hidden formation was different. It could automatically revive and kill gods and Buddhas. He naturally wouldn't let Hunchuo ruin things. Dao friend, you worry too much. This is just a matter of ending things. There's no need for others to interfere. Peace is the most important thing. Hunchuo advised seriously. Yifan, what are you waiting for? You don't dare? Hurry up and enter the formation. Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. He turned around and was about to enter the formation, forcing Yifan to fight him inside. Suddenly, with a clang, a cold light flashed. The world lost color in that instant. The sun, moon, and stars lost their light. The mountains and rivers trembled, and a mountain directly exploded. In front of the formation, a bloody light flew. Crown Prince Huaizun was directly cut by Yifan. He exploded, blood and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Did Yi Fan break the formation? No, he didn't even enter the formation. He directly killed Crown Prince Huaizun outside. Great Sage Hunchuo sighed. With a boom, the entire place boiled. Was it going to end just like that? It hadn't even begun. He didn't even break the formation. Yi Fan directly killed Crown Prince Huaizun. The great sage of the Golden Crow race roared. His opponent was too careless, directly attacking just like that. He angrily scolded, "Human race Saint Physique, you are despicable." Shi Zhongshuan said in an indifferent tone, "Brother Yi, how can you do this? You are a dignified human race Saint Physique, but you don't dare to accept the challenge and kill your opponent. You really make us ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, what are you waiting for? This person is ruthless and doesn't follow the rules. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Hurry up and kill him." Someone shouted at the old patriarchs of the several great royal families, telling them to use their weapons to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He had already used his Genesis technique. Even if the people he shouted secretly hid their auras, they couldn't escape his perception. He had already discovered that it was Granny Foam, who had previously persuaded the great sage of the various races to kill him. What's going on? Did the human race Saint Physique directly kill outside the formation? Everyone was discussing and the place was in an uproar. Yi Fan coldly snorted and said, "When did I agree to enter the formation? He set up a quasi-emperor killing formation to trick me into entering and kill me. What a wishful thinking." Everyone was in an uproar. It was actually the quasi-emperor killing formation. If this kind of formation was complete, it would be extremely terrifying. That was because, unlike emperor weapons, even if they were activated, they would not be able to completely revive. However, the formation was different. It could revive on its own. It was equivalent to a true quasi-emperor being reborn. Back when the human demon attacked the nest of 10,000 dragons, even with the green copper cauldron, he was blocked by the quasi-emperor killing formation and couldn't complete his attack.